Here we go. So, I'm gonna get the screen share up. This is Sekimeiya. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
This is Tsukimeiya. Sorry. Oh, there's Chitterina.
Did you look at what Sekimeiya meant?
I can't figure it out. Like, okay. Like, I tried on Google, but, like, is it in the Discord somewhere? I know Seiki is stone, but I don't know what Meiya means. We're going to load, and then we know what we're gonna do. I'm going to give. Okay. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so right now I'm going to be taking the screenshots. You are able to refresh on what the fuck is going on in this game. Oh, I need my screenshot app. There we go. You see, to this, you know, how do you take screenshots without like a program that does it for you?
I think on Windows 11 there's a default one if you press the print screen button.
Hmm. There's what? Wait, print screen? It takes screenshots? I love how part of the notes is that Atsuki is a bitch ass motherfucker. You are a stinky. I love how I put "I let Naomi die" in the red text. I am willing to entertain the idea. This is a I kind of want to put this entire thing. I can't believe I'm putting "I would never lie to you" Atsuki in fucking red text, but unfortunately, I actually fucking believe him. Unfortunately, I actually believe this man. There is something that actually. Okay. So. So.
So's.
Let me get this straight. We went downstairs to check on Akaro, right? Or to see what the fuck Akaro had been doing. That's right, that's right. We went downstairs to see what the fuck Akaro had been doing. And then we find out. Oh no. Help me out here. Oh no. Oh no, yes, oh no, the Sekimeiya is in the thing. We end up in the sitting down. I think the fact that we ended up sitting down is important.
It does seem like a strange thing to put
Yes.
with the word.
It does seem like a strange thing to, also I'm going to append the change. Hello, hello?
Hey, Chrono.
Hello, Chrono.
Hello.
I am getting increasingly. Have you? By the way, have you seen my notes in the Sekimeiya Discord? I have kept immaculate notes. By the way, like the full note set is in the Sekimeiya Discord. I have immaculate set of screenshots, and I update. I think we are dealing with both. I think we're dealing with both time travel and parallel worlds, which is kind of annoying. It feels kind of. What's the word I'm thinking of? Oh fuck! I forgot to set up the YouTube bot. Let's get that thing running. It feels like they are deliberately overcomplicating this. So we went downstairs. We met Sai. We met Sai, and he's being a twat. Oh yeah, we also let Naomi die. We also let Naomi die like a cow. Oh shit. We also let Naomi die like a fucking coward. We let Naomi die like a fucking coward. I can't believe it. You fucking let Naomi die. You stinking yellow coward. You bitch ass motherfucker. You sat there and watched her die. Like, let's not play the, well, what happens if we change the past game? Don't fucking play that game. You think Sai cares about this? Let's change the past game when he's wandering around downstairs? No, he doesn't give a shit. In fact, the only reason he doesn't want to, the only reason he doesn't want to go upstairs isn't because he's worried about changing the past. He's worried about getting caught. Also, I have posited that might actually not be, I think we have a problem here. Okay, so I have a posit on how the time travel works. Or, not the time travel, the location. I don't know the rule for the time travel. I'm assuming it correlates the amount of time it's away from temperature. But there has to be the fact that when we ended up in the security room, sitting down, is meaningful. It has to mean something specific. It has to be. And if that is not where I was, like, it has to correlate to where I was at some point. But I think it might be where I was in a parallel timeline. Also, I think the... Where is it? Ow. I think the critical thing that we need to know from the size watch scene is not the 9999. That's your watch's fucking default date, you idiot. But I think the important thing to figure out, to know, is that Sai sets his watch for 4 o'clock. That is what that scene is used to obscure. When he replaces the battery, Sai immediately sets his watch for 4 o'clock. That's the important part, I think. Wait, 11:57. I guess we ran up the stairs. So we go up. Alright, we see 12:18 right after we see Sai. So at this point, Sai's watch would probably, when it says when the computer says 12:18, Sai's watch probably says I would say it probably says something along the lines of 4:10, maybe. Yeah, Sai's watch says something along the lines of 4:10. Oh. Oh. So anyway, is there anything parodies? Carno, is there anything else I need to refresh to review?
That should probably be good for now.
I love how I had to use the yellow text of ultimate suspicion on Atsuki's sentence of, I even tried to change the past by saving the second now me. You did not.
Right?
It's like Sylvie said, bro fucking lie, buy a bitch.
Like a bitch.
Sai can actually be showing the truth when he says so. There should be people here. Let's go to the cleaning room. Right, maybe the Sekimeiya is still there. I also want to know what else was in the car. We walked up to the door, which hadn't been fully closed. As soon as we opened it, we instantly noticed a drastic change the room had undergone. What the fuck? The cleaning cart that had been previously there was nowhere to be seen. Oh fuck! It was the corner of the small room. Aside from his disappearance, I didn't think anything else had changed. Did someone take the Sekimeiya inside? No, I don't think so. No? Of course not. That should have been my first thought, but there was an inconsistency. I'd looked at the cleaning cart a few times before. Underneath and around it, there were 3 buckets storing scourers and chemicals like bleach. Those hadn't moved. The cart teleported. I think we're going to put this in red text. Statement of truth. Like, at the very least, I'm going to trust. Yeah, I think I'm going to start using Steins Gate terminology. Steins Gate used Worldline, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think 999 also use Worldline, so I think that's just a default term.
Alright, so we're going to use slide to refer to world lines. Tele for movement. Slide for world line, and Okay, it's telly for slide. So telly movement. So telly slide, I will take it to mean is moving between world lines. Hold on. I have a question. This is a pretty important question.
Mm-hmm.
Did I actually go back in time? Hear me out. Like I'm sitting here trying to come up with a specific word for time travel, right? Uh, uh, but okay. Let's say hypothetically, Atsuki didn't actually travel in time. Wait, no, that's contra. Okay, the idea that he didn't. I was about to say, what if he he's out of phase? I was thinking about the second Akaro. So, okay. I think we can map two distinct forms of travel. You wake up and you're there, but it's what Akaro 2 was telling us. How he was kind of out of phase with the rest of us. I'm just going to use travel for time. There's 3 buckets. One was under the cart, right? I think so. They must have put it under it because there's not a lot of there's not a lot more space. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are the writers ESL?
That'd be weird considering it's a original English VN. But why do you say that?
Because there's not a lot more space here. But if you tried to move the cart, you could hit it in the other two. You need to take them out first, and then you can move the cart. I feel like there's a lot of awkward phrases in this novel. Like, I feel like there's actually a lot of really awkward phrases. Oh yeah, I guess so. I can't say for sure that nobody moved them, but if they had, it would be really odd for them to put them back in the exact same spots. I suppose nobody would get the cart out anyway. That means the cart disappeared too, right? And only the cart, not the buckets under it. In other words, what you were touching. That means we're past the time we traveled from. Are you serious? Wait, past? That can't be it. You were touching the cabinet when you traveled for the first time. How come it didn't disappear? That's true. I supported my body on it with my left hand, so I was touching the cabinet. That's strange. The cart disappeared when we traveled. Did it appear somewhere else? Shurian leaned forward with a frown. She was looking inside the buckets. Wait, it's here. Look inside this one. Sekimeiya. It was inside the bucket that had been under the cart on top of a pack of sponges. It was white, indicating it was already powered on. Why is it here now? I think it makes sense. Maybe you're right. If our travel made the cleaning cart disappear, which Sekimeiya, which was inside it, would have fallen in here. Why is it still here? Did nobody enter the room? They must not have. What do we do with it? I thought for a few seconds we lived out a portion of our give me a minute. I'm actually going crazy with part of my cushion. I need to do this. I'm getting eaten by my couch.
Hazu's getting eaten alive by her couch.
Huh? Mhm.
Hello? Hello? Did everyone leave? Hello? Hello? Jesus Christ, you all fucking left. Mom?
We're all gone.
Never, be right back. I'm having, there's an argument. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Welcome back.
Wait, where is the game? Okay, okay. Hello? I thought for a few seconds we lived that portion of our recent past from up to 3 different perspectives. Where's the fucking hell? I need to lean against something. There's no need to immediately touch it again unless we needed to figure out what happened after we traveled. Let me do what Sai said did earlier to avoid traveling. We should investigate before we... Oh my god! Good job on 90! Like, Soryus was asking, like, who's above 50? Who's above 50? Like, good job on 90! Hooray! Hooray! Okay. By the way, Parody, if you're gonna play a mystery game and you need someone who's actually gonna solve the mystery, I am a detective.
Sounds good.
I am your friendly neighborhood kitty kitty. Wait, it's not hot at all. Hmm? Earlier when Sai did this, Sekimeiya felt really hot for him. He even touched me with his sleeve. Now it's actually cold. It won't do anything right now. I wanted to test it, but I got close to Shiroya so that if it worked, the range would encompass her too. Perhaps it was a bad idea since nothing assured us we'd appear together, but it was better to try it like that. Without overthinking it, I placed my entire left hand on top of the Sekimeiya. After a full second, nothing had happened. Yeah, it doesn't work. That's strange. Can you think of why? No, not at all. At least not if it stays consistent with the previous events. If the mechanics are completely random, it can just be that it takes a random amount of time until it starts to get hot. However, minutes after the Sekimeiya that Sai had in his pack turned white, it was already hot. I don't get it then. It's pretty confusing, yeah. It's pretty confusing, yeah! That feels like it's a feature of the writing. That it's designed to be confusing. Like, there are parts where it feels... Oh, fuck. Like it's meant to be confusing over all else. You know, aside from the obvious time travel, a lot of bizarre things keep happening around us, and someone with us is behind the whole thing. We put it in the main cabinet a few times, but they keep getting it out. The last time we saw the cabinet key was in the attic, but shouldn't we go back up just to see if it's still there? We should try to understand how it works. I think working on that is better than putting it back where it came from. So what do you want to do? This time, let's be the ones to hide it. Later, we'll be able to see if anything has changed and hopefully understand how it functions a bit better. We have a chance since for some reason nobody appears to be here. Are you sure the cameras are still recording? And we know every place where we can hide it. Is there someone we'll eventually look at? Regarding the cameras, I'm not sure we should worry. The culprit has been recorded plenty of times, and we'll be able to justify our actions if that ever becomes necessary. When it comes to hiding spots, I can think of a couple. Parody! Not you, Chrono. Are you here, Chrono? Like, I think you actually know we're gonna hide it. He hides it because you played the game.
Why do you always think that I played this game?
Didn't
It
you
was
watch?
Texas.
Oh,
It
but
was
didn't you?
Texas.
Oh, Taxes. Didn't you watch Taxes play the whole game?
He didn't play it. He watched someone play it.
Oh! Oh!
You
Oh!
watched the whole thing on YouTube.
Someone
Oh!
here played the game.
Oh! In that case, I think I said that because I thought Parody said you did. In that case, Parody, Chrono, Sylvie, where do you think he's gonna hide it? Like, the only thing I can think of is the
Cleaning room?
The only thing I can think of is the woman's restroom. We're in the cleaning room.
Oh.
The only thing I can think of is the woman's restroom. That's the only thing I can think of. Times we were trying to find the Sekimeiya, we only looked through this floor, and I believe every spot in the attic would also be easy to find. So we have... Oh, 2 suggestions. One said a
Wait,
computer
what?
tower. I saw screwdrivers in the attic. If we open up a computer tower and hide the Sekimeiya inside it, it's hard to think anyone will easily find it. It requires thinking about it and unscrewing every other tower until you find it. What the That's very clever, but it's also... What the fuck? That'd be a lot of hassle for us, so here's my better option, a locker. I thought of it earlier, the last key in Naomi's keyring. It likely belonged to her locker, given that every staff member has one, and the size of the key seemed appropriate for it. Wouldn't Kate have recognized it? Yeah, it's just like how he should have recognized the attic. We can try it. Hmm? I thought Mishuria would be more hesitant, and I'd been ready to abandon the idea, but she didn't oppose it. Given the purpose was to further understand the Sekimeiya, it was likely she was also hopelessly thinking about using it to rewrite our recent past. With that thought in mind, it was the first time we felt the countdown ticking along. The exit was presumably going to be unlocked fewer than 8 hours. And we still had to
You should
confirm
just take turns sleeping
what
and
time it
past
was.
8 hours.
Right? We only had those hours to understand what the rules were and that the Sekimeiya would ever be useful to us. Really? Are we really doing that? Our dead friend, we're going to you know, this whole can we save our dead friend thing would be way more better conversation to have if you'd actually tried to save Naomi. If you'd actually tried to save Naomi.
It's just a random girl they just met, though.
Right. But how can we know we can save our dead best friend if we can't save this random girl we just met?
True.
But the specter of the voice recorder haunted us. We found something that implied we'd been there for a whole month. For the first time, that sounded a bit desirable, as it would give us more time to comprehend what was going on and how to use the Sekimeiya. It was possible someone was angling to trap us for a month just to accomplish that, but I couldn't begin to imagine how the rest of the plan would unfold in that case. Serious question. How are you going to keep eating for a month? Like, this is a very serious and important question. If you're stuck here for a fucking month, how are you going to feed yourself? I like the song.
Cannibalism.
You know, IQ has a great recipe for breaded fingers. Would you try Hieda no IQ's breaded finger recipe? If you were stuck in a time loop with her? And she said,
If
hey,
I must.
would you like to eat Reimu's breaded hands? These are the hands you used to give me quadruple orgasms, but now I'm eating them because the taste of the hands is way better. My recipe was on Iron Chef, you know. Gordon Ramsay praised my breaded hand recipe. It is to die for. In Reimu's case, literally, because she bled to death when I cut her hand off. At the same time, the exit was going to open at some point, and the Sekimeiya would be exposed to the world. Supposedly, I'd been found 2 weeks prior on a nearby mountain, which had to believe that nobody had experienced its supernatural powers. But as I thought that, I recalled what I was also harmlessly holding in my hand. We entered B forward and with the first Naomi. I remember where the keys were, so I found them easily. 2 keys remained, the small one I wanted, and the one for the door in the first staircase. Door in the first staircase? I took the smaller one off the keyring, otherwise it was too large to keep in my person, and it might have made noise. Then we moved to the staff room. I inserted the key into the locker, and once again I've been correct about the purpose of a key. I'm pretty sure it'll work, if not for this locker, so let me find the right one. I inserted the key into another locker and attempted to turn it. Right, you did that. Good, it's this one. 2 compartments were inside, a small and empty one at the top, and a bigger main one that had Naomi's coat inside it. I placed the Sekimeiya in the smaller one and took the coat out. I felt through the pockets, but they were all empty except for a single handkerchief I left alone. I put the coat back inside, but was a bit disappointed that we hadn't found anything substantial, but I hadn't expected to. I closed the door and locked it with the key while Shiroya observed all my actions from the side. That's it then. At least there are no security cameras here, so we won't be seen hiding it. I know, that's good. By the way, regarding the card disappearing, I think it makes way more sense than that. What's really strange is that apparently nobody noticed the Sekimeiya after it fell. For example, when I touched the Sekimeiya, why did I teleport but not the cabinet? And why did my clothes teleport? I was stepping on my shoes, so they teleported. My shoes were stepping on the floor, so why didn't the floor teleport? The floor is connected to the world. Right? Good job, Irene! Similarly, the cabinet I was touching wasn't my possession, but the cart was in yours. Isn't that interesting? The cart is designed to be moved by whoever's holding it while the cabinet's on. That's why the simple act of touching the cart makes it What the f- No, I'm sorry. I have to. What the fuck is this shit? That sounds ridiculous, Atsuki. That's not what I imagined. That means the Sekimeiya somehow recognized that the cart was movable and the cabinet wasn't. Which is convenient for us, otherwise we would have made a bunch of other things disappear just because we were making contact with them. Remember the suitcase in the attic? Something similar must have happened. Naomi traveled holding it, so it traveled along too. We didn't find it strange at all since it's natural to imagine it happened. But your purse traveled both times when it was only touching your clothes. It has to be because it's recognized as part of your whole entity when you travel. But we didn't appear upstairs with the cart. Well, I had my purse. Right, so if the cart appeared somewhere else, that would indicate again that the location where we appear isn't determined by where we are when we touch the Sekimeiya. Otherwise, it would have appeared with us. The cart's gonna be somewhere on this floor. So if the cart appeared somewhere else in the position determined by where the cart was at another point in time, it should be easy to draw conclusions because it spent the entire time in the cleaning room. Okay, this part makes more sense. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. The card is on the crystal floor. QED. That's why I said that the Sekimeiya didn't disappear. Well, it was also part of the card. It was inside it, so it should have been part of what you were touching with your other hand. However, it remained in place, and it fell in the bucket that was beneath it, which didn't teleport as it wasn't attached to the cart. And just like we thought, the Sekimeiya can't go along with us. Pretty much, even though it's what allows you to travel in the first place, it should have been included in your possessions. That wasn't necessarily the case in the previous travels. I wasn't holding the cabinets in the same sense. The Sekimeiya must exclude itself when it comes to what makes it travel, and lastly, even if it had traveled, it's unlikely it would have appeared with it. Which is what I speculated happened with the Sekimeiya in size hip pack. Since the card didn't appear with us in the attic, the Sekimeiya probably wouldn't have either. I guess you're right. This clears a few things up. We should probably try to get an idea of what happened here, though. Yeah, the others should still be around. You know what I think how the hip pack thing worked? I think it's something intrinsic to the hip pack as a container. That's gotta be it, right? The hip pack is in some way recognized as a container. It is containing the Sekimeiya. Wait. Shit! Physics! Sylvie, are you here?
Physics?
Yeah. Like when you jump inside of a moving train, the air is moving the same speed you are. It's a physics thing. For you. Have you come to spend time with me, Fuyulomo? There's gonna be magical girls later. Fuyulomo, if you don't watch all night, you will miss magical girls. I would say magical girls in 2 hours. Yes, I think this thing is similar to the whole physics thing. Why is that when you jump inside a moving train, you land in exactly the same place?
Nothing.
It's physics. It's physics, bitch! Shadow, what the fuck are you talking about? Sylvie? Euthanasia.
Huh.
The start of the two bathrooms, and aside from Naomi's body, there was nothing there. Rapidly, we began to open every door to see if we could find anything we could easily spot was around. The Sekimeiya cabinet, as expected, was empty. Johnny! To cross to the opposite hall, we went through the lobby. Hello, Astral! Good job on 30. To cross the opposite hallway, we went through the lobby, knowing that the mechanical room was also on our way. Unexpectedly, our search came to an abrupt stop when we stepped into the large hall. People were next to the metallic shutter. We recognized them immediately. Irina, Akaro, and Kate were kneeling down next to the wall while Sai looked at them from above. As we opened the door, their heads tilted to meet our gazes. After a couple quiet seconds, Kate was the first to further acknowledge our presence. And stood up from the floor. He began walking towards us, and we did the same until we met in the middle of the room. Where were you? What the hell happened earlier? Well, the conversation started, we approached the others who had kept silent. Strangely, they were looking down again with unsettling expressions. You mean when Sai sneaked away? Right, we disappeared, and the sneaky man made us go back to the past again. This time we appeared in the attic. Oh, I see. Hey, see. After a strangely short response, we went over to the shutter. Something might have happened, as everyone else appeared quiet and unresponsive. I wonder why they decided to stay there, too. Did you search for us at all? Since there wasn't a question directed at anyone in particular, Sai decided to speak. We were in the attic, he said. Why didn't you come down sooner? We fell asleep and lost track of time. Did something happen? Where's Isla? I asked that instinctively, but I hadn't realized that Isla wasn't with them. Uh-oh. Anna, who I'd imagine would quickly answer, remained looking down at her lap, hiding her face from us. Strain filled my body, as that mere action made me imagine that something terrible could have happened. None of the others decided to respond either, instead shut their eyes before lowering their heads. Finally, I noticed their expressions were tinged with sorrow. Wait, is Isla dead?
No. No. Say it ain't so. Seriously.
A few unsettling seconds, Sai began to speak in a faint voice, uncharacteristic of the way he'd come across at any other time. Shrew and I, along with the others, seemed to still listen to the words that narrated what had taken place while we'd been sleeping 6 floors above. At the time Shrew and Natsuki disappeared from the cleaning room, Ariel and Isla, who were in the opposite hallway, saw Sai appearing from hallway C. As soon as they made eye contact, Sai's body visibly relaxed, as if he'd changed personalities in an instant. Yet, he began slowly walking to the two next to the event room who hadn't said anything yet. Without a care in the world, he was the first to ask a question. What's going on? Where did the others go? What? They went to find you since you disappeared all of a sudden. Why'd you do that? Hold up. I think we need to flag this narration.
Like on the fly.
There was that thing that we came here innocently, that's it. They use the word innocently a lot.
Yeah, the more you use that word, the more sus it becomes.
Atsuki in Undercurrent. That's 1-8. I myself don't suffer from memory loss or split personalities.
Wow. Reasonable.
I mean, we're getting size fucking testimony here, right? They seemed. And naturally, Irina didn't know how to react. Him and the others had made it seem essential to guard hallway A in case Sai went there before they could get to him. What do you mean? Are we gonna start searching for the We were gonna start searching for the Sekimeiya, so I went ahead first. What? Why didn't you tell us then? Didn't you go to hallway B? Yes, but I headed over here since it's a better place to start with. I was gonna tell you to come, but since you were looking at me weird, I wasn't sure if something happened. Those weren't very convincing words, but Irina didn't question him further. Mostly because Sai's own question couldn't. Where are the others? Taking aside the event room with a frown, Sai noticed a lack of other people. Didn't I just say they went? I noticed a lack of other people. Didn't I just say they went behind you? They're in hallway B. The door to the opposite hallway was open, and Akaro could be seen with his own frown, evidently ignoring the sound of their conversation. Sai said Akaro's name out loud, then a few seconds later, he turned his head to face them. Upon asking them what he was worried about, he let them know that Shiori and I had not yet left the cleaning room. Sai, showing the strongest reaction, approached the room holding out a conspicuous grunt. He opened the door and stayed still for some time. Then he entered the small space. Before the others had time to wonder what he was doing, he exited and told them it was empty. Akaro had a hard time believing it, stepped forward and became aware of the glaring contradiction within the room. The disappearing cart was not. Seeing his dumbfounded face, Irina and Isla got closer too. The four of them saw that not only had Shiori and Atsuki vanished from the room, the cleaning cart had too. The disappearing cart was nothing compared to everything that had already happened. Once the other three stepped in, they became aware of the cause. The Sekimeiya sat inside one of the few buckets that remained on the floor of the cramped room. It was Sai who questioned its status, as it somewhat contradicted a few things they'd concluded earlier. It was white instead of the gray color they thought it became after teleporting two people in a whole cleaning cart. Not much discussion was had. Up until then, they'd grown accustomed to Katei's voice, immediately constructing them to put the Sekimeiya back in its cabinet. It was the lack of those words that alerted them that Katei wasn't there. I think we need to differentiate between Sai narration and Sai speaking. Where's Katei? He followed you to hallway C. Me? Then why did he come up to the event room when we were in hallway A? Doubtful looks were the only answer. Sai, Irina, and Isla had spent a few seconds talking next to the door. Of course Katei should have been visible. Taking advantage of Katei's absence, they left their full focus from the Sekimeiya and left it where they'd found it, prioritizing finding him. All of them assumed that attempting to locate Shiori and Atsuki was futile, as they'd most likely teleported through time and were somewhere else entirely. Sai was the first to suggest to see. With Akaro in front and Sai in the back, the four left the room and saw the empty hallway C. The stairs presented the possibility of Katei moving upstairs, but the hallway A was the most likely option. Shiori and Atsuki should still be here, even if they traveled back in time. It should be that Katei took advantage of the situation to do something. Sai called out Katei's name while Akaro viewed the entire situation with suspicion, as he'd seen Sai in front of the cleaning room where the Sekimeiya turned out to be. He asked Sai why he disappeared earlier, which was answered the same way he justified his actions to Irina. They stopped in front of the stairs, and Sai sat as soon as he saw the other long, empty hallway. You all rushed too quickly to find me when I was only trying to move things along. And now this happened. We found the Sekimeiya already, at least. But now we have to search for 3 people, which is great. Just great. Sai began directing the others, with Atsuki and Katei gone. His demands met no resistance. His arrangement consisted of Aidina and Isla staying next to the stairs, with Lakara checking hallway B, while he looked at the hallway A rooms. This way the search wouldn't take more than 2 minutes. As he put that into practice, Sai continued yelling out Katei's name. He wasn't being drawn to the noise, so it felt that he wasn't nearby. Following a zigzag pattern, Akara and Sai met in the lobby. Well, the search wouldn't take more than 2 minutes. As he put that to practice, Sai continued yelling out Katei's name. He wasn't being drawn to. As they walked back to the starting point where Irina and Isla waited, one of the 4 of them knew that they were the only people on the floor. They could speculate on where Katei had gone off to. With the freeway to the other floors, he could have been anywhere. And even though they had quickly accepted that Shiroya and Atsuki had once again traveled through time, they should have reappeared by that point. Atsuki and Shiroya's actions weren't openly questioned. After all, everyone had assumed they'd found the Sekimeiya and touched it without malicious intentions. Really? Ha! She sat on the stairs. She was tired and had to bear the constant burden of bringing her daughter into danger. They were locked up in a huge building for murder, and the people she wanted to trust that had accepted that time travel was an ongoing factor they'd use to explain the mysteries pressing down on them. Mentally, she was exhausted. Ever since the first day they had found Naomi's body, she had been especially careful not to let Isla out of her sight or go off with anyone else. She simply couldn't fully trust them. From finding Naomi's second body onward, it was irrefutable that something unnatural was happening, but her only priority was her daughter's safety. Isla had been eager to go to what was supposed to be a routine event, but had morphed into something incomprehensible. Aidina couldn't imagine that someone would want to harm her, but the risk of being there at all gradually eroded any confidence she had in that notion. By taking a seat, she only wanted to show that she needed a short break before the search that inevitably followed. Her own daughter, however, didn't grasp that intention, as she suddenly walked off towards hallway A while the others watched her curiously. Sweetie, where are you going? With distress and concern lacing her voice, Aidina asked that question, looking up from the stairs. Isla turned around and saw her mother's face, which she found a bit tricky to decipher. Choosing... She continued walking and stopped next to room A5, the place where the gemstones had been stolen, the sole crystal room exposed to the smoke. Isla reached up to grab the doorknob and turned it to open her way in. From the stairs, 3 people looked at her, responding with ears saying very odd. As soon as they saw Isla entering the room, Aidina gave her up on her brief rest and stood. When she approached the room, she timidly called Isla's name. Once she was by the door, the 2 men started to approach behind her, intrigued by Isla's behavior. Isla left the door open, so Irina was the first one to see the interior, just as she remembered. It was dirtied by a purplish-black color. Almost no brightness penetrated the coating on the ceiling. The light leaking in from hallway C was the main source of illumination. It took her a second to spot Isla with how dark it was. She was putting all the force she could into opening up a cabinet. Unbeknownst to Irina, what would then occur would not leave her memories until they all faded away. Applying force with her 2 small arms, Isla lifted up the heavy cover of the cabinet, found deep in the room. To prevent it from closing, she leaned it on the wall. After that, she attempted to peek inside, but her short body didn't make it easy. With both hands, she grabbed the top of the cabinet and propelled herself upward to see inside it. Once her eyes made contact with what lay within the compartment, she'd uncovered a nightmarish scream tore through the room, terrifying Irina while she looked in the hallway. But that was only half of what she had to witness. Isla's face was hidden in the cabinet, so Irina was able to see her, made her confident look. Her confident look had shifted into an agonizing expression. Irina's mind reeled in response. As she began running to aid her daughter, she frankly questioned what the cause of such a horrible scream could be. Had it been physical pain or a reaction to something she'd seen? As Irina rushed inside, Islin's instinct told her to get out of the position she put herself in. However, due to jumping upward, the front of the cabinet had suspended her in midair, painfully pressing her into her stomach and preventing her legs from reaching the floor. The only way she could move was by leaning forward. Next to the door... Did Isla get cut in half by a cabinet?
Oh no.
That's crazy.
What the fuck? Irina's senses all perceive the same thing.
That's
Isla, in her
fucking
helpless
brutal.
state, inclined forward and fell inside the cabinet. Only the sound of her body landing was audible, as no yell came out. Like the curtain falling after a play, the impact made the lid fall, shaken out of its precarious balance. Irina let the crime in as fast as she could. Meanwhile, Sai and Akara looked on from the door. When Irina reopened the lid, she leaned in, she finally saw that the ominous cabinet contained nothing. Irina didn't see anything but the 5 faces of the cabinet, covered by a velvet texture that, while untainted by the smoke, appeared due to the lack of light. She stood still where her... Told you, Cole! Oh, her heart took off. Then she snapped and began to feel its walls.
What the fuck?
No, I get it. Here we go.
Oh. So is this, are you thinking this is the point at which Isla traveled back in time or something?
Forward.
Forward? Oh.
A month.
Holy shit.
What do you hold it? This is a... I find it hard to believe that the word ideas, plural, has not been used before walls of glass. What was walls of glass? Akaro, 123. I am okay. We are going to do the Magical Girl game later. And like I would say about maybe 90 minutes? If you like to see Magical Girl detectives, told you call. So yes, from Hidden Cliff, she has been teleported. I'm gonna find anything. She desperately looked around the cabinet in case she'd misinterpreted what happened. Akaro and Sai, both bewildered, had arrived just in time to corroborate that Isla's lower body had fallen inside. They stepped in while Irina's next reaction was to open up the adjacent cabinets in hope of a hidden connection. Within all of them, only the contents were a handful of gems. As the wordless commotion continued, Sai moved towards the cabinet Isla had fallen into. He looked inside for a few seconds and verified with his own eyes there was nobody inside. Just as Irina had done, he couldn't suppress the need to reach in, attempting to find a hidden passageway. He had felt the entire interior, and once he was done, he stood back up to gesture at Akara that Irina was right, there was nothing there. They turned back to Irina, who'd gone completely immobile. Every cabinet had been opened and closed. She was leaning against the last one without the strength to look up. Before the others had the light, she spoke with a nearly broken voice. Hey, wait, where did she go? She could have disappeared. In their circumstances, that normally sensible claim had no basis. Of course, she could have disappeared if such a thing had already happened multiple times. The real question they had to ask themselves was how. Sai and Akara knew that, but they didn't reply, and they would find appropriate words. Tell me, something must have happened to her. It has to do with this teleportation you two keep talking about. What happened? I think there's actually something really important. Really important that just happened here. Can you guess what really important thing just happened here that isn't being mentioned? Parody, Chrono? What is
No
the
idea.
really important subtext of this scene? There is something actually critically important. Like, critically. Anybody?
There's
Sylvie?
Sekimeiya near where she disappeared. I'm noting. At least not that I've seen mentioned.
She went straight for this cabinet.
Hmm. Oh.
She knew the Sekimeiya would be here.
Hmm.
She really, really wanted to touch the Sekimeiya.
Ah.
Hmm.
Right. Hmm. That's interesting. Isn't it?
We're putting that part of the sentence in red and this part in green. Hmm. I'm gonna put that she knew it would be here in red text. Dude, that is the only way to explain what we just saw is that she knew 100%. Directly involved to occur. Despite that, they found it in the cleaning room and left it there. Furthermore, Atsuki's explanation earlier of the range emitted by the Sekimeiya couldn't explain what had occurred, as nobody else had disappeared along Vizsla. And even though it seemed of less importance, there was one last thing without an explanation. Isla's scream. She let out a terrifying cry as soon as she looked into the cabinet. However, Anna had immediately looked inside and seen nothing. Sai and Akaro told all about the Erina, who at this point hadn't completely considered the full implications of the paranormal events she had witnessed. They wanted to reassure the Erina that even though Isla had somehow disappeared, she had gone to the past and was safe somewhere else. Anna knew that what happened couldn't be immediately answered, so she rushed to find Isla, hoping they would reunite soon. They had a whole building to search through and no guarantee that Isla was still in it. At the same time, a part of Erina was still trying to understand why Isla had suddenly walked up to that cabinet. She tried to comfort herself when she remembered the recording they had heard in the attic since. In the worst-case scenario, it told her that Isla was going to be safe in a month. For the first time, Edina viewed it as a failsafe instead of one of the worst possibilities. Hey! The game even addresses this! Nice! Only 3 people who were part of the group still remained on the crystal floor. They wanted to urgently find Isla, whose vanishing had suddenly generated the first real instance of chaos since the state started their imprisonment. They had confirmed that the Sekimeiya hadn't moved from the cleaning room, and their rushed search began. They continuously yelled Isla's name, hoping that she would appear before them. Even as a single disappearance hadn't yet been linked to direct danger, Erina's nerves were shot, which is why they went through the whole building as fast as they could. Having recently gone through the bottom floor, they were done with it swiftly. The elevator should have been disabled in the attic, so their search continued through the stairs. Emitting clear desperation, they hastily looked at the rest of the building, yelling for Isla. Once they finished, the result took a bit of time to sink in. Not only had they not found Isla, but Kate, Shiroya, and Atsuki hadn't been drawn to their yells neither. As they thought the elevator was still open, they chose not to re-enable it yet. With a much slower pace and devoid of energy, they headed downstairs, surrounded by the haunting silence. Aidina's thoughts kept returning to the recorder, which she could no longer make Sai listen to, even if she wanted to, as it had disappeared along with Isla's purse.
That shit.
The crystal floor was just as empty as before. None of them knew what to do, so they lethargically walked to the lobby. Before them was the immutable shutter preventing them from escaping and obtaining help. Aidina leaned against it while the other two stayed still, imagining how much Aidina was suffering. Being faced with the precarious disappearance of her own child, they had chosen long ago not to say anything unnecessary. For a while, they stayed there, powerless against the confusing reality, hoping that waiting would lead them somewhere. They knew where the Sekimeiya was, but without Kate, dealing with it seemed far from their priority. It appeared impossible that it had been related to Isla's disappearance, but no other explanation existed. Out of the blue, they found themselves alone in a huge building with 2 identical corpses after 4 people had vanished. The sounds had continued uninterrupted since they'd set foot on the crystal floor, but now the 3 of them were thinking about drastically different things. It was an outside sound that finally breached the empty air coming from hallway A. They immediately lifted their heads, the door had been left open, so they all rushed to see if they could identify the origin of the sound. They did so easily. Kate's figure was in the middle of the whole wide floor, his shoulders slumped, and as soon as they saw each other, Kate hurried over to them. Where did you go? We searched for you. Sai shot the first question, the immediate answer that came left the 3 of them unsatisfied. I don't know. I think I experienced what Atsuki said, the teleportation. I've been searching for you. Nah, that's cap. I've been searching for you? Fuck you! Where were you? No, I want to hear your search path.
Right?
I'm sorry. I'm putting that in yet unless I get a better explanation, that's going in yellow. That brief explanation was all they got. As the next thing that came out of his mouth was the question they'd known would come. Where are Isla, Atsuki, and Shiroya? Yeah, no, sorry. I'm not gonna take I was searching for you. I want to hear, okay. When Atsuki disappeared, he said, I went through the fucking floors. I looked for everyone. We got kind of concrete where we were. Not just, I was searching for you. Kate looked through the door and saw the empty hall, 3 faces lowered in front of him, communicating what had occurred. Akaro, briefly knowing how hard it was for Irina to hear those words, chose to speak and briefly explain the recent events. It was a lot of information to take in for Kate, and it was the only thing that had only made everything that recently happened more confusing. Despite that, he had a few thoughts that he chose to keep to himself. I see, I'm sorry, but I have no clue what happened to any of us. You said you searched the building, right? The others nodded. They told him where Isla, Atsuki, and Shiroya disappeared from, and so he began walking to where they'd last seen Isla, as that part of the story was what he least understood. They all entered A5 and were hit by the memory of Isla's body falling into the looming void. They'd lowered every lid before leaving, so Sai pointed at the one in question. Kate approached it, finding it hard to believe that nothing had been found inside. He completely denied the thought of any opening or passage within the cabinet, so he wanted to see if he could get a good idea of what happened, or if he could reinforce what he believed had truly occurred. He gripped the lower part of the lid with his right arm and lifted it. As soon as the smallest gap appeared, he peeked inside. Even though it was very little light, he frowned. As soon as he continued revealing the cabinet, that frown only shifted into a much darker expression. Once he was done, he could only gesture at the others to see with their own eyes, as he couldn't bring himself to say the words out loud. Hearing his faint but trembling voice, Irina ran up to see what he'd seen.
What? Isla corpse? No. Yeah.
That's what happened.
Guess so, yeah.
When she saw the body of her daughter lying face up, her mind broke. All her thoughts were defied. Isla looked almost like she was sleeping, but the lack of her chest rising made Irina feel the worse. Not thinking, she reached inside. As soon as she felt Isla's skin, she gave out and collapsed into the cabinet. creating a sight reminiscent of the fact the last time Isla had been seen. She had felt no trace of life, only a cold piece of flesh with texture far from the one she recognized as her daughter's. While the others stared with pity, Erina didn't move, her sharp cries piercing the air. The recording which she had begun to see as proof of his hope became an impossibility. After some time, Kate looked inside the cabinet again while everyone kept an eye on him. He didn't see anything else. Isla rested alone in the space she disappeared from. The others knew how heartless it was to attempt to solve what had happened right away, but nobody could help but think about how little sense it all made. Isla had disappeared from an empty cabinet and reappeared inside it like... I know what happened! No, I don't. I have a theory, but it makes no fucking sense. A third death had surfaced, and this time, someone who'd been with the group from the start was the victim. Once again, a number of questions came along with it, but no answers, not even the cause of death. Regardless, the unfortunate reality was that a mother had lost her child on what should have been an enjoyable day which had transfigured to an inexplicable nightmare. The rest of them verified that Isla was no longer alive, and when they were hit hard by such a tragedy, they knew they couldn't begin to imagine what Adrian was feeling. They exchanged looks without interfering with her, her body trembling as she hid her face. Eventually, she stood up abruptly and bolted out of the room, briefly displaying her tormented expression. Adina had left due to her recollection of Naomi's death. A killer was nearby and managed to remain unseen. Even though she couldn't begin to take in what had happened, she understood her life had warped into something terrible, regret her only companion. She took advantage of that last moment of strength she had within herself and used it while adrenaline had still at her. Frantically, she opened every door in the hallway. Then she looked in every through every cabinet in case the killer had brazenly hidden in one. Her thoughts on the matter were clear, and she knew who to suspect. Kate, Atsuki, and Shiroya could have been responsible in some way. However, as soon as she entered the huge and overwhelming lobby, her body gave out under the full weight of her daughter's death. She wouldn't be able to find her killer, and most likely, she would never begin to understand what had happened to her. Suffering from the ultimate feeling of emptiness, she slumped on the wall and slowly slid to the ground. Sai, Akaro, and Kate, upon noticing the sound of Adina's movements had abruptly faded, walked to the lobby and saw her sitting on the floor ahead. They approached her slowly and remained at her side. Bye, Chrono. A loud noise resonated through the entire floor, and they understood what it had been. The cabinet still had fallen when nobody had been looking, sealing Isla inside while also letting her rest peacefully. Nobody chose to leave the lobby. They knew that gravity, a simple law of the universe, had closed Isla's coffin by itself. However, they didn't know the true consequences the sound had brought, and spent the time unaware until the hallway B door opened.
Wait, what? So they really thought it just closed on its own?
For real?
Apparently.
Sai finished summarizing what had happened, avoiding explicit words that had hurt Erina even more. It was way too much to take in, and it revealed that we'd slept for longer than we'd thought. As I looked at Erina, who hadn't raised her head since we'd entered, I saw the wet stains in her lap that I'd missed before. Shiroya looked crushed. She couldn't believe that such a sudden and tragic story had unfolded while she slept. I began to feel guilty about my recent actions, which I'd taken in ignorance. Good job, Atsuki! You're so focused on your dead friend that...
And now we have a dead child.
Yeah! Good job, Atsuki. I didn't know what to say, so I just stood there, repelling the thought that You hid the Sekimeiya! Isla is no longer with us. I felt terrible for her and Erina, but also unimaginably pissed off. And instead of having the chance to mourn privately, Erina had to spend hours locked up with us, not understanding how or why her daughter had passed away. It was a bad idea, but I asked regardless in a quiet voice. Can I go see? Sai nodded hesitantly, as it wasn't his decision. Shiroya must have been horrified at the thought of seeing Isla with her own eyes. I didn't want to see her either, but I wanted to understand what had happened more than anything. It was the least we could do. I didn't know how to act, only that we were attempting to comfort Erina was foolish. We told her how sorry we were as soon as Sai mentioned Isla's death, but that had been it. Before I could move, Erina stood up and looked at us. Although she didn't have the strength to speak, she breathed while wiping her face and walked towards hallway A. She needed to know what occurred. Many things stood out, starting with Isla's behavior. She had gone to that cabinet by herself without explaining why, so there had to be something important there. Then her yell upon seeing its contents. Given how Isla had found the cabinet empty, it seemed possible to conclude what Isla had witnessed, her own body. and even though the Sekimeiya had been in the cleaning room, there was a chance two existed. If Isla's disappearance had been caused by the Sekimeiya, it was possible she had seen a human body. It would have warranted her scream, and the humans were all that the Sekimeiya seemed to make travel. Maybe there had been someone in the cabinet and they disappeared at the same time as Isla. Isla's dead body. However, I kept in mind what Shiroya and I had just discussed. If falling into the cabinet made Isla touch what was inside, she might have traveled with it if it had become something she possessed, for lack of a better term. If that was what had happened, the source of the range had to have been outside the cabinet, or else the Sekimeiya would have remained inside it. If the range came from the Sekimeiya in the cleaning room, aiding it by the entrance to room A5 should have traveled as well. Sayonara saw Isla falling into the cabinet. I'm trying to make sense of this, but it's kind of ridiculous. There's something important that needs to be said here. Like, really important. And this says a lot of things about all of us, okay? Let's say there are parallel timelines, right?
Mhm.
One of us is morally capable of murdering a child.
Sure.
This means one of us is in.
But do you think she could have died from other means?
That's a good question.
But what other means?
Crystal floor adjustment shows so Kate's range had encompassed the whole cabinet. It might have come from floor 2. If the range went through solid objects and Kate was above the room, the ceiling was no obstacle. No. It can't, because you know what? Wait! A5! Oh! No, A5 can absolutely come from inside the third partition. In fact, my third travel suggested the range could go through solid objects. The Sekimeiya had been in the cleaning cart I'd been picked up too. So if the Sekimeiya was the nucleus of the range, the cart's walls should have prevented me from traveling. It's a cart! The cart's in open space. After Isla's disappearance, the group searched through the whole building and didn't find Kate. If he'd activated the travel from floor 2, he could appear on the crystal floor, escaping the search. However, it was important to note that they never found me and Shiroya, so their search wasn't perfect. That theory explained Kate and Isla's disappearances, along with the lack of the Sekimeiya in the cabinet. Would it mean that it was all just a very unfortunate coincidence, though? Isla had found something peculiar about the cabinet, and there had been something frightening inside it. We were all in front of it, since no one else was going to step in. I walked forward. I was afraid and worried about how Isla would look. I needed to find something that hinted at what happened. I began raising the lid while everyone kept their eyes slightly diverted from me. I carefully leaned it on the wall so it wouldn't close again. Then I looked inside, hoping that the dim light would prevent the sight from being too harsh. But wait, this isn't what you said. What is it? Sai, thinking I'd accused him of lying, walked forward while everyone else frowned. As soon as he looked, he understood what I meant. I don't get it. Why is this? They all got closer, then they saw Isla resting face up with her knees folded. However, my own tiny wish had been denied by the Sekimeiya beside her, emitting a faint light which illuminated her more than I wanted. It shouldn't be here. I haven't gone to the cleaning room myself, but I'm certain when I saw her, there was nothing else here. I didn't find it appropriate to blame them for leaving the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet since Isla had disappeared, but none of us could have moved it. Yes, I'm sure the Sekimeiya wasn't here when we left. I'm sure we hid the fucking Sekimeiya! Anna, who had been the only one to refrain from looking, gave a small nod when our eyes left. There's no way to get out here by itself. Kate left the room as he gestured us for us to follow. Naturally, he was going to the cleaning room, so Shiroya and I instinctively looked at each other, knowing how that would end. What the? Oh right, you said the cleaning cart disappeared after our travel. This is too much. Does it simply not exist anymore? We'd hidden the Sekimeiya, but admitting it was pointless, as it had nothing to do with Isla's death and only would make us extremely suspicious. I made sure to communicate my stance on it by Shiroya by appearing to be surprised. It's not here. We left the Sekimeiya in this bucket. What then? Did it teleport to Isla? Listen, Natsuki, I don't want to throw out useless accusations right now, but you understand that you and Shiroya are the only two people who could have moved it, right? That's not true. Someone who came from the future could have done it too. You're right, but assuming that didn't happen, it could have only been you two. Itay could have taken it as well, but he couldn't have left it in the cabinet. This is the first time you've seen the cleaning cart gone, right? You came to the lobby from hallway B. So did you not explore these rooms? Why did you go straight to the lobby? Understanding what you told us is that you two spent. Atsuki, you're a dumb fuck. As you spent all the time asleep in the attic. Despite this, you weren't found. You didn't find Kate either, so you obviously didn't do a great job. And you were in a rush, so you kept yelling Isla's name while quickly looking. I bet you didn't look at the upper levels of the bedrooms, which is where we were. Since we were asleep, we didn't hear you. And yes, we found it unlikely you'd be in a crystal room. So our first instinct was to go to the event room and then to the lobby. Forgive me, but I find this hard to believe. You came from hallway B, which is unneeded for what you're saying. In fact, since you knew the Sekimeiya had been in the cleaning room, which I find the most believable is you came here straight away. Just admit it. No, serious question. Why are we lying still?
That's a very good question.
Okay, lying is not helping us with anything. Yes, lying does make us look like admitting we lied that hit it made it look suspicious. But I think we need to verify that the Sekimeiya is in the cabinet. So I had to go to the bathroom after sleeping, so we took holiday afterwards. Both of you? Yes, does it matter? If I'm not misremembering, there's a corpse covering the entire floor of the men's room. Does it bother you? Don't be stupid. I used the other one too! Good answer. I admittedly missed it, but Cyrus stopped talking as he started to feel very disrespectful. I wasn't sure if he was accusing us of hiding the Sekimeiya or of being involved in Isla's death. I didn't have to say it, but I'd been ready to claim that if we'd hid in Isla's cabinet, we would have appeared from hallway A. Well, no matter how, the Sekimeiya moved from here to the cabinet. I don't know why a culprit would do this. You know, I think this is important. We should actually go check Naomi's locker. Shiroya, you're a dumb... not Shiroya. Atsuki. You're kind of a dumb fuck. I just need to say this again. Atsuki, you're kind of a dumb fuck.
Well, not every protag can be as smart as Rover.
Right? God, I love Rover as a protag, you know?
Right?
What makes sense about me? The culprit. Wait. You didn't find out what happened to Izzo was someone's fault, and the one who orchestrated everything deliberately. I wasn't so convinced about that, so we moved again to where Izzo lay to determine an important fact, the cause of her death. We left the lid uncovered. As I peeked inside, I saw the Sekimeiya was still present. It was white and emitted a bit of light around itself. I covered my hand with my sleeve and reached in to grab it. I anticipated the depth of the cabinet. My fingers brushed the Sekimeiya, causing it to roll in contact with Isla's face. Frowning, I retrieved it properly and stepped straight. Remember we thought about Naomi? That maybe the Sekimeiya replicated her dead body? Well, I accidentally knocked it into Isla's cheek. And given that the Sekimeiya is still light, and I wasn't picked up by any range, it's unlikely anything happened. Is it hot? Slightly, yes. Really, it was almost hot enough to hurt, but I didn't feel like indulging sigh. So I didn't know what to do with it. I made my way to the event room and put it in the cabinet. I explored the possibility of activating it myself, but I discarded it quickly, as it was clear that we didn't truly know how it worked, and a death that seemed to have been closely tied to its mechanics had just taken place. Going back, I met Katay in the hallway. I went to grab this from the security room. It's a little flashlight I use to move around the floor when the lights are off. It should be helpful. Skill issue. No, that's a skill issue. You need a flashlight to move around when the lights are off? Sylvie, do you need a flashlight to move around when the lights are off?
No.
There's a word for this. Skill issue.
Skill.
Yes.
Ah, what a fun phrase. Yeah. It's cute.
Yes. I see it well. Once I returned, I showed the light to Erina, letting her know it would help us examine Isla in the cabinet. Erina, are you okay with this? If you prefer, we can wait until the police investigate. I do want to see if there's anything to find and learn what happened, but I can understand if you want us to hold off. No, go ahead. Okay. If nothing else, it was good to see that she didn't strongly suspect us of being responsible, even though it seemed that only Shiroi and I could have had the chance to move to Sekimeiya. Based on the story Sai told us, it should have also been possible for Sai, Akaro, and Katay to be working together and to put the Sekimeiya there themselves, but I considered it far from likely. I stepped forward again. My intention was not to touch Isla directly, even though I'd appreciated the lack of proper illumination earlier. I was about to use the light myself, but it made me uneasy, but the darkness could easily obscure something vital. As soon as I turned it on, the flashlight proved to be potent. I illuminated the entire room, and for the first time we clearly saw the walls and the ceiling looked like. They could almost be called disfigured, but nothing else stood out. So I moved to the cabinet, and aside from Irina, who remained by the door, the rest got closer too. I could clearly see Isla's hauntingly peaceful face. It was overwhelming, and for an instant I thought I'd suddenly wake back up in the attic. However, apart from that, the result wasn't what I expected. The cabinet wasn't concealing anything from us. In fact, the interior was exactly as it appeared. Not a single drop of blood had stained it, and there was no hint from the way Isla had lost her life. For the first time with a slight frown, I reached my hand to touch her. However, any dots I had were wiped away by contacting her lifeless skin. Even though nothing had indicated how it happened, Isla was not alive. How had the leap from life to death happened, I had no good guess. I spoke in a faint voice so that Irina couldn't hear me. 2 weeks prior, a death had destroyed my life, but that was almost minuscule compared to how Irina must have felt. If I had my answers for her, they need to be certain. I can't know what happened to her just by looking. There's no blood at all. It reminds me a bit of the second Naomi. So physical damage wasn't the cause, unless brain damage from a blow didn't leave a wound. It could have been poisoning. You think someone had a chance to poison her in a situation like this? I'm just keeping my options open. I don't know. If someone did this to her, sure, but in terms of natural deaths, not many things would apply. Children don't really have their hearts suddenly fail very often. The Sekimeiya was involved in some way, so we had to think more out of the ordinary causes. Yeah, what if traveling is what caused us to begin with? When she disappeared, she traveled through time and appeared somewhere else. And if she couldn't have existed at that point, it's possible she appeared in this state. Even though she reminds me of the second Naomi, this body had a head wound. I can't see any such thing here, though. What else would leave her in this state? Starvation, for example? Well, she would have died of dehydration before starvation, and that has effects on the skin. I gently pinched Isla's cheek,
Starvation does too.
lightly pulled it, then released it. Squishy. You know what? Okay, I'm not gonna say what I'm about to. What I was just thinking. We could stuff her and sell her as a real doll.
God.
It's just like Sai said. I'm leaving my options open. I'm channeling my inner Sai. You know, totally amoral and sociopathic. If someone is dehydrated, their skin isn't very elastic. I don't see anything here indicating it here. It looks normal. Also, she'd have to spend a pretty long time in here. Definitely more than a day. What about asphyxiation? Someone could easily do that since she's a kid, but there's no marks on her neck. No, I mean, asphyxiation within the cabinet. It doesn't seem very large, so that could have happened. I doubt it. It's true that something was up with the cabinet, but that'd require her to spend a long time inside. There's no reason why she wouldn't have gotten out. That would take a lot less time than dehydration, but it's still considerable. What if she was asphyxiated with a bag? I am doing well. Like, there's a monocle emoji? Let's say she couldn't escape, though. The way she'd die would be from carbon dioxide intoxication, not from the lack of oxygen. Even in a small space like this, I think it takes 6 or 7 hours. Maybe even more since a child would breathe less. It was far less than 7 hours ago when we last looked through the room in these cabinets. Right, the way this happened, we can't tell if it's a homicide or an accident caused by the Sekimeiya. She most likely traveled to the past, but even if she spent that time in the cabinet, it wouldn't have been far enough to kill her. And since Anna wasn't picked up by the travel, it's likely she didn't go very far back. There's another reason I believe something like that had happened, and it was Isla's yell. If she traveled to the past and spent time in the cabinet, it meant that Isla screamed because she saw her own body. However, that same travel would have made 2 bodies travel back, multiplying the number every time, and that couldn't be right. It also meant the body she saw was alive. Wait, what? Well, I just said replayed in my mind. Probably 6 or 7 hours would have needed for her to suffocate inside the cabinet. This time could be cut in half if 2 Islas had been in the cabinet breathing twice as much air. Nonetheless, if that was completely off the mark, there was no other possibility except a bizarre homicide, which is one of the most unnerving thoughts that could come to me. I have no idea why the Sekimeiya appeared here. You're sure it wasn't here before you left, right? Yes, we checked around her. Then something else happened that put it here. If someone brought it deliberately, that was the culprit. Who needed it for whatever happened? Who needed it for whatever happened? If not, then it means the Sekimeiya can teleport on its own. Maybe that's why we didn't find it when Isla disappeared. The Sekimeiya she traveled with also teleported. Yes, but if that's it, it would have appeared with Isla's body, not later. I continued looking at her face, looking for slight traces of pain present behind its seeming serenity. A few hot tears stung the corner of my eyes. The peaceful appearance she had was a cruel joke, nothing more. Although I kept trying to reach a conclusion, everything was too broad and nebulous to definitely conclude anything. At my side, Shiroya hadn't taken her eyes off Isla. She hadn't spoken in a while. Eventually we turned around. Anina was right by the door, looking at the ground. I couldn't imagine what her thoughts were, but we let her know the gist of what we determined. We'd accepted what we said with almost imperceptible nods. We didn't know what else to do, but as we were about to leave, she stepped into the room and walked to Isla again. I wasn't sure why until I saw her staring inside and crying again. We silently watched her, understanding how excruciating the sight. I don't know what I'm supposed to take notes of here. That's the problem. When she was ready, she stood up straight and approached us. We only know her a few hours, but I felt the most sincere pity for her. Excluding Naomi, Isla was the second death I'd had to directly face. If the past 2 weeks hadn't drained me like they had, I probably would have been unable to control my emotions. I recalled the recording that told us Isla would be alive in a month. How to treat it, I had no idea, but it ironically became a last hope. Did we check her bag? Could the Sekimeiya have the power to bring a person back to life? It wasn't that crazy of a thought depending on how it worked, so the recording coming true at the cost of spending a month in the tower was the best case scenario. If one thing was certain, it was that some kind of plan existed behind it. Out of everyone here, the recorder had appeared inside Isla's purse. Not only that, but the audio on it was downright bizarre. In a few hours, at 2100, we'd have a much better understanding of its veracity. Although we hadn't checked, it was very likely that within that mysterious cabinet, still inside Isla's purse. You should check! After giving the flashlight back to Kate, he brought it back to the security room. Once again, we moved to the lobby due to its proximity to the outside world and how spacious it was. Shiroya, Kate, and I sat on the couch. There were chairs next to the reception desk, but everyone else chose to sit on the floor in silence, leaning against the wall. Every speck of motivation within me had been crushed. Well, I wanted to know what was going on even more. I only had the energy to think of myself. I was almost sure that two Sekimeiyas existed, and one had been the source of Isla's death. I still held the key to the other one. My intent was to eventually check on that Sekimeiya we had, so I had to eventually decide what to do regarding that. We were all sitting down, letting time pass and waiting for a release. If I didn't do anything, it was possible the police would find the key on me, giving away that I'd been the one to hide the Sekimeiya. I would have to discard it before it was too late. I could see Shiroya next to me, staring at the tiles. She'd still been trying to accept me as death. Naomi's had surely made things worse, and Isla, who had taken a liking to Shiroya fairly quickly, was gone too. The best thing I could do to her was to let her process it. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Unlike 2 weeks ago, we'd seen Isla's dead body, meaning that using the Sekimeiya to prevent her from death was almost certainly impossible. Despite that, it would probably still be useful to understand what had happened if we used it to go back to the past. When the past be changed, there are many different ways the universe could work. Upon traveling, would the timeline live and change instantly? If so, the person who traveled would be the only one aware of the change, and everyone else would only have memories of the new timeline. I'm annoyed, you know that? I am actually annoyed.
Yeah.
By the way, Parody, I would actually kind of like to hear your thoughts here. You are the more experienced visual novel player. This is my first visual novel ever, you know? Dona second.
Wait, seriously?
This is my first visual novel ever.
Wow.
Dona is second, and Magical Girl Witch Trials is third.
Okay.
So yes, like, I don't know many of conventions of the medium. I would actually find your thoughts enlightening on the event. I know you said you don't talk very much, but this is one of those things where I feel like I do feel like I would want your input on what's going on. Because I'm not even sure what I should be taking notes of here, because so much of this, there's like so much that feels like noise, for lack of a better word. You know how in Akagi he describes certain tiles as noise? So much of this feels like
Not
noise.
familiar, but go on.
Another way would be that once you travel and change the past, a new flow of time is created with that change. In that case, the original world would continue without being affected, and the person who had traveled would stop existing in it altogether. But it doesn't seem like the Sekimeiya allows for either one. We travel to the past, to the very same timeline, and don't change anything. Yet the travels do allow for occurrences to happen that we've already experienced before traveling. Atsuki, did you actually try to save Naomi?
No.
You hesitated. You actually hesitated.
Like a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
So the only VN I've ever like really had to take notes on was, well, not me personally, but when I was streaming it, was Insomnium Files Nirvana Initiative.
I've been still meaning to play Insomnium Files. That's the detective one, right?
Yeah. But the
Is-
thing is, it's most of them are not complicated for the sake of being complicated like
That's
this.
that's what I think this is the critical flaw here. This is complicated for the sake of being complicated. Like it's trying to be like Ever 17 and Remember 11 and all these other things, right? Like 999. I can see that it's drawing inspiration from the way these things are complicated. Like, okay, the only one I know is 999. That's the only one I know. 999 and Virtue's Last Reward, which I have deeply spoiled myself on with TV tropes. But yes, I can feel the DNA of the Zero Escape series, but I feel like, is it just me, or is the dev trying to emulate these things without really understanding why these things worked?
I
Like,
mean,
this is my honest
it's not
opinion.
uncommon, sadly.
Well, the Uchikoshi VNs, they're not all about the mystery. The mystery is just one part of the VN that you enjoy.
This feels like the mystery is the centerpiece, right?
Yeah.
It's impossible to feel about this, but we're only in chapter 1. We'll see what happens when we go to chapter 2. But hours ago, I
Yeah.
tried to save Naomi. You did not try to save Naomi! I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to have to actually put your entire thing here. But also, I'm going to have to put the I tried to save Naomi
In yellow.
in yellow. You see, here's the problem. I'm sure that the door closing is not because the universe was stopping you. The door closing was because the door fucking closed. You hesitated and let her die. Even though it might have already been too late to save Naomi when I ran to the bathroom, I had already decided not to let her kill her escape. Even that was seamlessly denied. No, that was not being seamlessly denied by the universe. That was because the Sekimeiya was in the one of them had a Sekimeiya. We kept the Sekimeiya we last traveled with inside Naomi's locker. If we were lied about it sending us further back in time, the longer it wasn't cold, we might have been able to use it to go more than 2 weeks into the past. I knew nothing good would come from that, but at least seeing Mia again was a big possibility. However, the Sekimeiya hadn't appeared to work when we hit it. We just simply had to hope it would start working again before doing anything. To go back far enough, the time traveled couldn't be less than or equal to the time stored. I didn't think that was the case. If keeping the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet for 20 minutes resulted in a 20-minute travel, we couldn't go that far back. But if a minute stored resulted in a 30-minute travel, it could become possible, although we couldn't correspond to my 3 travel. I thought about something. Why had the Sekimeiya not worked when we stored it in the locker? Could the universe have prevented it from working? What if after traveling we would have been guaranteed to change what already occurred? Maybe the Sekimeiya would disallow any travel that was going to lead into an impossibility. Once more, a thought led back to the recorder that informed us that we spent mine and Shioria's birthdays in the tower. If it came true, we could possibly destroy the Sekimeiya for 30 days, granting what would surely be a massive time travel. Can I say something? I feel like this is bad.
That he really wants to try to
Yeah.
go back to the past to save Mia.
I feel not just I feel like that this whole thing, let's let the Sekimeiya sit forever.
Yeah, that feels like it has a lot of ways to go bad, and relatively few ways to go good. Huh?
We know that this thing gets hotter and hotter, right?
Oh, but
We don't know the implication of letting it get too hot. This is a mountain town, right? So in theory, this thing has just been here, just looming in the mountains, frozen. When Joe was in the future to bring it to us. It appeared inside Isla's purse, but she couldn't have been the one to bring it back since she was dead. Yet somehow it also seemed to prove that she would also be alive in a month. And to top it off, the recorded voices of Sai and Akao sound pretty surprised to see her. I got a bit dizzy, but just what was the reality of it all? It had to be related to Isla's mysterious friend. Someone in that silent room with me could have had the intention to trap us for an entire month, potentially so they could achieve a very far travel. As I thought about it, it cemented more and more how important it was to fully understand the Sekimeiya. Though the person responsible had to be around us, it was possible they hadn't thought of it yet, since Anina and Shiria had heard the recording. I found it unlikely that either of them could be the one to eventually cause that outcome. If they did, their idea of staying for more than 1 month would have originally coming from hearing the recording, just like how I thought of some of its benefits. You know what? I'm reading this and all I can think of is, ugh, kill yourself. I feel genuine annoyance.
yeah, if
Genuine!
you swap this pro tag out for Rover, I swear that would fucking blaze through this.
Right.
Like fuck. Like Rover would probably have this shit solved.
Yes.
Meanwhile, this dipshit.
Hmm.
Eh.
Hmm. Hmm. So I was the one who was first presented the draft of the theory I was using. That the time the Sekimeiya spent outside the cabinet was what determined the amount of time travel. Yeah, but I figured that out before you two did. You guys suck. It was that fundamental motive of their extended imprisonment. Sai had the best candidate to suspect. He had never listened to the audio. However, the same recording also made it sound as if we'd been abandoned by the world outside, so it was potentially foolish to blame someone in the building instead. But the reality was that we were all most likely still sharing space with a murderer who'd killed anywhere from 1 to 3 times. That's the second Naomi was almost certainly a normal homicide. But I wasn't sure if it was this case with Isla. The culprit's actions had been linked to the Sekimeiya from the beginning, and they managed to escape us so far. It was strange how they'd known about the Sekimeiya's powers straight away, and it began to seem as if like they were from the far future. We could have all been in the middle of their process. All of us learned about the Sekimeiya's powers, and someone decided to trap us for an entire month and would actually accomplish it somehow. In the future, once required time passed, they would travel back and exist at the start of the day's events with a full understanding of the Sekimeiya. They would cause what they'd once seen, which meant at the moment a future version of us, one of us, existed somewhere. It was a paradoxical too, but depending on how they would replicate the events they'd experienced, it might have made sense. It was the first time I'd traveled to the past, so Shuria hadn't realized that I was from the future. What if we'd already found the culprit in one of our searches but didn't realize it? Could they have impersonated their past self at some point? Am I the only one getting annoyed with... You have a question. Parody, how smart are the protagonists of these? Are they typically this kind of... Well, I'm figuring it all out. Ah ha ha ha, I'm way smarter.
No, I wouldn't say most of the VN protagonists and mystery VNs are like exceptionally bright.
They are not like this guy, right?
No.
I kind of find Atsuki unrelatably clever. I think
Like
the
most of the VN protagonists are not thinking like a detective.
Yeah. Atsuki is, and I find it weird. Like, if there's someone who I expect to think like a detective, you know who I'd expect it to be? Sai. Sai seems like an evil kitty kitty. Would you marry evil kitty kitty?
No.
We had to trust that the fact that the person who traveled through the brought the voice recorder with them was still crucial. They certainly had a solid reason to do that. When I wanted to believe they'd come up with independently, not just because they previously experienced a reality in which the voice recorder was brought to the past. We wouldn't have food to survive, and there was no way Ashi and the police would abandon us. Or if the recording we'd heard would only occur in the future, there was one last thing that I had to consider. I believed that somehow it would be one of us who would trap everyone inside the tower for longer than we expected. But it sounded impossible. We possessed a Sekimeiya, which had powers we didn't know the extent of. It was likely that keeping the tower shut would be even hurt. Hypothetically, Just hypothetically. We can jump forward, right? Like we're pretty sure we can jump forward.
Mm-hmm.
I need to go check my notes. What if we're not actually in the tower for a month? I need to somewhere in my notes I made a reference. There we go. Akaro killed Naomi, then hid by jumping forward 20 minutes. Let's just say what if okay, hear me out. They're not actually in there for a literal month.
Mm-hmm.
Something goes wrong, and the Sekimeiya is just jumping them. Bam, 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 bam. Like 20 minutes, like, let's say what? 20 minutes? Because that seems to be the reoccurring theme. 20 minutes over and over and over and over. And let me also put another posit on this. I'm going to posit who causes this problem.
How do they know that they've been there for a month?
I think they know they're stuck in in this loop that the Sekimeiya keeps triggering and they can't stop it. I think they are, at this point, estimating how many times. But hear me out on what I think causes it. Atsuki and the Sekimeiya in the fucking locker. I think Atsuki just doomed the party like a dumb shit by lying about the locker. Inside, we had access to the computer that managed the security systems. Altering the alarm's functions was well within reach. Wasn't that simple, though? Wait. Hold up. It wasn't that simple, though. Even if one of us permanently locked the exit, the outside world would get us out in less than a month. And it would become a life or death situation. They said that blowing off the shutters wasn't viable. So there had to be something they could do if it came down to it. An underground passage, for example. There was no way shutters alone would keep us trapped for a month. After regarding the motive, I didn't think I was being unrealistic. It might have been to use the Sekimeiya in a specific way, but I don't think anything else. That we confirmed the time travel. There's something I remember when I was. There was something I remember when I was. There's something I suddenly thought of. I remember noticing a change I didn't properly update in the thread about Kate escaping. So
Escaping from.
instead of Akaro being the person who escapes through the hidden passage, I wrote down that Kate question mark. It's in here somewhere. The reason I'm thinking that is Akaro is still trapped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isla's not there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to hear me present the theory?
Sure.
Theory! That recording isn't our future. The recording is not our future. The
Whose
recording
future is it?
is this time-traveling doppelganger. That's the world Isla's time-traveling doppelganger came from.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, so we we know from the testimony that God, where was this? Where is this? I'm actually kind of excited about figuring this up. Does anyone know where in my notes? Can I actually search notes?
Yeah, that would be a great feature.
Yes.
That's kind of annoying that you can't search your own notes.
I know.
Right.
Because at some point I didn't update this like in the thread, but it's still in my notes. I updated this that the idea that Kate had escaped. So remember how I kept saying the we know from Isla's time traveling doppelganger that there was it God, what did we talk about that? What did we talk about that? Give me a moment. I'm looking for the phrase about Isla's time traveling doppelganger. Okay, I think Kate and Akaro are working together here. I think this is important to understand. Kate and Akaro work together on this shit. Kate and Akaro were accomplices. Kate, the heist would go like this. Kate enters through corridor B, cuts through the event room, steals the jewels from A5, exits through a hidden passage in the storeroom. Presumably, something happened in this timeline and it's locked. Like, something happened in this timeline and it's locked. So, in the original timeline, the one where the recording comes from, Kate does the heist, leaves. We're stuck in here. Something happens because of I'm guessing because of timeline interactions. Angela's not expecting to end up back in the tower. they're expecting Isla to be gone. Remember what I said? That Isla doesn't play, says we're not going to die, but also that Isla doesn't play out the end of the heist. She doesn't know, Isla's time-traveling doppelganger does not know how it ends.
Right.
So Isla's time-traveling doppelganger doesn't know that everyone gets stuck forever.
Hmm.
Okay, where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Nothing bad to happen. Believe me, there's no reason to be scared. And that's why Isla knew where it came, where the thing was. Isla's, that she told me something would happen, but not to worry. If we stayed calm in one place, nobody would be hurt. And she'd be able to see and touch the Sekimeiya.
Hmm.
3 boys, 2 girls, and they wouldn't be bad people. 3 boys.
Interesting.
What's this? Okay. Akaro. Remember how I said originally it was Sai Atsuki Kate? Let's switch that up. Sai Akaro Atsuki Naomi Shiroya.
Hazu.
Hello.
Sylvie.
The recording is from this timeline. But because Isla's doppelganger doesn't play out, she doesn't know the ultimate conclusion.
Peeks over to see what y'all doing. How you doing, Hazu and Sylvie?
I am doing okay.
Yeah, not really.
The reason I say time-traveling Akaro is because of the bathroom thing, but also because I feel like this is just a feeling. I feel like Akaro is of the most likely temperament to keep something like that secret. And regarding the motive, I didn't think I was being unrealistic. I'm gonna put
But
down the whole fucking
like
theory.
that's just the theory.
Let's posit this. You see, this is the the problem with making games like this is once in a while is okay. These games are designed for people like Parody, okay? No, I'm not saying any. I'm not trying to offend you, Parody. The games like this are designed for people like you. You know what they're not designed for?
No, I'm too dumb for this.
Exactly. They're like games like this. Remember 11 and 7. They're designed for laymen. You know what they're not designed for? They're not. What?
They're not designed for Hazus.
They're not designed for Kyoko Kitty.
True.
I was reading a review and they were saying that you either have to be a super genius or someone who's mildly masochistic to get through this VN.
Mildly masochistic.
I think I'm of the latter.
I think the modern time. A month's worth of time skip has passed.
Please work.
Pause it. Theory conclusion. How is that for a theory?
I mean, it does seem to fit.
And regarding the motive, I didn't think I was being unrealistic. It might have been to use the Sekimeiya in it specifically. I couldn't think of anything else that would confirm that the time traveled determines the 1-to-1 ratio. If 10 stored minutes resulted in a travel of 10 minutes, storing more time or up to a month would be useless. No matter how much time the Sekimeiya spent outside of its cabinet, activating it would always send you to the point where time had begun to be stored. When I thought of that, I came to a pretty unsettling realization. If that was the motive of someone's grand plan, the Sekimeiya would have stored a great deal of time after a month, at least 1 month back, probably more. We'd reached the conclusion that the range was probably proportional to the time traveled, and it most likely went through solid objects. If the range of a 49-minute travel had equaled a sizable room, a 30-day range would surely reach far outside the tower. Alternatively, what are you playing?
Me?
Yeah.
King's Field 4. I did it. I we don't talk about the mistake I made.
Mm-hmm.
Alternative, stored entropy undergoes nuclear fusion and detonates.
I just realized I'm playing a terrible. Well, it's not a terrible game. I'm playing an interesting game.
Conclusion! Atsuki, you stupid fuck!
Well, that's
Hey,
weird.
that's my favorite conclusion. Oh, Natsuki is stupid fuck.
This is like the third law of thermodynamics, right? Equal and opposite reactions, stored energy.
That's Newton's third.
Newton's
The
third.
equal and opposite reactions thing.
This is thermodynamics. But so stored energy, when unleashed, will kill everyone. That's Newton's third law, right? The stored energy. Oh,
No.
okay. So we know that the Sekimeiya unleashes the stored energy when touched, right? I'm saying that if we leave this thing for 30 days, it's going to kill everyone. Everyone.
Entirely possible.
That's a theory, a possibility theory.
So thermodynamics that's the one where energy doesn't go anywhere, right?
Yeah, that would be the first.
Yeah, isn't it the first law?
And the energy has to go somewhere, right?
Okay,
I
well, how
think-
do they charge it for 30 days without dying to begin with? Without food and water?
Right?
Brother raises a better point. What is this thing known as food?
I'm assuming there's food in the place, right?
There's nothing to indicate that so far.
The minutes continue to pass and the mutual silence remained broken. I went back over everything I considered, but ultimately we would have to wait to decide further on any theory. At the very least, considering all those options would prepare me for whatever ended up happening. I didn't reach any conclusion. Everything came to my mind I'd already thought of. Waiting like that only slowed our perception of time. But there was nothing else that we could do. Shiroya kept looking at her lap, breathing deeply every so often. Aina hadn't moved in a long time. Her knees hid her face from us. Sai, Akaro's, and Kate's expressions alternated between concern and thought. They had rarely lifted their heads. Ah! Wait, what?
That
What?
scared me. That scared me. It scared the shit out of me.
Did we just... Have we done this ever?
I think that's the first time. Yep.
The Hazu jump scare.
I have so much
No.
text here, it won't let me color it anymore. I love how I'm just putting this together. I don't know how well I'm putting this together, but this seems like the most plausible reaction. Atsuki. We remained frozen like that for a long time, during which we almost been thinking about Isla, Naomi the Sekimeiya, and the culprit behind it all. The sound that resumed time's march came from one of us. We turned our blank faces and saw Kate standing up, stretching his arms a little. I'm going to the bathroom. With a faint but hoarse voice, showing he hadn't cleared his throat in a while, he let us know his destination. Nobody responded to him, so he left to hallway A. We turned our eyes back down as if nothing had happened. What he'd done was easy to label as suspicious behavior, but nobody said anything. The Sekimeiya was in its unlocked cabinet. However, it was kept cold. Shiroya and I were in possession of the other one. Kate wouldn't be able to activate it and go substantially back to the past. All he could do was move it, leaving himself as the only suspect. At least that was what I thought until another sound reached our ears. I'll go too, it's been a while. Brah. Without paying attention to our reactions, Sai stood up and left to hallway B, which he'd been closer to. All of a sudden, the two most questionable people had gone off on their own and they'd closed both doors behind them. It didn't change what I thought. They couldn't go back to the past. Shiroya and I looked at each other, but we decided to ignore them and wait. It was a little strange that Sai left right after Kate. Perhaps he was still wary of him and wanted to see where he'd gone to. Okay, you want... Hear me out. Hear me out. I'm gonna have to go into this window to, I'm sorry, I have to put this in testimony.
What?
Counterpoint. You see, this is the kind. Remember how I always say I'm the detective, I'm the detective, I'm the detective?
You are the detective.
It seems strange that Sai had left right after Kate. Perhaps he was still wary of him and wanted to see where he'd gone to do. I thought further on it. Was the possibility of one of them going considerably back to the past truly something I could rule out? If everything was as we thought, yes! I'd personally put the Sekimeiya in its cabinet, and at that moment I felt a cold temperature. After that, nobody had entered the room. It wouldn't have been possible for anyone to unplug the Sekimeiya cabinet or take the Sekimeiya out later. We remained on the floor, waiting for Kate and Sai to come back as we kept every thought to ourselves. The atmosphere had suddenly become a lot more easy as soon as one of us departed. Akaro kept looking at the door Kate had disappeared through, visibly doubting him. Aiden, on the other hand, hadn't reacted to Sai's movements in the slightest. 2 minutes passed without either of them returning. It was nothing alarming, but every second dragged on. I expected Kate to come back first, so I watched the hallway A door. I considered it odd that he'd left through it. After more than 5 minutes, I began to worry. I'd chosen not to pointlessly voice my suspicions because of Isla's death, but Sai and Kate might have purposely abused that. I'll see if I can find them. I stood up and directed myself towards hallway B. I didn't want to be the third person to leave suspiciously, so I only intended to check if I could see anyone next to the bathrooms. Before I could reach the doorknob, the opposite door opened. From behind it became Kate, who quickly saw me and gave a conspicuous frown. Where are you going? To see if I could find you and Sai. Why'd you take so long? I went to the bathroom, so that's not a very appropriate question. Did Sai go to find me too? No, he said he also had to go to the bathroom. I see. Did you not see him? Also, forgive me for all these questions, but why'd you leave and come back from hallway A if you went to the bathroom? Natsuki, do you remember not remember what's in the bathroom on this floor? I could have chosen to go to the women's, but I went to the one on floor 2 instead. That's likely why I didn't see Sai. Alright. Perhaps I jumped the gun too quickly. Even though Sai's long absence was still on my mind, he'd gone to a different bathroom, so he hadn't had to wait for it to become available. I resumed what I was doing and opened the hallway B door. I sought devoid of anyone with every door closed, including the bathrooms in the distance. I don't see anyone. It's been almost 10 minutes. I'll try to find him. Before I could leave, Shiroya stood up and came with me. I'll help you. I can't just keep sitting here. Alright, wouldn't take too long. As Sai had done, we closed the door behind us. I knew Shiroya had spent plenty of time silently mourning our loss, so I understood her. Repeating it was unbearable. I needed to occupy myself with something after sitting here too long. You're mourning the loss of this little girl you met 8 hours ago, like the same way you mourn your dead best friend? For real? For real?
Kazu, if I died, would you mourn me?
No, I'd turn you into a Jiangshi.
I hate the fact that I know what that is. It's really cool Chinese lore.
I'm going to turn people into zombies if they die. I'm sorry. I'm what you call
A necromancer.
evil.
Evil neuro.
Yandere. Yandere. Yandere.
Yandere Sim.
Yandere.
I've actually always wanted to morbidly play that, even though I know
Don't play that.
yeah.
It's shit.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know,
Yeah,
sometimes
Denison, but instead of fucking killing
Okay.
people, you turn them into zombies. Wow.
unironically
Okay.
might be better.
Okay. Would you rather play? I have a question. Would you rather play Yandere Sim or be stuck watching? Oh, what's what I'm thinking of? Help me out here. Help me out here. Help me out here. My brain isn't working right. Would you rather play Yandere Sim, or would you rather watch In Another World with My Smartphone
Another one on my
Forever?
smartphone.
Yandere.
I think Sylvie has the objectively better answer.
I think Sylvie's amazing. Well, you know, even every now and then they can get something wrong.
What?
You know, it's an acquired taste.
This is not an acquired taste. It is no taste. If you were praising In Another World with my smartphone,
I'm
you
not
have no
praising it.
taste.
I'm telling you it's terrible, but like, I have a soft spot.
For what?
I have a soft spot for it.
You're
For
trash.
scat?
For...
Do you have I didn't know you were into scat.
What?
Like I
mean,
keep saying,
the Orderwall server turned like that for a few moments. They were infected by scat. I remember.
I remember saying that In Another World with my smartphone is literal shit. And you're saying that it's an acquired taste. So is scat.
It's so bad. It's kind of good.
It's so
Not
bad,
really.
it's shit. There is a TV trope for this. So bad, it's awful. It's so bad, it's awful. Like, you know what? Say what you will about Sword Art Online, but at least I don't feel Reiki Kawahara's invisible hand shaping every fucking scene. I just see the fucking power fantasy. In Smartphone, it is the kind of
See the
isekai
power
where you
fantasy.
feel the invisible hand of the author just kind of handing the protagonist things because he doesn't know how to balance. Let's check the event room first. We headed there and I verified the Sekimeiya was still present. I looked behind the cabinet and saw the cord plugged in. Next we moved to the bathrooms. Although the doors was closed, neither was locked, and Sai wasn't inside. It looked like he really took this chance to do something. If he went to a bathroom alone, Kate would have seen him. It feels like he might have gone to search for the Sekimeiya we have. It was the one he hid in the cleaning room. Yeah, it's possible. He's probably somewhere on the floor. Beginning with the hallway B rooms, we opened every door and searched for him. We'd already learned which cabinets had interiors large enough to contain a person. And after what happened to Isla, checking them was less due to routine and more so necessity. We decided there was no purpose of checking in the locker room since we could have been seen. We didn't want to move it or activate it, and it was possible it wasn't working anyway. Shibuya sounded hesitant about that decision, but I also hadn't abandoned the thought of trying to use it later and trying to find out what happened to Isla at the very least. We entered the room, made sure it was empty, and moved on to the next one. As I was checking the cabinets in the room where we found the first Naomi, the interior of one of them immediately let me know something about it was different. Upon unlocking it and opening its cover, a frigid burst of air hit my face. Kate stated the room contained Oh my god. Oh, there we go. The room contained cabinets with temperature regulation functions. However, the previous times we'd opened them, no special temperatures had been set. She really noticed my reaction and came to see if anything was wrong. After feeling the cold air that had begun to diffuse through the room, she checked the wheel on the right side of the cabinet. It's at the 0C. It had to have been changed recently. There's nothing inside, so that's pretty strange. It was a different cabinet than the one I'd first traveled to. I wasn't sure why it would be done since the Sekimeiya hadn't been put inside. When we got the locker key from Naomi, it might have already been set like this, so we can't just suspect Sai and Kate. Yeah, and we can't blindly believe Sai's story either. Regardless, whoever did this didn't let the others know. So we should probably revert the temperature. Someone might be counting on this cabinet for later if they change the temperature in preparation. If I switch the wheel to room temperature, we should be able to close this lid. I nodded and did so well before we left the room. It wasn't clear if setting it to room temperature would make the inside of the cabinet match the outside, or if it would only stop the regulation. But leaving the lid open would communicate to whoever changed the temperature that their measures had been reversed. We proceeded to the other rooms and resumed the search. We didn't want to waste much time, or we'd become the suspicious ones. As soon as hallway B was done, we began with the parallel hallway. The first room we entered was the storeroom, continuing for our backwards order. It was one of the smallest rooms in the entire floor, and its purpose was a bit unclear. It wasn't storing anything that was particularly useful. Given how small it was, we should have left it immediately, but Shiroya noticed something that prolonged our stay. Wait, come here, look at this part of the wall. Shiroya, who'd gone to the end of the dimly lit room, was pointing her finger at the place she wanted me to see. I stepped in, making my way through the cluttered, narrow space, then I looked beyond her finger, faintly illuminated by the single light. It took me a while to understand what she'd meant. She was pointing at the left corner, and after glancing up and down in search of anything out of place, I'd noticed the oddity she'd found. The hidden passage? How did she even notice this? The wall was dirty and uneven from years of aging, yet you could see the outline of a grid that separated the wall into tiny squares. They were all defined by white lines which had begun to fade with time. On one of the squares touching the left wall, Shiroya had seen a slight lack of dust, which was otherwise present on every surface of the room. Even though the poor illumination had made it hard to see, What seemed to be fingerprints existed on it. Not only that, but its close surroundings were a bit cleaner than the rest of the walls. From the door, I saw the area reflecting the hallway sea light a lot more. I don't know when, but it looks like someone touched this corner. I suppose so. But I doubt it means anything, and we can't be sure it happened today. Hold on, these fingerprints, they're hard to see, but they're not vertical, right? Yeah, they look horizontal. You wouldn't touch any wall with 3 fingers in this horizontal position, accidentally. I wouldn't think so. Just touching them would leave them vertical, more separated. I shaped my hand to match the 3 fingerprints and placed it over them. My arm formed a slight angle with the left wall, but it didn't make me understand the meaning of what we found. What the? This is dumb. Wait a minute, you found the secret passage. I am actually infuriated. There's nothing important in the room either. Huh? What? As I moved my hand from the wall, I felt something. Did something happen? When I took away my hand, it looked like the square moved a bit. I didn't see anything. I pressed my fingers on the square again. Instead of pulling away, I moved my hand around, and as I thought, it was a bit loose. You're right, it's moving a little. It didn't go anywhere. But I could only move it sideways, and it wouldn't detach from the wall. This must be why someone touched the spot, but it's not doing anything. Won't move any more than that. It was sliding from side to side almost perceptibly. I realized I hadn't been applying enough force. I attempted to move it past its apparent limit. Oh! The wall opened, revealing a hidden
Suddenly
space with a...
noise.
What the fuck? It's a hidden door. I slid the moving piece to the right, and before I could think, my hand pushed open the entire wall. It was revealed to be very thin and past it the corridor extended. They've even got hidden passages here? What is this place? Oh, there we go. No light existed on the other side, but it seemed to lead to a narrow area. There's another door. Yes, but it doesn't have a handle. At first I thought it was just another wall. I tried to push it open, but it didn't move. Where a handle or doorknob should have been, there were 2 round holes. A big one with metallic pieces inside and a small empty one. Someone here knows about this, right? Those marks have to mean someone opened this recently, and no matter if they went through this door, the culprit could have easily escaped from us if they just hid here. Why was something like this even built in the first place? It might have been part of Ashia's countermeasures to Zin, but that would mean Kate would have to know about it. I mean, no matter what it's for, there's no way he doesn't know about this, right? Part of the storeroom felt colder than the rest of the building, likely because the temperature regulation didn't reach it. Still awestruck, I kept examining the door. I think there should be a handle here. When you remove the handle of the keyhole from a door, you're left with these holes. I think the small one is where the keyhole would be, and the bigger one is what connects the handle to the turning mechanism. That means this door can usually be unlocked with a key, but without the handle, we won't be able to open it even if we find the right one. Well, I guess someone could have unscrewed it on purpose to make sure it's never unlocked again. Well, I guess this is why Kate didn't escape. I think this is why Kate went down corridor A. I tried it a few more times and it didn't budge at all. Hey, what the hell is going on? The sudden voice stared at us, and we turned around instantly. Kate's silhouette was behind us, and the single light only hitting his back. We found this hidden section behind the wall. Where does the door lead to? You must be scooting with me. A hidden section? There's no way. You're seeing it right now. Did you not know about it? No, I didn't know about it. What is this? Whoa, look at this. Good find us. Where the fuck were you, Sai? From behind Kate, another silhouette appeared. Without a doubt, the voice belonged to Sai. Shiruya found it, actually. Oh, you finally did something. Good job. Sai's condescending attitude had already resurfaced. He skittered over us and began to examine the door. Two more figures peeked in the entrance. As they stepped in, the light revealed they were the last two remaining people, Akaro and Irina. We were going to search for you. Did you take this chance to sneak into your hideout? We actually found out we were searching for you, so you tell us. Where did you go? The bathrooms here were empty. What the f- You're always in such a rush as soon as I go somewhere. I just went to the floor 2 bathrooms since Hold up! Hold up!
Wait. Was she in the men's or the women's bathroom?
Men's. But there's something important here. Did I just detect a contradiction? I just found a contradiction. Wait a minute! Wait a minute. No, you didn't. I was there and I didn't. You definitely didn't come. Alright, let's do this quickly. Katea's lying. I was up there and he never showed up. I bet he already told you he'd gone upstairs, right? Now, since I revealed I was there, he couldn't back out of his lie, so he chose to accuse me. That's Kate for you. This is getting old. You guys can choose to believe him if you want, but he's only manipulating you. Kate, we found a hidden passage, so stop trying to always be the center of attention. Let's get to the chase. Did you leave the bathroom door open or closed? Closed. I always close doors behind me when I leave an empty room. Unfortunately, he's right. I closed the door, so take him up on his offer and believe me. Now look at this. Someone removed the keyhole from this door to prevent us from opening it. Not only that, but the inner mechanism was broken too. This won't allow for a new handle to be inserted. Whoever the culprit is, they're likely to still be somewhere. So they might be behind this door right now, which is how they keep avoiding us. Kate, be smart for us for once and tell us where this goes. You heard me earlier. I wasn't aware of this hidden area entirely. You're awful at your job then. Actually, I must have constructed this for a reason. It's impossible you weren't aware of it. Do you guys not think it might lead us to the left side of the tower? You mean outside? Yes. The entire corridor now stretches further than the crystal rooms. I think it might extend far enough to reach outside. That's some hope you're giving us. Kate didn't know about the door, so if it leads outside, the alarm shouldn't have blocked it. That's right, I can assure you the alarm did not do anything to this door. Someone did, though. The keyhole was removed, probably to prevent us from unlocking it with the key. Isn't that implying that one of us has it? Otherwise the lock would be enough of a barrier. Well, nothing around here looks modern. If the door is this old, the chances of picking the lock are high. Might have been done to prevent that. Shuya, how did you spot the hidden opening, Shiroya? I saw some light reflecting off one of the tiles. Someone's fingerprints had removed some dust in the corner of the wall. That ended up being the way to open it. Listen then, this was recent. If this door leads outside, the culprit might have actually escaped with the handle. This building is situated at the outskirts of town, so the sides and back are never seen by anyone and are empty, grassy fields. I'm sure the police are keeping watch outside, but only at the front, where the entrance and windows are. They shouldn't be aware of the store either, so escaping unseen is certainly doable. There's no way this leads out of the building. I've never seen the outline of this door from the outside, and there's no light coming from behind the door. It's absolutely impossible this kind of layout exists. Where in my notes did I say that Kate escaped through the hidden tunnel, not Akaro? So, Parody, how do you feel about stopping soon?
That sounds good.
gaps aren't big enough to let light past, or the door is wider than it seems. Just think about it, though. Why would the secret passage exist? Ah, here we go! 4-9. A Katei escapes... Oh yeah, I figured that out from the recording! Katei escapes through the hidden passage, not a Karo? Oh... I feel like this is...
Yeah.
If they had something to hide in it, they wouldn't have needed another locked door passage. They would then just hide the passage itself, otherwise this door wouldn't be here locked. The passage is the secret itself. It's hidden because this door leads outside. If the middle wall didn't exist, the length of the room would reveal it. I think you're right, that's what the wall's hiding. So we're in a single doorway from making it out. Can we break it down? There's no way, just look at it. Whoever removed the handle knows very well that we couldn't do that. I know this is bound to happen eventually, but do you realize what would occur if we managed to force it open? We'll reveal that the Sekimeiya has time-traveling powers. What kind of consequences will that have? That was completely inconsiderate. Irina was still next to us. She hadn't said anything in a long time. Our priority had to be making it out as soon as possible so the police would understand what happened to Isla, even if it invalidated the recording. Don't get me wrong, I'm not worried. I'm just intrigued. How is it remotely possible that the Sekimeiya exists? How did it make it here without anyone finding out about its powers? These big picture questions are what I'm most lost about. I hit the door and the sound echoed heavily through the corridor. I repeated it a few times, trying to be as loud as I could, and intending to be heard from the outside. Nobody will come. I refuse to believe this leads outside. I'm more inclined to think that the culprit is currently behind this door listening. Is there nothing else we can do? Sliding anything in the caps, for example? What, a letter? I don't think this is how doorknobs work. Can I just say this? I don't think this is how doorknobs work. When you take... I'm gonna ask ChatGPT this, because, like, the Google AI answer, and I feel like I need to have a long conversation on Reddit. God damn it! Hmm. Well, would you like to hear the AI answer to this? That I'm presuming. Basically, I think I'm correct. If you break, okay, everything that's both on Reddit and this says if you take the doorknob off, the door does not necessarily stay open. That most doors have a spring latch. Let's see, inclusion. Oh, you can actually trap the door shut because the latch is engaged but no longer operable. Got it. Okay. So this is actually possible. I just got fixated on this being a plot hole because it feels like a plot hole.
What the fuck here doesn't feel like a plot hole, Lamau?
Me too, and probably the hide doors existence outside. It was incredibly frustrating. We finally found. There's a deeper reason. And how did the culprit know about it but not Kate? Because it was Kate! Was it there in the first place? Not only did the door lock us from inside, but it also produced more questions. Feeling defeated, we left what had become a narrow, dim corridor to return to the wider but still dark hallway A. I thought something was noteworthy. Even the perfect hiding spot existed, the Sekimeiya had never been hidden in it. Why? Earlier it had been hidden in the storeroom, therefore the person who hid it probably was not aware of the movable wall. We ignored the little fight between Sai and Kate, but there weren't many layers to it. One of them was lying, so it was nothing new. And they'd already lied more than once already. And that fact meant that one of them took advantage of the situation with Isla to act on their own, though, proved that they weren't to be taken lightly. In addition, one of them could have easily been responsible for the cold cabinet Shiroi and I returned to normal. Mechanically, I think this is a good stopping point. What do you think? Am I the one who's feeling like increasingly annoyed with the story the game is telling? Or rather help me out here.
Is it partly how it's telling it?
Parody, what are your thoughts so far? Like, I want to hear your thoughts here.
Hmm.
I'm screenshotting the notes for now. We leave a car out in the bedroom and return to the attic.
Feels like they're really trying hard to figure out this mystery, but
So we go past, but
yeah, I'm trying to put words to it. I guess the question is why? Like, why go through all of this?
Hmm. I don't know. Is the Sekimeiya itself somehow not enough of a lie? Like, it's an entirely fair stance if you say it is not, you know, of a lie, but like, I don't know.
I'm a little annoyed with the story being told because, again, I feel like a lot of it is complicated for the reason of being complicated.
I think it also doesn't help that there's no sense of immediate danger.
Is there a sense of immediate danger in the other ones?
Typically, yeah.
Its only sense of immediate danger is the same sense as that it's a. Anyway, the notes are totally updated in the Sekimeiya Discord. By the way, you know what I'm gonna have to do? I'm gonna be here for a few minutes before I go to the next game. Would you like to know why I'm gonna be here for a few minutes?
Mhm.
I have to, I have to do a thing. There we go. Name display in English format. Ooh. But yes, I am here. We are parody. We will be talking about this game until I move forward to until I get the translation for the other games sorted out. Like, I would
Okay.
like to hear your thoughts. Like, honestly, like I'm always, even when things are happening, you are always welcome to interject with your thoughts.
I don't know. It's a very different VN from everything that I've played.
Do you feel like it's trying to be those things?
Mm. It's like it's obviously taking inspiration, but it's also trying to do its own thing as well.
And how successfully would you say it's managing that?
I'd say not too well.
Unfortunate, isn't it?
How do you think I'm doing at figuring this out? Would you say I am tearing apart the mystery, or am I just kind of throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks?
Well, without knowing what the ending is,
Hello,
I
Ducky
really
Ducky.
have no idea.
I
I think
feel
you're at least picking up on a lot of things that I wouldn't have.
yes. Ducky Ducky, do you like magical girls? Do you like magical girls? Bum, 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 bum. Hooray! You know what I'm a little annoyed at? No one else discussed this. Okay, we've had a map for the entire game, right?
Hmm.
No one else looked at this door and said, you know what? This door is weird. This room is weirdly sized and doesn't fit the map. Also,
Do
I
they
admit,
have an actual map? Okay.
huh. Kind of. They don't have the same map we do. We only have a map of the first floor. The Duke of the Duck.
It also just feels very strange that they talk about nothing aside from the mystery itself.
Does that happen in the things you read? Where they talk about each other?
No, there's usually like some sort of like
Small
either
talk?
slice of life element
There's small
or like
talk.
comedic relief. Yeah, and small talk.
I want to write a. You know what I want to write? I have an idea for a death game visual novel. We put like what, say 20 Japanese high school girls in a death game on a space station. Would you like to know what I think the secret is?
What?
That they figure out later in the game. They find someone like in the lower levels of the space station who shouldn't be there. They find a girl with a smartphone who has probably like died from dehydration or something. And when they charge this phone up, they find out that this girl is some missing VTuber, and someone mentions she's like supposed to live in Hokkaido. I think we're in Hokkaido. I think we're underground. They're not actually in a space station. It's a facility built underground. The problem I feel like is that, like, and I feel like I would want one character who says the how or why we're here is actually fundamentally unimportant. I think that would be funny. Someone who just says, you know, the how or why is unimportant. I think figuring out who put us here is more important than where we are, or how we got here. But seriously, I'm kind of annoyed with Sekimeiya. Like, it's try-harding really hard. Is that a good one thing to say? I think it is try-harding really hard.
I mean, I see it. It really does kind of be like that.
They all talk like the characters feel kind of flat. They don't act like people who are trapped in a building.
Hmm.
Also, it's crazy we're 22 hours in already.
That's because I'm you know how I am. I'm slow at visual novels.
Well, so it goes, huh?
Yep. So here's where I'm still setting up to roll to like a new game or something.
Mm-hmm.
So number 10, unhide and mixer. But anyway, thank you for coming for Sekimeiya parody. I hope you are enjoying it. By the way,
Yeah, thanks
the
for streaming.
Act 2 twist better be fucking impressive. There's 6 chapters, right?
Yeah. Like, I can't even begin to think about what else they're going to do with this for 5 more chapters.
It could well be just more of the same.
Okay, let's say we have multiple world lines. Let's to borrow Steins Gate terminology. We have a series of braided world lines around an attractor field. Okay? I can think of something they can do.
Hmm.
We have a world line where either Shiroya or Atsuki are dead.
Or both. Imagine.
No. See, we have a world line where Shiroya or either Shiroya or Atsuki are dead, and their dead best friend. Like we had 3 people who survived some explosion or something. Their dead friend. Well, in one of these other world lines, someone else died. If that's it, I'm gonna be really kind of annoyed.
Hmm. Fair.
Oh God! Oh God!
Huh?
I know what they're gonna do. I don't care about once we figure this shit out, it's going to become I don't care about the consequences. Let's see if we can get her from another world line. And do you know what happens when people start going, I don't care about consequences? Like that? They turn into Frolova. In a bad way.
Oof.
Who's that?
Wuthering Waves. Like you're basically turning into Lelouch.
Oh. Gosh, one day I have got to watch fucking Kill la Kill Lamau.
Yes. I watched it, like half of it with Tato, and then we never watched again. Anyway, I will be going. Or going off, not stopping stream, but off to the next bit of content. Thank you for joining us, Sylvie, and Parody for Sekimeiya.
Now it's magical girl time.
But you can join me for Magical Girls! Magical Girls!
Magical girls!
And I'll see you next for Sekimeiya next time.
Alrighty, good night, everyone.
Good night. Come on. Just shut the fucking game. There we go. There we go. Studio mode. Now, if I've done this correctly, we should have installed Let's see, did we get... Okay, now we... Boop, boop. Now, if I'm correct... If I am correct... This is not playing on any other track. Let me go just check my settings real quick. I would rather not have like a... Twitch uses VOD track. Track 2. Got it. And hopefully, since I now have the English translation... Well, I didn't want to put new game. Oops, my bad. Can we load? Rodo. There we go. Oh my god, we're not playing this game, are we? Okay, so... Here's, I think, the problem we have. Please tell me that, it reloads the scene. For real. Okay, so now we're gonna try and fast forward through as much of the game. Oh, here's the problem. It's that, I didn't verify this. Alright, let's go back to the README. So, let's go over what we know is swapped properly. No, we don't know. Okay. Give me a moment. We're having a technical difficulty issue here. The unofficial English patch. Oh, there's the problem! Wait, what the? Wait a minute. No? Wow, this is translated from simplified Chinese. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, we are good. So. Perhaps. So, we can now load, this is where we left off. After that, a full day passed. The imprisoned girls acted according to the rules, each spending their time as they pleased. And so, little by little, they began to get used to life in the prison. Then again, the dinner time arrived and the girls scattered one after another in the dining hall. Oh. Wait. Why the fuck did I turn off the audio? This thing is like a... If I'm wrong, 10 is... Good.
またノアちゃんがいない。
Noah-chan isn't here again. Dodgecall! This is our protagonist, Sakuraba Ema. There was no sign of Noah eating. Worried, Ema tried inviting her several times, but she was too absorbed in her drawing to come out. Nanan, however, did come out. Haju-chan! No! You know, is there a new... wait. T-E-J-A? I see the problem. What the fuck is T-E? Give me a moment. Her complexion wasn't great yet, but she seemed a bit better. Amy let out a small sigh and began eating sherry, hana, and miru. By the way, I want to read the description for everything, and... she can't use magic. Super strength, huh? Oh. I should probably give this to Nora. And parody. So how are you doing, Tojiko? Are you here to solve mysteries with me? Are you here to solve mysteries with me? Everybody! Are you here with your favorite detective? Your absolute favorite detective in the whole world! Hazu, the mystery-solving Rumia! That sounds so pretentious. Someday I want to be that pretentious. Who? Well, I know nothing about VTubers. Does she actually solve mysteries? Could she have to? Is she gonna tear apart every mystery game she touches? There's a reason I don't play these games. There's no like, unless the thing is. Unless the trick is really tricky, I will tear apart everything. Emma let a small sign begin eating with Sherry. Hana,
ま
and
ずい
Rita
まずい
do.
ですわくそ
This is bad. This is really bad. Damn it! Hana will lamenting ate voraciously. The food, terrible in both appearance and taste, killed the appetite. But Emma still brought
こ
it to
こ
her
から
mouth.
脱出するために体力をつけておきたい
I need to keep up my strength to escape from here. Just then I came from a table a little ways away.
マジ
Mason
だっ
voices
て
arose.
私本人に聞いたもん
That's true, I heard it from her
有
myself.
名なアーティストの
She
バル
said
ー
she's
ン
the
だ
famous
って
artist Balloon.
バルーンって
Balloon? Is this
ノア
what
ちゃんの
Noah
こ
Chan?
とおやあちらのグループでも話題になってるみたいですねバルーンといえば知らない人いないですもんね
Speaking of that group, oh my! It seems that group is talking about it too. Speaking of Balloon, there's no one who doesn't know
バル
them,
ーン
right?
って何ですか
What's that? Apparently Miru didn't know.
Well, まあ僕も知
No,
ら
I
なかっ
didn't
た
know
んだけ
either,
ど
though. The one who dropped her spoon and looked
バ
shocked
ル
was
ーンが
Hana.
ここに捕まっていますのそんなバカな一体誰でわかり
Balloon
ま
is
すの
captured here too. That's ridiculous. Who in the
城
world
ヶ
is it?
崎ノアさんです
It's Joikasaki Noah-san.
はあ
Eh? You're
嘘でしょ
kidding.
バルーンといえばネ
When
ッ
it
トで
comes
話
to
題に
Balloon,
な
there
らない
isn't a
日は
day
あ
they
りま
aren't
せんの
trending
よ
online. Really?
そのアートはどこ
Their
か
art
ら
appears
現
from
れ
somewhere.
描
No one
く
has
と
ever
ころ
seen
を
them
見た
draw.
者はい
Their
ない
identity is
正
shrouded
体
in
は
mystery.
謎に
Their
包まれ
artistic work
その
captivates
芸
many,
術的
especially
なアー
young
トは
people.
若者を中心に多くのものを魅了している
Sylvie, you need to become a detective. You know what we're gonna do? We are gonna have a detective war. We will play visual novels together.
子がそんな世
Sorry,
界的に
there's
有
a
名
light
な
on in the
アーティス
background
ト
and
だ
it's
なん
like
て。
eating my focus. There's a light on in the background. It's just like, does that ever happen to you? A light turns on in the background and you just kind of turn into a moth. Have you ever, like, phase transitioned into a moth? Moth matter? Moth matter! Sorry. Yes, I'm having a moth attack.
説明ありがとうご
Thanks
ざ
for
い
the
ます
explanation. In the dining hall, Blessing was talking about Noah. A plate was slammed onto the floor, making a loud noise. Instantly, the air froze and it became completely silent. The one who stood up slowly was Lisa, who was eating alone from a different spot. Finally released from the punishment cell, she looked much more haggard than the other
うる
girls.
せえよおめえら
Too damn loud.
人の噂ばっかりしやがって
Shido. Always gossiping about
不愉
people.
快な奴らは全員殺してやりたくなるんだよ
All you annoying people, makes me want to kill you all. Her sharp eyes glared at all the girls. At her intimidating presence, Emma
殺
gulped.
してやりたくなる
Want to kill.
まさか魔女の
Could
殺
it be
人
the
衝
witch's
動
murderous impulse?
それは聞き捨てならないな。アリサ君、危険な思考に支配されて
I
いる
feel
んじゃ
like
な
a
いか。
side, Lisa-kun. Aren't you dominated by dangerous thoughts?
辛い目にあったのだろうし、よかったら話を聞くよ。
You must be
悩
have
み
been
があ
through
る
a
のなら
lot.
打ち明け
If
て
you'd
ほし
like,
い。
I'll listen. If you have any worries, I want you to share them. When Leah stood up and spoke calmly, Elisa clicked her tongue.
優等生は黙って
Shouldn't be
ろ
too goody two shoes.
うちはやりたいようにやらせてもらう
I don't think she's being violent because what's what I'm thinking of? Possessed by the witch. I think she's just not nice. I'm hungry. Elisa spit out these words and left the dining hall. The rest of the meal
アリ
became
サちゃ
quiet.
んまさか本当にいや
And the rest of
あ
the
るわけない
Elisa-chan, could she really? There's no way. Amy noticed that the spoon in Hana's hand was
みん
trembling
な怖がっ
violently.
てる誰か
Everyone's
が
scared.
何かをするんじゃないかって
Scared that someone might do something. Oh, this is the bathroom? This is the shower room? After dinner, Emma and the others used the shower room. They'd used it yesterday too. But the shower room had lockers assigned by prisoner number. Inside, spare underwear and clothes were neatly stored. According to the rules, the clothes they wore had to be disposed of in the garbage chute located in the shower
服
room.
を捨てるなんてうぬぬもったいないですわ
Throwing away clothes, it's such a waste. I kind of agree. But would you rather we throw you away? I would be glad to do that, you know? Do you want to throw her away? I'm ready to throw her away. Bum, 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 bum. I think I just doing all my clothes. It's such
こ
a
のダ
waste.
ストシュート
This garbage should
地
be
下の
underground
焼却炉に
incinerator,
通じ
right?
ているんですよね
I said the
焼却
incinerator
炉
room
室を地下
underground.
で見かけました
I don't think I want to actually say that. shower room right here. So there's this room right here, where presumably the... So, right here is a smokestack. Can anyone see my my cursor on the screen? No, you can't. Got it. I feel like actually being able to see my oh, there, yeah, now we can. Okay, there's the problem. So, right here is this, okay. We know that the incinerator is right here in the basement. I still think it's... I'm still kind of sus of Miruru, honestly. She has her own room, and she was the first one to display magic before it was explained. So, hear me out. This empty room here isn't actually an empty room. This is the... Wait, hold on. Hold on. I get it now. This is the courtyard here. They mentioned that there were balconies. So there's balconies from this unknown room, and from the rec room. This right here is a, it's the chimney for the incinerator. Guess that was her. Underground. Ah, come to think of it,
地下を探索した
when I
時
explored underground,
焼
I did
却露
see the
出があるのを
incinerator
見か
room.
けた
Did we?
魔女図鑑の規則
The
に
rules
は
in the Witch's Sand
毎週
Handbook
月
said
曜
it
の 15
operates
時
every
に稼
Monday
働
at 3
とあった
p.m.,
っけ
didn't they?
まだ全然切られますのに
They're still perfectly
私
wearable.
たちが魔女候補だからかもしれませんね着てたものすべて焼却処分って偏見のようなものを感じます
Considering everything we've worn feels kind of prejudiced. Yeah.
単純に洗濯が面倒なのか
Or
もし
maybe
れ
they
ま
just
せん
can't be
か
bothered with laundry.
でもそこまで
I
チ
get
ェ
the
ック
feeling
さ
that
れ
I
てい
checked
ない
it
感じ
thoroughly.
します
If
し
you wanted to, you
嫌な
probably
ら
could
捨
just
てな
not
くて
throw them
もいい
away.
の
I don't want to, but who knows
嫌
what they'll
で
do
す
if
が
they caught us
規
breaking
則
the
違反
rules.
がバレたら何をされるかわかりませんし仕方ないですわ
Can't be helped, damn it.
そう
So here's the real question. Who is the first person who's gonna die here? Like, I'm actually kind of curious. Who is going to be the first one to die? Hmm.
しかも毎日同じ服
On
着な
top of
きゃ
that,
なら
having
な
to
い
wear
なん
the
て
same clothes every
せめ
day.
て寝巻き
At
は
the
用意
very
してほ
least,
し
I
かっ
wish
た
they
ですわ
provide pajamas. Even after showering, Hannah's complaints continued. Amos smiled
ま
violently.
あま
Well,
あ同じ服でも替えがあるのはありがたいよ
At least we have a change of clothes, even if they're the
牧
same.
長さんの趣味
Maybe
かも
it's
しれ
more
ま
than
せんね
Sam's personal preference. Steam rising from their warm bodies. The three... Emma, Sherry, and Hannah always walk down the corridor. Wait, what do you mean I'm the first to die? Since when? Give me an example of I'm gonna get up and make myself dinner, and you're going to give me an example of the last time I was the first person to die. Doesn't that sound like a plan? Doesn't that sound like a plan? You tell me when the last time I was the first one to die. Wait! Shit! They're bullying me because of the... Don't bully me! You know what I want? I want something to drink. And... And I want something to eat. Hello, I am back. Ow, ow.
趣味は悪くないんじゃないかし気に入ってるんです
You
ね
seem to like it.
別
What are you
に
talking about?
気に入っ
I
て
don't
ま
like
せん
it
け
at
ど
all, okay?
なんか
Somehow I
こう
think
いう
it's
のい
kind
い
of
なっ
nice.
て思ったり
A smile softened the corners of Amy's mouth as she
こうや
walked.
って友達同士でおし
I've
ゃべり
always
しな
dreamed
がら
of
歩く
walking
のっ
and
て
chatting with friends
憧
like
れだ
this.
った
Ah, yeah, you were bullied, weren't you? Terribly bullied.
もちろん僕らは
Of
囚
course,
人
we're
で
prisoners and this is a
ここは牢
prison.
獄なん
But
だ
I
け
must
ど
forget that sometimes.
あ、エマさん、ハンナさん、スマホ見てください
Ah, Emma-san, Hana-san, look at your phones. At Teresa and Lords, Emma and Hana took out their phones. Then the streaming live for Leia Hasumi Leia was on. Leia's a face appeared
団
on
結す
stream.
るためにも私も定期的に配信をしようと思う
In order to foster unity, I think I'll also stream
みんな
regularly.
気持ちをしっかり持ってほしい
I
ん
want
だ
everyone to stay
どう
strong.
か
Please
衝動
don't
的にならないでほしい
act impulsive. You know what I think? I think Leia has just kicked off the first few murders because there's something high-minded about this. Uncomfortable and alienating. Like anyone you know that like the idea that when someone is always saying, you know, just don't go off and do your own thing. No one like I'm trying to explain the phenomenon.
今は従うしか方法はないだが私たちは決して屈しない
Right now we have no choice to obey, but we'll
全
never
員で
give
生き
in.
残って必ずここを出るんだ
We'll all survive and we'll definitely get out of here. That's okay, I'll find a way no matter what.
なんとかしてみせる
Aren't you usually the first one dead in Danganronpa? Like, okay, I've never played a Danganronpa. I just need to say that. I have never played Danganronpa. But isn't the we'll all survive and get out? We'll find a way. Aren't you usually the first one to die? Leia's powerful words struck Amy's heart and her
さっ
eyes
き
lit.
食堂でひりついてみんなが怖がってたから安心させるために
The atmosphere was tense in the dining hall
Leia-chan
together. Everyone was scared, but she's doing this to reassure them. Leia-chan's amazing. Didn't Hana think that Leia has, like, mind control?
僕は自分のことしか考えられていない
This
こん
isn't
なも
worth
の見
watching
る
at
価値
all.
ありませんわね
Even though she spat dismissive words, Hana was glued to her phone. I was finding this amusing. Sherry swiftly snatched Hana's phone. Huh? Hana, flustered, tried to reach for the image of Leia
何
on the
します
screen.
の
What are you doing?
お
Give
返
it
しな
back!
さいハンナさん本当はレイヤさんのこと好きなんじゃな
Hana-san,
いで
don't
す
you
か
actually like
そ
Leia-san?
んな
You're
一
trying
生
so
懸命
hard.
になって
As Sherry swung the phone around, Hana turned bright red, her eyes darting from around
この
spotlight.
ゴリラ女返
You good little woman, give it back! Hee
せ捕まえてごらんなさい
Catch me if you can! Watching the two of them start chasing each other, Emma looked exasperated and let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Emma herself couldn't take her eyes off the screen
レイ
from
ヤちゃん
Leia.
って女の子を惚れさせる魔法を使えるのかな
I wonder if Leia can use magic that makes girls fall for her. Life as a prisoner in the facility entered its fourth day. Today, Emma and Shara also agreed to go exploring together during free time. Today's goal is also to thoroughly explore outside the prison and look for a way to escape. Going to back out the main entrance, Emma looked back at the prison building 1.
これが牢屋敷
So this is the prison. Wow.
こうやって見ると
Looking at it like
や
this,
っ
it
ぱ
really
り
does
堅
seem
牢そう
sturdy.
ですね
It seems pretentious.
う
Yeah, but
ん
if
で
they
で
go
も自由
outside
に
freely,
外に出られるな
we're
ら
sure to find an
きっと
exit
どこかに
somewhere.
脱出口が見つけられるよ
I have doubts about that. It was something in the rules. Oh, there we go. If a murder occurs on Prison Island. Oh, husk is a way better translation than I've been using. Honestly, if I had to be sus of someone at this point, it would be Miria, Margot, or Mirudo. It's something about temperament. It's temperament for Margot. A sense of comfort and adjustment for Miria. And just a lot of things about Mirudu. The mansion was located on a hill, and as Leia had mentioned, before Aima's eyes spread a beautiful, picturesque landscape. A deep green forest stretching far into the distance as if embracing the land. A flower field blooming with colorful flowers. Perhaps there was a stream somewhere as they could hear the sound of flowing water. This looks like something out of a Hayao Miyazaki movie, but in a bad way. This feels like I'm in Studio Ghibli, but in a bad way.
すごく綺麗なところ。
It's so beautiful. Each time the wind blew, the trees in the forest rustled their leaves as if whispering, and the faint songs of birds could be
め
heard.
ちゃくちゃ広いですね。自由に出入りできるなら、どこかに身を隠すことも可能なの
If we
で
can
は
come and go freely, might it be possible to hide somewhere?
でもアリサちゃんが言ってた
Yeah, but I'm
監
worried
視
about
フ
the
クロウが
surveillance
気になるよ
elves
ね。
that Lisa-chan mentioned.
ですね。
That's true.
この辺りには飛んでいないようですが、
They don't seem to be flying around here, though.
時間も限られていますし、とりあえず見回ってみましょうか。
Time is limited, so let's just look
そ
around
う
for
だ
now.
ね。
Yeah,
行
let's
こう。
go. Walking around the stone path, they found 3 log-style buildings next to the
ここ
prison.
なんだろ
What
う
is this
なんで
place?
しょうね。看守
Oh,
の
and there's
家と
guards'
か
houses? Let's go
とりあえ
inside.
ず入ってみましょうか。
They seem to, according to the map, they're just guest houses. On the doors of the buildings, meaningful plaques are hung.
マップで見た感じ、
When I saw on the
ここは
map, that's the
サラマンダー
salamander
の間？
chamber.
こっちはウンディーネの間ですね。
Undine room.
で、ここはノームの間だね。
No
何
room.
か違いがあるのかな？
I wonder what the differences are. I thought they might be locked, but the door opened easily. The inside of the building was neat and tidy and gave the impression of being a lodging facility more than someone's living
僕ら
space.
の牢屋よりずっと綺麗だね。
It's much cleaner than our cells.
これはおそらくゲストハウスではないでしょうか。
These are probably guest
ゲ
houses,
ス
isn't
ト
it?
ハウス？
Guest houses.
牢屋敷の運営が国家ぐるみであると想定すれば、要人がこの監獄施設に来ることもあると思うん
If
で
we
す。
assume the prison is run on a national level, I think VIPs might visit
あ、
the facility.
そうか。
I see.
想像でしかないのですが、要人が牢屋敷に宿泊するのは避けたいと思うんですよね。
It's speculation, but I think they want to avoid having VIPs stay inside the prison
なんせ
itself.
私たちは世界に害をなす恐ろしい魔女らしいですから。
After all, we're supposedly terrible witches who threaten the world. You know, something about having the cafeteria, like, right next to the courtroom is kind of weird. Hear me out on this one. I'm assuming that in the courtroom, that after the court trial, someone gets executed, right? And then we just go back to the cafeteria, like, let's say that. And then, oh, time for dinner, and we go into the cafeteria and eat. I find the whole premise of that kind of weird. Also, I don't like this exterior corridor here. It exists on both floors. It's just this weird blind spot. So
例
via
えば
taking
要
for
人が視
inspection,
察に
for
来るとか
example,
そうい
in
った
that
場合、
case, it would stay in these
この
guest
さあ、
houses.
私の推理冴えてません？
Wow,
で
isn't
き
my
れば
deduction
その証拠
brilliant?
を見
If
つけ
possible,
た
I'd
い。
like to find evidence of it. After praising herself, Sherry started thoroughly checking the room with a magnifying glass.
シェリーちゃん、
Sherry-chan,
他のところも見回りたいから。
I want to look around in other places too. Looking resigned, Emma ended up dragging Sherry out. They briefly checked the other guest houses, and the interiors are similarly structured. After looking for a while longer, Emma and the others arrived at the high wall. The robustly built concrete wall was so high they had to
こ
look
の
way
塀
up.
の向こうに行けたら、外部と連絡が取れるんじゃないかな。
If we could get beyond this wall, might we be able to contact the outside? No. Like, the book says Prison Island, and I don't think that's a metaphor. I think we're on a literal island. Let's look it up. I remember the kanji. I actually remember the kanji. No. Niku is this. Give me a moment. I'm getting the Sakuraba that Emma is Sakuraba with the feather. This is good music. Cherry Garden versus Cherry Feathers.
そうかもしれませんね。
Maybe, but it's ridiculously
僕
high.
登
I
っ
think
て
I'll
みよ
try
うかな。
climbing it. See, there are
ほら、
footholds, just a
少し
little.
なら足場もある。
Emma placed her foot on a cracked part of the wall and hoisted herself up. She managed to climb as high as her own height, but couldn't find any footholds beyond that. Perhaps her grip gave
ダ
out.
メ
She
で
fell
し
to the
たね。
ground. Look at
確
that.
かアリサさんが塀には不思議な力が宿っているとも言っていましたし、
At least the sound
そもそも
mentioned
登れ
that
ないよ
strange
うにな
power
っているの
dwells
か
in
も
the
しれ
wall.
ません
So
ね。
maybe it's designed to be unclimbable in the first
あな
place.
たたち、何をやって嫌がりますの？
What do
看
you think
守
you're
に見
doing?
つかったら
If
懲
the
罰
guards
も気
catch
に
you,
なり
you'll
ま
be
すわ
sent
よ。
to the punishment cell. Actually, she has a point. Why are the guards not, like, making a big deal of this? From somewhere, Hana appeared with an
ど
exasperated
こで
look.
見られ
You
てる
never
の
know
か
where
分
you're
かった
being
もんじゃ
watched
ねえで
from.
すわよ。
Perhaps imagining a guard looking in the shade of the tree, Emma looked around
少し
nervously.
遠くまで歩いて行ってみたのですが、監視の
I
化け
tried
物
walking
フク
a
ロウ
bit
が
further,
大量に
but
飛ん
there
でい
were
ま
huge
した
numbers
わ
of。those monster surveillance owls flying
この
around.
辺りはいないんですけどね。見張られずに自由に散策できるの
There
は
aren't any around
牢
here,
屋
though.
敷の近くだ
I
けなん
guess
で
the
しょ
only
う
place
ね。
you can walk freely without being watched is near the prison.
正確な仕組みは分かりませんが、遠くまで逃亡して監視のフクロウに発見されたら監視に連絡が
I don't know
入
the
るんで
exact
しょう。
mechanism, but I guess if you escape power and get spotted by the surveillance owls, I guess they don't contact the guards. I know how to actually do this. Establish yourself as someone who just explores, right? You never try to escape. Yes, yes. You never try to escape. And so every time you see the surveillance owls like coming at you, you just wave at them. If the guards come at you, you act politely and cooperate. You don't overtly try to escape. And eventually, after a while, the guards are probably, and owls are probably just going to ignore you. Unless you're there, you know, like as long as you come back, like repeatedly, at on time, right? And eventually, people stop paying attention.
フクロウなら読めも聞く
Oh,
で
it's
し
a
ょう
good
し、
night vision.
夜闇に紛れて脱獄しようとする囚人もいるのでしょうね。はあ、
As we were talking, a figure flickered at the edge of
なの
Ada's
か
vision.
ちゃん？
Nanaka-chan. Whoa. The figure quickly disappeared into the thicket of the forest. It was as if they were acting in the shadows. It seemed only
ハンナ
Emma
さ
had
んは
noticed.
何をしていたんですか？
Nana-san, what are you doing?
私もどこか出られる場所がないか探
I
し
was
て
also
みてたん
looking
で
to
す
see
わ。
if there was any place we
出
could
ら
get
れ
out.
そうな場所あった？
Did you find anywhere where you could get out? Emma leaned in close to Hana. Or as if disliking the proximity, Hana smoothly
Are?
stepped back. Huh?
気のせいだよね。
It's just my imagination, right? Emma felt the sharp pang in her chest and her expression stiffened. What flashed through her mind was the demeanor of a former friend. It overlapped with unpleasant memories from middle
そ
school.
んな簡単に行くわけね
There's
えで
no way
す
it's
わ。
that easy.
見たらわ
See
か
for
るでし
yourself,
ょ。
right?
一体
The
す
whole
べ
area
てが
is
高い
surrounded by
コンク
high
リート塀
concrete
に
walls.
囲まれていて、残念ながら私たちが閉じ込められているという事実に変わりはねえですわ。それに加えて遠くに行けば監視フクロウが常に巡回している。思ったよりもセキュリティレベル高そうですね。
Plus, if you go far, the surveillance owls are constantly patrolling. The security level seems higher than I
それ
thought.
と一つ分かったこ
And
と
I
があ
found
り
out
ま
one
す
more
わ。
thing.
なんでしょう。
What is
こ
it?
こは島ですわね。
This is an island.
かすかに
A
潮の
faint
匂い
smell
と
of the sea.
塀
And
に
when I put
耳
my
をつ
ear
け
to
た
the
ら
wall,
波
I
の
could
音
hear
が
the
聞こえ
sound
ま
of
し
the
た。
waves. Following Hana's words, Emma put her ear to the
本当だ。
wall.
そういえば獄長も島って言ってたっけ？
It's true, come to think of it, Warden did mention an island. You mean, did you not? You only went over the important parts of the book? Huh. Sherry clapped her hands
おお、
together.
予感はしていましたが、
But
ここは絶海の孤島ってやつですよ。きっと
this is definitely what they call a remote
我々
island.
は眠らされてここに連れてこられたんでしょうね。
You must have been drugged
お
and
そ
brought
らくヘ
here.
リとか
Out of a helicopter or something.
そして この島全体を塀で囲
If the
っ
entire
ている
island
の
is
な
surrounded
ら
by this wall,
ここ
escaping
から
from
の
here
脱
is going to
出
be
は
extremely
相当
difficult.
難しいですわ。
そんな塀を越えられ
No
たとして
way.
も
Even if we can
海
get over
じゃ
the wall, there's the sea. Hana turned pale and bit her nails. She was muttering something under her breath.
早くここを出ないと。
I have to get out of here soon. Soon.
ハンナちゃん
Hana-chan,
大丈
are you
夫
okay?
大丈夫なわけ
Of
ない
course
じゃ
I'm
ない。
not okay.
おぞましい化け物が常に
These
私たちの
disgusting
ことを見
monsters
張
are
ってい
watching
ま
us
す
all
の
the
よ。
time.
こんなところはもう嫌ですわ。
I hate this place.
いつか
Someday we'll
私
become
たちも
monsters
あん
like
な
them
化け
too.
物に。
A tremendous sound rang out. Emma and Hana jumped. Shuri had punched the wall with all her might. The roar seemed to shake the entire wall. However, unfortunately, it wasn't destroyed. There wasn't even a single crack. Shuri looked at Emma and Hana and stuck her tongue out playfully. Whoa.
ハンナさんがかわいそうで見てられなくて
I
塀を破
tried
壊して
thinking
脱
of
獄し
seeing
よう
Hana
と試みた
upset,
んです
so I
が
tried to break the wall and
ダメでした
escape, but it didn't work. Ah, Shuri's just an idiot.
この塀は硬い
The wall is
素
hard.
手でどうにかしようという思考がどうにかしてますわよ。
You're thinking, trying to do it with your bare hands is what's messed up.
シェリー
But
ちゃん
Shuri-chan,
ハンナちゃん
Hana-chan, this
や
might
ば
be
いか
bad.
も。
Emma pointed to a thickly wooded area with a trembling voice. The guard is approaching.
あらら
Uh-oh. The guard held its scythe aloft and was moving much faster than usual. They probably heard the sound of Shuri punching the wall and came to investigate. Let's run. At Emma's call, the three of them dashed
一
off at
体
full
ど
speed.
こに逃げるんですの。
Where are we supposed to run to? To Hana's scream, Emma. Let's all die! Wow, there are 3 different ways we can die. You like dying? I like dying.
さっき見たゲストハウスの方に逃げよ
Let's go to guest
う。な
house.
るほど。
I see, we can
そこ
hide
なら
inside the
建
building
物の
and wait
中
it
に
out.
隠れてやり過ごせるかもしれませんね。
Nah, I'm just getting you killed. Aim and the other's idea was too naive. The guard was waiting for them where they
そ
fled.
んな
No way. The 3 of them were easily caught by the guard and then... Only Hana was sent to the punishment cell.
どうしてハンナちゃんだけが。
Why only
そう
Hana-chan?
ですよ。壁を壊
That's
そう
right, I
と
was
し
the
た
one
の
who
は
tried to
私
break the
なの
wall.
に。卓形台とか拷問器具みたいなの
There are things like a
あったよ
crucifix and
ね。
torture devices in there. Amy remembered how Okay. Okay. Let's posit this for a moment. We need to... Okay, let's say that there is a quote-unquote culprit, right? That there is a mastermind hidden among us. It can't be Elisa. Elisa is not the mastermind. The reason I say that is thus. When we were pushed into the cell in Bad End 2, Elisa was already in the cell. The only person who could have put, like... Okay, I am trying to saying that... That I think the mastermind pushed us into a cell. I would like to make another posit. The mastermind will never be confined. That means I think we can clear Hana.
やっぱり何か
I
さ
wonder
れ
if
る
they'll
の
do
かな。
something to her. The door had a peephole. They could check the state of the room through it. What should I do?
見
I'm
るの
scared to
が
look.
怖い。
What if
もし
Hana-chan is
ハ
being
ンナちゃん
horribly
がひどい
treated?
目に遭っていたら。
Neither Amy or Sherry could make up their minds, so they just stood helplessly in front of the door. What?
何？
At the ominous sound from behind the door, Emma instinctively huddled against Sherry. What are you doing? It sounded like something being struck, and Hana's voice came from inside. It hurts. Stop it, I beg you.
ハンナちゃん。
Hana-chan, are you okay? So, I have come up with a notepad. Yeah, stop hitting me! You see him holding the sign was a little different from what Emma imagined. What the guard is holding? Is that a
あれ
ruler?
って定規
Anna was restrained on a cross-shaped rack, but instead of terrifying torture devices, she was being hit with a ruler. It was like a teacher or parent disciplining a child. The guard raised the ruler and struck Hana's cheek.
エマさん、ハンナさ
Emma-san,
んを
let's
助
save
けましょ
Hana-san.
う。でも、
How are we supposed to
助け
save
るこうや
her?
って
Like
です
this.
ちょっとセリちゃん
Wait. Sherry! Sherry clenched her fist and punched the punishment cell door with all her might.
何なん
What's
です
going
か
on? Sherry!
ハンナさん、
Hana-san, we've come to save you. And Sherry, who disappeared and appeared in the room after destroying the door, Hana was
ちょっ
dumbfounded.
と
But
待って
wait,
セリちゃん
Sherry-chan,
ダメだよ
if you
感
resist
謝
the
に抵
guard,
抗したら
you'll be killed just like
そう
Kira.
ですわ
That's
私な
right,
ら
I'll
大
be
丈
fine.
夫です
Don't
か
do
ら
anything
バカ
stupid.
な真似はおよしなさいいえ、やってみ
No,
な
we
いと
won't know
わか
until
る
we
じゃ
try,
ないで
right?
すか
Sherry stepped forward and reversed
本
the
気の
guard.
本気でやれば
If I go all out, I might be able to kill it, you know?
ここには武器も
And
た
there are
くさん
plenty
あ
of
りま
weapons
すし
here. Sherry picked up a nearby metal rod. Perhaps sensing her intent to resist, the guard swung its scythe down at Sherry. Sherry dodged the scythe's blow and struck the guard with a metal rod. Wow! As the guard reeled back, Sherry relentlessly pressed
エ
the
マさん
attack.
今のうちに
Emma-san,
ハン
now's
ナ
our
さんを
chance.
下ろして逃げてください
Emma-san down and run. Run where? え
早くしてくださいいつまで持つかわかりませんので
Sherry's just an idiot! I think we can clear Sherry.
わかった
Okay. Ava rushed the cross-shaped rack and began trying to release Hana's restraint. No matter how many times Sherry's super strength struck it, there was no sign of the guard dying. Whoa! Far from dying, it counterattacked with sight at terrifying speed. The metal rod she hastily used to block was cut
そ
to
れならこれで
They'll use this. There are plenty more weapons, so Sherry grabbed a sword that looked like it was meant for execution. Yeah! Sword in hand, she charged at the guard with her whole body.
あれ
What Sherry's sword pierced was not the guard. It was Emma and Hana. Behind the guard, Emma was trying to get Hana down from the cross-shaped rack. The guard dodged Sherry's charge and she ended up impaling the two of
あ
them.
ちゃ失敗ですね
Uh-oh, I messed up.
助けられると思ったんですでもやっぱり壊しちゃいまし
I
た
thought
ね
I could save you, but I ended up breaking
Emma-san,
things instead.
ハンナさんごめんなさい
Emma-san! Hana-san! Gomennasai! Behind Sherry, who spoke in shock, the guard raised his scythe. I kind of want to clear Sherry here. We can probably clear Sherry, right? Wait, where am I?
わからないけど
Let's just
そう
run.
ですね
Yeah, maybe they'll
そ
give
の
up
うち諦め
eventually.
てくれるかもしれ
No,
ま
we're
せん
just
し
gonna
無
die.
謀で
That's
すわ
reckless. Just as Hana said. The guard was waiting for them where they fled. What do we do
止まら
now?
ないで
Don't stop this way. They veered to a side path. As the three ran wildly through the forest. Ah! Eh? Ah!
だった
Ow, ow,
どこかに落ち
looks
ちゃっ
like
た
we
みたい
fell
だけど
somewhere. Are you
私
too
は
hurt?
大丈夫
I'm okay.
私もとりあえず平気ですわそれ
I'm
よ
fine
り
for now.
ここは一体何なんですの
More importantly, what is this place?
おそらく
Oh,
壁
yeah,
糸じゃない
dried
で
up
しょ
well.
うか
Seeing that, Sherry looked up. Emma and Hana looked up. They could see the sky
この
quite far
高さ
above
から
them.
落ちてよく無
Falling
事で
from
済
this
んだよ
height,
ね
it's a wonder we're not
クッショ
hurt.
ンが効いていたお
I
かげ
think
だ
the
と思い
cushion
ま
has
す
fell.
よ
There's a soft
柔
soil
ら
and
か
a
い
layer
土
of
と
leaves.
なるほど
Let's see, wait, this is
納
no
得
time
し
to
て
be
る場合じゃ
impressed.
ないですわ
How do we get out of
どう
here?
やってここから出るんですの壁を登るしか
We'll
な
have
い
to
じゃ
climb
ない
the wall.
でしょやっぱり
Yeah, that's
そう
what
な
I
るよ
figured.
ね
Emma touched the musket
で
to the
も
wall.
登りきれ
But
る
I
か
wonder
な
if we can make it to the top. No. Her voice lacked confidence. Just earlier, Emma had tried to climb the wall and had quickly
こう
run
な
out
っ
of
たら
strength.
私の魔法で脱出してみせ
If
ま
that's
す
the case, I'll use my magic to get us out of here. Hana floated up just a little. She tried to descend, swaying unsteadily, but her feet quickly touched the ground again.
高
Damn
す
it.
ぎて無理
It's
で
too
す
high. I
わ
can't do it.
私がお二人を上に投
I'm
げ
gonna
る
throw
と
you
いう
two
のは
up.
どうでしょう
You're gonna kill us. At Shuri's suggestion, Aima and Hana's
投
eyes
げ
went
る
wide.
って
To throw us?
発想がゴリラす
That's
ぎで
such a
すわ
gorilla-like thought.
とはいえ
However,
外ま
throwing
で
you
投
all
げ
the
ると
way
いうの
out
は
is
さす
probably
がに無理だ
impossible.
と思います私が壁の途
After
中
you
ま
part
で
way
投
up
げ
the
て
wall,
そ
and
こ
then
か
you
ら
have to
自
climb
力
up
で
the
登
rest
ってもらう
yourself.
と
Something
いう
like
感
that.
じで
Aima and Hana looked at each other. With Shuri's super strength, it might actually be
でも
possible.
その後はシェリーちゃんはどうするの
But what about after? What will you do,
そこ
Shuri-chan?
はご安心をこのくらいの高さなら自力で登れそうですから
Don't worry about that. I think I can climb up
ちょ
myself
っ
from
と
this
お
height.
待ちなさい
Wait a moment.
だ
If
ったら
that's
あ
the
な
case,
たが先に
you
出
can
て
go first
助
and
け
call
を
for
呼ん
help,
でくる
couldn't
こと
you?
あちゃ
Uh-oh,
そこ
you
気づ
noticed
い
that?
ちゃいました
Smiling, Shuri reached out to Hana and hurled her upward. No!
ちょっとシェリー
Wait,
ちゃん
wait, Shuri-chan?
いきなり
What are you doing all of a sudden, you gorilla woman?
このゴリラ
Hana, grabbing up to the wall, about halfway up, shouted Shuri.
女
Aha!
次は
Okay,
エマさん
next
の
is
番
Aima's
ですよ
turn. Hold on
しっかり
tight to
壁
the
に
wall.
捕まってくださいね待ってま
I'm
だ
not
心
perfectly
の準備
prepared.
が
Wow! Aima, thrown by Shuri, managed to grab onto the wall.
怖かった
That was scary.
さあ登っちゃってください
Now climb up. Yeah,
シェリー
Shuri-chan,
ちゃ
hurry
んも
up
早
too.
く
At Aima's words, Shuri shook her
私
head.
のことはお構いなくやは
Don't worry about me, I really can't climb out.
はあ
Huh? What do you
何を言
think?
って
Did
るん
you
で
just
す
think you
あ
climb
な
out
たさっ
yourself?
き自力で登れると言ったじゃありませんか
Haha, sorry.
あれ
That was a lie. Actually, I'm in this state.
実は
Shuri showed them her side. A thick tree branch was deeply embedded there. As Aima and Hana grasped, Shuri
落ちた
smiled.
時に刺さっちゃったみたいで内臓まで届いちゃって
Must have pierced me when we fell. It feels like it reached my internal organs. So please leave me behind.
ふ
But
ざ
don't
け
be
るんじ
ridiculous.
ゃねえ
There's
で
no
す
way
わ
we could do
よ
that.
そうだよ
That's right. At least one
せ
of
め
us,
て僕
me or
とハナ
Hana
ちゃん
Chan, could go
ど
get
っちか
help.
一人が助けを呼びに行くとかいえ
No, no, it's okay. It feels like it's already too late for me. Just go.
似合
Both
わ
of
ない
you.
ような感じなんでお二人で
Shuri leaned uncomfortably against the wall.
勝手に諦めるんじゃねえですわよ殺して
You
も
have
死な
a
な
face
そう
that
な
looks
顔
like
し
you
てる
wouldn't die even if you're killed. People die when they're killed, you know? People die when they're killed, you know? Hana, her voice raised, stretched out her arm and began climbing the wall.
急
Hana-chan,
いでここを出ますわよすぐ
we're
に
getting out of here
助けを呼ん
quickly.
で
We'll
戻
call
って
for help
き
and
て
come right
ヒー
back.
ロー気取りの
We'll
あ
laugh
い
at
つ
the
を
wannabe
笑い飛
hero.
ばしてやりま
She
す
tries
わ
to look cool, but she
かっこ
ends
つ
up
けて
getting
すぐに
saved.
助かってるじゃないってそうだね
Yeah, we'll
絶
definitely
対に
save
セリちゃん
Shuri-chan.
を助けよう
Aima and Hana got out of the dry well and returned to the prison. However, free time had already ended and the two were sent to the punishment cell for breaking the rules. 2 days later, with a heavy expression, Leia spoke to Aima and Hana, who left the punishment
す
cell.
まない
I'm
我
sorry, by
々
the
が
time we
見つけ
found
た
her.
時にはもう
But that's a
嘘だ
lie,
よ
right?
ね
残念ながら
Unfortunately, it's the
事
truth.
実だ
Right before being taken to the punishment cell, Aima and Hana had told the other girls about Shuri.
間
But
に
we
合わ
weren't
な
in
かったん
time.
だ
Shuri was left
セ
there.
リーちゃんはあのまま
She had breathed her last at the bottom of the dry
So-
well. No, no way. No.
いや
No. Pale-faced Hana bit her nails, though she was biting them off with such
置き
force.
去りにしたから
Because we left her
私
behind.
に
If only I had more
も
power.
っと力があればハナちゃん
Hana-chan,
落ち
calm
着いて
down.
だってそうで
Isn't
しょ
that right? If I could fly more freely, I could save Shuri-chan. And back then, too.
私がもっとしっかりしていれば置き去り
If
に
I'd
さ
been
れ
more
たあの子だ
capable,
って
I
死な
wouldn't
せ
have
ず
let
に
that
済
girl
んだ
who was left behind die
あ
either.
の時
Back then, what does
ハ
Hana-chan
ナちゃん
mean?
一体
Biting off her nails, Hana repeated like a mantra. If I could do
も
better.
っと
More.
ちゃんとできれば
More and more. Power,
私
it's
が
my fault. It's my
私の
fault.
せいで
Power. If only I had
ハナ
power.
君あまり
Hana-kun,
自分を
don't
責
blame
めるの
yourself
は
so much. Speaking gently, Leia placed a hand on Hana's shoulder. Leia's head bent at an unnatural angle and she collapsed forward. What?
なんで
What?
うるせえですわ今は
Shut up. I don't want to hear cheap comfort right now.
まったく
Honestly, I'll kill
ぶっ
you.
殺
Oh,
し
I
ま
already
すわ
did.
よ
What?
で
Looking down at Leia's body, Hana burst into laughter. Come on, John, why? Hana turned her gaze to the stunned Emma. In her eyes, murderous intent was seeping through.
なんででしょうね
Emma-san,
なんだ
I
か
wonder why. Somehow
私
I want to
殺
kill.
したくて
I want to kill so badly I can't stand it.
仕方がないんです
I know how you feel, Hana-chan, but we can't. You can't just kill people.
これって
Could it be? When prisoners experience strong stress, their witch factor increases and witchification progresses. Those who become witches, driven by an unbearable urge to kill, are at risk of committing murder. Emma tried to put distance between herself and the approaching Hana, but her legs tangled in fear and she fell
ねえエマ
backwards.
さん
Hey,
空を飛んで
Emma-san,
みたくはありません
don't you want to try flying through the sky? Hana grabbed Emma's head and carried her outside the prison, then using her magic, she flew high into the sky.
いい眺めですわこの高さから落としたら人間ってどうなるんでしょう潰れたトマトみてえになるのかしら
Ah, what did I do? I wonder what happens in the future to a person if you drop them from the site. Would they become like a squash tomato? Stop, Hana-chan, please, don't let go. No, no, no.
うーんどうしようか
What
し
should
ら
I do?
助けてお願いだから許してください
Please, I beg you,
なん
forgive
だ
me.
か必死で惨めだ
Look
か
so
ら
desperate and pathetic. So
嫌で
now.
すわ
Emma's pleading voice turned into a scream. That was too was quickly drowned out. Ah. Yeah, I think we can clear Sherry as the mastermind. To the prison. Emma and the others ended up spending most of the day playing tag with the
捕まら
guards.
なくてよかったけどもうヘッド
I'm
ヘッ
glad
ド
I
だよ
didn't get caught, but I'm completely exhausted. Emma? I checked just now. I was just curious if you were right. Nope. It's Nana Mikitani. Sylvie, you need to scream like that. Don't you remember when you got murdered by Adventurine? You just screamed? Emma staggered out of her cell. There, Miruru was standing there supporting her.
大丈夫ですか
Are you okay?
監視さんに追いかけられたって聞いて
I heard you were chased by a good guard.
うん
Yeah,
何もされてないよ
nothing happened to me.
ちょっと疲れ
I'm
ただ
just
け
a little tired.
ほっぺた
Your cheek
汚れ
is
ちゃって
dirty.
ます
Meruru's eyebrows drooped with concern, and she wiped Emma's cheek
なん
with
か
a
お
handkerchief.
母さんみたい
She's kind of like a mom. Emma looked embarrassed, smiled shyly, and looked down. Then Maidadu walked over to a bucket placed on the side of the corridor. It had been placed there for cleaning, but now was being used as a trash can by the prisoners. Just as she was about to throw away the handkerchief, Maidadu tilted her head. What is this? Emma also moved over and peered into the bucket. It was filled with what looked like parts of a machine dismantled into pieces. I wonder what that is. The corridor wasn't exactly clean, so maybe someone had gathered up some nearby trash and put it in. Thinking about it won't help. Everything here is just strange. As Emma sighed, Mirror gently touched her hand. Shall we go to dinner? Yeah. Emma smiled at Maidadu, who was gently leading her by the hand. That reminds me. Wait a moment. Emma? Wow. Shook her head, saying it was nothing after all. No, so let's go. Holding Maidadu's hand, Emma started walking. Still perhaps worried about Noah, she glanced at herself for just a moment. I wonder if Noah-chan isn't gonna eat either. Was she busy with her art again? That's strange. Normally I should be able to hear the sound of spray paint. Emma-san, after all, isn't there something bothering you? No, it's okay. Let's go, let's... Are you sure? Could it be? You're not feeling well? Worried by Maidadu, Emma climbed the stairs. That food again today, huh? Entering the dining hall, Emma recalled the gloopy, grotesque colored food inside. Huh? Somehow today it smells good. At the fragrant smell drifting through the air, Emma sniffed involuntarily. Emma-san! You're finally here! Shuri waved and called Emma over. Unusually, the other girls were also gathered at the same table. Everyone had already started eating. No way! Seeing the food on the tray, Emma let out a cry of surprise. What was served wasn't the usual creepy-looking food, it was a perfectly seared steak. Is this meat? It wasn't just steak. There was stew, fried food, spare ribs, and a variety of other meat dishes were lined up. Wait a minute! Are we eating Noah? This stew, the meat is so tender, it's delicious. Are we eating Noah? This is a truly exquisite taste and aroma. The steak is cooked to perfection too. Come on, Nanoka-san, you should eat too. The red juice over here is delicious. Yes. It really is good. I like Nanoka. I can get addicted to this. What's the secret ingredient? This fried chicken is too good. Hey, Media, you should eat too. I'm not really like for rich, greasy food. But this might be lighter than I thought. We are definitely eating her. You guys are so simple-minded, getting this happy over a meal. Saying that, but how many plates is that for you? Emma-san, Maidadu-san, come eat with us quickly. Okay. Encouraged by Shuri, Emma and Maidadu also took their seats. Thanks for the food. Bringing her hands together, Emma also brought the food to her mouth. I think my favorite is... I like Hito, but she's dead. I really like Nanoka. Irisa is apparently supposed to be like a delinquent. Everyone looks so happy today. That's good. Yeah, somehow this is really nice. Eating together with everyone, chatting and laughing is really fun, isn't it? Yes, Nanoka! Ever since coming here, they had been constantly surrounded by a tense, murderous atmosphere. But tonight, a peaceful mood lingered among the girls. If only we could get out of here together like this, without any killing starting. That would be perfect. Ah, Noah-chan. Suddenly she remembered that one person was missing. It's such a waste not to eat such delicious food. I'll bring some to Noah-chan later. But still, this is really delicious. This meat. After dinner, Emma brought some food for Noah. Noah-chan, I brought today's dinner. Huh? In the cells filled with spray art, Noah was nowhere to be seen. A spray can, likely used by her, lay alone on the floor. That's strange. Did she go somewhere? After dinner, it was a longer free time period. Maybe she was spending her time somewhere else. If so, she'll come back eventually, right? I wonder if she'll be happy with the food. But no matter how long they waited, Noah Jogasaki never returned. They searched everywhere, but without finding her. One day, then 2 days just passed by. After that, beasts were regularly served in the prison, but each time one girl would disappear. Wait, that's it? I want to see that scene again.
そうですか。ノアちゃん、でもエマさん、本当ですか。もしかして具合今日もまたあれ？あ、エマ、嘘でしょ。これこの人
これは
ほら。てかこっちおじさん。エマさんもメルルさんも早く。いただきます。今日は皆さん幸せそうでよかったですね。
Something about this line just trips me. Everyone looks so happy today. That's good.
So そうだね。みんなで一緒にワイワイご飯食べるのってこのまま殺すか。ノア、こんなに美味しい。それにしても本当に美味しい。ノアちゃん、今日の夕おかしいな。だったらそのうち帰ってくるよね。差し入れ喜んでくれるかな。
Huh. I actually want to save because I want to go back to the scene later. There's something, I feel like something is revealed in this scene, but I can't figure out what. We saw Nan. Honestly, I think Manado is the most suspicious. Then she peeked in Noah's cell. Noah's cell, as always, was filled with spirit items.
今日もご飯行かないの？
Noah-chan, you're not gonna eat today either?
エマちゃん、
Emma-chan.
メルルちゃん。ノアは平気だよ。
Noah's okay, you know. Everyone is so kind.
みんな？
Everyone? Yeah, they bring me
差し入
snacks
れ
or
持っ
talk
て
to
きて
me.
くれたり、声をかけてくれたりする。ノアの魔法
Everyone
を
was
見て、
surprised when they saw
みんな
Noah's
驚い
magic.
てた
But
け
there are so
ど、
many strange things
ノ
here.
アの魔法、
They're not scared of
怖がられ
Noah's
たりし
magic.
ないんだ。
That makes me happy.
嬉しいな。
Wait, what?
みん
So
な結
everyone's
構、
actually pretty
ノアちゃんの
concerned
こと
about
気にかけて
Noah-chan.
あげてるんだな。それならよかった。
That's good then. But
お
thanks
礼に
then.
みんなの喜んでくれる絵を頑張って完成させるね。
I'll do my best to finish a picture that will make everyone happy. Wait a minute. Let's
で
go.
は行きましょ
Oh, you don't actually care about Noah-chan?
う。ノアちゃん、今日でもエマさん、やっぱり何か気になることがあるんじゃ
She's
ないですか。
prompting us to care about Noah-chan.
本当ですか。もしかして具合が悪いんじゃ。今日もまたあのご飯か。
No immediately started spraying paint. The pungent smell hit Aima's nose as she was leaving.
そういえば、アン
Come to
ナち
think of it,
ゃん
I
はノ
wonder
ア
if
ちゃんとうまく
Anna-chan
や
is
れて
getting
るの
on
か
with
な。
Noah-chan. As they headed towards the stairs, Emma asked
ど
Miruto.
うでしょう
I'm
か
not sure. She went back to her cell
昨
last
日
night,
の夜
but
は
she
バ
felt
ー
ill
に
again
戻った
today
ん
and
で
is
すが
resting in the
どう
infirmary.
しても同室が
It
つらい
seems that being in the same room is just too hard for her.
そっ
Hmm,
か
I see.
なんとかなら
I
ない
wish
か
we
な
could do something.
ほ
Hey,
ら
what if we swap
僕と部
rooms?
屋を交換するとかいいかもしれ
That
ま
might be a
せ
good
ん早
idea.
速掛け合ってみよう今度獄長
I'll
に
try
遭遇した
asking about
時
it
にで
soon.
も
Next time I run into the warden or something. Emma and Miruto went up the stairs. After finishing their usual dinner to four, Emma, Sherry, Hana, and Miruto left the dining hall. As they walked, discussing whether to go or take a shower, a voice called out to them from behind. It's
ち
the
ょっと
warden.
いい
Oh, got a minute. When Emma and the others turned around, Nanaka was standing there. Nanaka was a girl who didn't act in groups and wandered around alone. Her actions were shrouded in mystery. And naturally, tensions ran through Emma and the
な
other
んで
three.
しょう
What is it?
何かお
Is something
困りごと
troubling
で
you?
しょうか
ラウンジに飾ってあるボウガンが消えてい
The
たの
crossbow displayed in the lounge is
誰かが
gone.
持ち
I
出した
think
んだと
someone
思う
took it.
なんですっ
What?
て
Isn't that a
それ
huge
って
deal?
一大事じゃ
Anna turned pale, and Emma's heart also began to race with a
ボ
bad
ウガン
feeling.
を何のために
What would someone need the crossbow for?
一度
Let's
確
go
認に
check
行
it
こ
out.
う
The five of them filed into the lounge, and then they saw for themselves the crossbow, which had been hanging on the wall, was gone.
本当だ
It's really
一
gone
体
since
いつから
when?
昨日の日中に見
It
た
was
時
there
は
when
あ
I
っ
saw
た
it yesterday
今日見
daytime,
に行っ
and I
たら
went
なか
today
っ
it was
た
gone. So I think it
だ
was
から
last
昨日の
night.
夜だと思うそれに昨日亡くなった
And
も
there's
の
one
が
more thing
も
that
う
went
一つあ
missing
るの
yesterday.
何がなくなった
What's
って
missing?
私の紙リボン
My hair ribbon.
どこかに落としたのかもしれなくて
I might have
思い
dropped
当た
it
るところ
somewhere,
は
but I've
探し回
searched
ったんだけど
everywhere and I can't. I
見つから
can
ない
think of it. I can't find it. Nanoka seemed to be stating the facts calmly, but she clenched her fist, which was trembling
Ah,
slightly. I
もし
come to
かして
think of
日
it.
中に見たナノカちゃんは
When I saw
リボンを
Nanoka
探
chan
して
during
た
the
のか
day,
な
she was probably looking for
大
her
切な
ribbon.
リボンなのか
It
も
must be an important
ナノ
ribbon.
カちゃん切羽詰まっているよう
really
に見えた
desperate.
囚人の中に泥棒がいる
There's a thief among the
私は許
prisoners.
さ
I
ない
won't forgive them. At the words spat out with those dark eyes, a chill ran down
許
Amy's
さないっ
spine.
て
Wouldn't
何をする
forgive?
つもり
What is she planning to do? Nanoka quickly turned on her heel and left the lounge. Well, I know who the suspect for the first murder case is gonna be. It's Nanoka. Someone stole Nanoka's hair ribbon to frame her. Here's what I suspect is gonna go on.
ナノカさんどうしちゃったんでしょう心配です
Nanoka-san, what's gotten into her? I'm
あ
worried.
んな状態じゃトラブルを起こしそう
That's
で
bait
す
she's
わ
liable. So, hear me out. Anan has not been sleeping in the thing. During the night, Anan entered the lounge, took the crossbow, and she's going to murder. She's going to murder, God. Help me out here, my brain isn't working. What's her name again? Noah. She's gonna murder Noah with a crossbow and frame Nanoka.
気になるよね
It's concerning. Let's
ちょっ
try
と追い
following
かけて
her.
みよう
As Emma and the others followed Nanoka, they saw her enter the recreation room on the second floor. When Emma and the others quickly entered, as expected, trouble had already
人の
started.
顔見ていきなり泥棒ってなんだよ
The hell
ふ
can
ざ
you
けてん
call
の
me
か
a
てめ
thief to my
え
face? You messing with
ふ
me?
ざけてないあなたはいかにも何かしそう
I'm not messing around. You look like you do
そっ
something.
ちこそ
Look who's
その
talking.
銃
What's
はな
that
んだ
gun? Where did she
どこ
get
で手
it?
に入れた
You're the one who looks
てめえ
suspicious.
の方が怪しいだろうが
At least it looked like she was about to grab Nanoka. Emma panicked and stepped between the two of them to mediate. Wait, both of you, calm down.
うるせえ引っ
Shut
込んで
up,
ろ
get out of the way. Elisa kicked a nearby chess table. Chess pieces scattered across the floor. Then she pushed Emma aside and grabbed Nanoka by the collar. The two glared at each other
あ
from
な
close
たは
range.
虚勢ばかり本気で誰かと
You're a
向き合う気
bluster.
なんて
You
な
have
い
no intention of truly facing
て
anyone.
め
You little. Elisa's raised fist trembled. The air was so tense it seemed like a fight would break out any second. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
大変ですわ
Bad, it's
暴
gonna
力
turn
沙汰にな
violent.
りますわ
Then Sherry stood next to Emma and whispered something
どう
quietly
し
to
ま
her.
す私だったら
What
止
should
めら
we
れ
do?
ま
I
す
could
けど
stop them.
二
Should I
人を
act
気
them both
絶で
out?
もさせますか
The Sherry who casually suggested something ominous to Emma. Yes! Kill them! Ex-Shurian, only half jokingly. Jokingly?
うん
Yeah, go for
だっ
it,
てセリちゃ
Shuri-chan.
んなんてもちろん冗談だけど
Just kidding, of
了
course.
解
Roger
で
that.
すちょっと
Wait,
待って
wait,
セリちゃん
Sherry-chan?
冗
I
談
was
なん
just
だけ
kidding.
ど
What if she didn't hear Emma's protest or not? Sherry headed towards Lisa and
あなた
Nanoka.
たち
You two
喧
fighting is
嘩は
not
いけま
allowed.
せんよ
Saying this a warm smile, Shuri brought her fist down on Elisa and Nanaka. Elisa and Nanaka jumped back just in time, and Shuri's fist slammed into the recreation room floor. What the hell do you think you're doing?
喧嘩を止めよ
I
う
thought
と
it
思い
stopped
ま
the
して
fight. I
と
think
り
it'd
あ
be
えず
quickest if I
お
knocked
二
you
人
both
に
out.
気絶してもらったら早いかなと
Shuri's an idiot. This is our detective? Hello, I like to fight. Fighting's good,
ふ
huh?
ざけないで。
Don't be
む
ridiculous.
しろ喧嘩
You
売
know
っ
I'm
てる
taking
だ
a
ろう
fight
が。
here. Naturally, neither Elisa nor Nanoka seemed willing to be punched without a fight. A tense, explosive atmosphere filled the room between the three. Shady was the first to move. She lunged at Elisa and Nanoka again. This time, both Elisa and Nanoka prepared to fight back, but Shuri's movements were faster than their reactions. Shuri punched Elisa and
へ
Nanoka
ん
down.
へんこれで揉め事は軽く収まりましたね
It looks like the dispute is settled peacefully. What
どこ
peacefully?
がです
In
の
what world?
むしろ暴力沙汰を起こしてますけれど
You're the one who started the violent incident. The guard appeared and restrained Shuri, Elisa, and Nanaka. The three were taken away
あ
just
ら
like that.
大変。あのさ
Uh-huh.
に
I wonder if those three will be put in the punishment cell.
ちょっとエ
Hold
マさ
on,
ん
Ima-san.
あなたのせいで
The
余
situation
計
got
ま
worse.
ずい
Just
状
got
況になっ
worse
ちゃいま
because
した
of
わ
you.
そんな僕はただ冗談のつもりで
I was only joking. 2 days later, Amy was waiting for Shuri and the others to be released from the punishment
もう
cell.
そろそろ戻っ
They
て
should
く
be
るかな
back soon.
さあ
Who
そ
knows?
んなのわかりませんわアンナちゃん
Anna
なんだ
Chan
か
seems
冷
kinda
たい気
cold.
がする
Everyone else seems to
他
be
のみん
looking
な
down
も
on me
僕
too.
を軽蔑しているようなやっぱり
I guess
み
they're
ん
all
な
mad
怒って
because
る
I
の
said
かな
that. They
僕
were
が
meant as a
あんな
joke
こ
and
と
they've
言っ
been
たか
siding
ら
with Shuri and making things worse. Maybe they were feeling distrust
エマ
towards
さん
Amy.
ど
Ema-san,
うか落ち込まないでく
please
ださ
don't
い
feel so down. To the gloomy Ema, Madoru spoke worriedly. She was the only one who didn't try to distance herself from
メル
Ema.
ルちゃんありが
Madoru-chan,
とう
thank you. After a while, Elisa and Nanako appeared. Both looked exhausted. Maybe they had been terribly mistreated in the
シ
punishment
ェリー
cell.
さんは
What
ど
happened
う
to
したん
Shuri
です
san?
あいつは
That girl, she was probably killed.
多分殺されちまった。
殺され
Killed? Why?
どうして
知るかよ。
How should I know?
ただ極長の声が聞
I
こえ
just
た
heard
んだ。
Warden's voice.
もうダメそうで
Saying,
すね
she。looks done for.
処
What's
分
the
しま
pose
し
of
ょう
her
ってな。
or something?
そんなのってひ
That's awful.
何がひど
That's
いだよ。
awful. It's
て
your
め
fault
え
for
があ
making
いつ
her
を
on.
煽ったせいだろうが。
あら、
Nada. And
元
who
は
was it
と
that
い
started
えば
arguing in the
言
first
い
place?
争いを始めたのは誰だったかしら。
最初に言いがかりをつけてきたのは
She's the one who started accusing me
こいつだろ。
あの
Everyone,
皆さん
just calm down.
どいつもこい
Oh,
つもい
you,
い
that's
加減
enough.
に
It's
しや
all
が
your
れ
fault.
ですわ
It's all of
あ
your
な
fault.
たたち全員の責任でしょ
Hannah raised her voice and slammed the table. Then, looking furious, she tried to leave the
ちゃん
room.
待って
Hannah-chan, wait.
今は話しかけないでく
Please
だ
don't
さいま
talk to
し
me right now. Leaving those words behind, Hannah left for good this time. Emma could only stand there frozen. After that, tormented by guilt, Emma began to distance herself
シ
from
ェ
the
リー
other
ちゃんが
girls.
殺されちゃったのなん
Shitty-chan getting
僕の
killed.
せい
It's
だ
all
から
my fault. Why did I say that?
であんな
Perhaps
こ
out
と
of
言ったん
awkwardness,
だろう
Emma couldn't bring herself to talk to Hannah or anyone else. As she spent her time like this, Emma's heart grew more and
み
more
んなもきっ
weary.
と僕を責めて
Everyone
るん
must
だ
be
ろうな
blaming me too.
さっきも
Just now as well. The girls were chatting and laughing in the lounge, but when Emma appeared, everyone fell silent. Whispering voices and glances directed her way. Emma felt as if they were talking behind her back, ever looking down at her.
エマさん食事を持ってきました
Emma-san,
ここに置いてお
I
きま
brought
す
you a
か
meal.
ら
I'll
食べ
leave
て
it
く
here,
だ
so
さい
please eat. Please try to cheer up, okay?
どうか元気を出してくださいね
You know what the hard thing is? Every time I want to, I am really sus of Madoru, but when she's actually genuinely nice, it dissipates. It's this weird feeling. Even Madoru's kind words sounded
い
negative
つ
to
まで
Emma.
も被害者面するなっ
Is
て
she
こと
telling
か
me
な
not to play the victim forever? Without replying to Madoru, Emma hugged her knees. With a sad expression, Madoru left from in front of the
辛
cell.
いな何もかも
It's her, it's everything. Being in a place like this because of her tactless joke, she had caused Shuri's death. Being looked
な
down
んか
upon
も
by
ういい
everyone.
や
I don't care. No. Oh, you're about to kill yourself, right? Emma picked up the table knife she had taken from the dining hall. Oh,
僕が死んだら
I
誰か
I
少
wonder if
しは
anyone would be
悲しんだ
even
り
a
して
little
くれる
sad.
のかな
Well, not Hito. In her cell, red butterflies fluttered around Emma. Red butterflies. Red. has it? Marco has mind control. Hello, Arma! Ava shook her head
それじゃ
vigorously.
乱闘になっちゃ
That
う
would
よ
just turn into a
喧
brawl.
嘩なんて
If
し
we
たら
fight, they'll say
ト
we
ラブル
caused
を起こ
trouble.
した
We
と
might
言わ
get
れて
sent to the
長
punishment
二人とも
cell.
やめてほし
Tell
い
you about to stop.
いい
Just
加減に
stop.
して
Amos apparently suddenly as if afraid of something. Lisa and Nanaka distanced themselves.
案外すごいのね、エマ
Oh
ちゃん。
my, you're surprisingly impressive, Ema-chan. So, in Bad End, what is that, 6? That's Bad End. Yeah, Bad End 6. No. Can we go back? I just want to save this. I feel like, yeah. There are things to get so how are you doing this evening, Arma? There are things to get revealed in the Bad End that are potentially illuminating.
それじゃ喧嘩なんてした二人ともやめてほしいいい加減にして
あら、案外す
Off
ご
to
い
the
の
side,
ね、
chuckling as
エマ
Margo.
ちゃん。
Margo has butterfly motifs. She had probably been in the recreation room from the start, sitting on the sofa playing the role of an
泥
observer.
棒って何のことかは知
I
ら
don't
な
know
い
about
け
a
れ
thief,
ど、
but in this prison
こ
we
の
don't
牢
own
屋
anything,
敷で
right?
私は
I don't
誰
really
が
care who
何を
takes
持ち
what.
出しても構わないと思うけれど、
Nanaka's piercing gaze turned towards
あな
Margo
たも
this
自
time.
分の部屋にいろいろ持ち込んでいる。
You brought various
リ
things
ボン
into your
を
room
盗んで
too.
てもおか
It
し
would
く
be
ない。
strange if you stole my
リ
ribbon.
ボン知らないわ。
A ribbon? I don't
で
know
も
anything
素敵
about
な
it.
ものだっ
But
た
if
ら
it's a nice
自
thing, I
分
might
の
have
もの
made
に
it
してし
mine.
まうかもね。
返して。
Give it back
今す
right
ぐ。
now.
私じゃないわ
Wasn't
よ。
me, probably.
多分ね。
Hehe.
返して。
Give it back.
ああもう
Oh no, not again. This time sparks began to fly between Nanaka and Margo. Ema put her head in her hands. After being stuck in that hot, still atmosphere for a while, they ended up wasting time. Once things finally calmed down, Ema's group went to take a shower. I think Ema's power is specifically emotional manipulation. Maybe not mind control, but emotional manipulation. Soyuz! I am currently trying to figure out who is totally 100% innocent. I mean, not innocent, but not the culprit. I think at the very least, Shiri and Hana are not the big bad. They're not the mastermind. We are making an assumption of Danganronpa rules in which there is in fact the mastermind, but yes, I think they're like, because this is a mystery game. This is not just, we need to stop each other, when we murder each other, we need to solve it. There has to be a mastermind. Here are my current theories. Anyone who gets confined to 149? Good job, Soryuz! There's part of me that wants to sing a song like Normies Just Die. Normies just die! Normies just die! Normies just die! Yes, really, I want to sing the Normies Just Die song. Is that weird? I'm sorry. I'll work this out. Don't worry. I promise. I promise. Boom, boom. Soyuz. I have a crazy idea. Give me. I just need a moment to do a thing really quickly. We should kill everybody in the world. But since we can't kill everyone in the world, let's head pat Sylvie. I will give you all a special head pat glove. You see, Sylvie is currently on a quest to become the Sylvie. I want to be the Sylvie. So if you touch her, she will literally kind of explode into a gory shower. So you can only touch her with a special glove. Otherwise you'll kill her. Do you want to be responsible for killing Sylvie? I don't want to be responsible for killing Sylvie. So pat her with the special patting glove of patitude. Yeah, I'm saying just weird random shit at this point. Just pay no attention to me. Well, if you touch her with a non-special glove, she'll die. Do you want to kill Sylvie? Once things finally calmed down, Emma's group went to take a shower. Perhaps due to the earlier trouble and the exhaustion from running around all day, by the time they returned on the ground, everyone was unsteady on their feet. Shuri, who said was the closest, quickly went inside. I'm gonna be sore tomorrow.
筋肉痛になりそう。シャワーだけでなく、お風呂に浸かりてえですわ。
I don't want a shower. I just want to soak in a bath. Ah. Nobody yet! Nana, yawning loudly, was already starting to doze off. Emma yawned in response and walked dazedly down the corridor. Arriving in front of her own cell, Emma also tried to quickly go inside. Just then, what? Someone collided with her forcefully, and Emma was sent flying, landing on her rail. When Emma looked up, her eyes were wide with shock. Standing there was Lisa. It's you again. Don't just stand around daydreaming. Sorry. When Emma apologized, Lisa clicked her tongue again and left.
自分からぶつかっておいて失礼なやつですわね。
She's the one who bumped into you. How rude.
大丈夫ですか、エマさん。
Are you okay, Emma-san? Are you
ない
hurt?
ですか？
Yeah, I'm
平
fine.
気。
Up we go.
よいしょっと。
Emma stood up with a burst of energy and dusted herself
君た
off.
ち
Are
大
you
丈
two
夫かい？
okay? Notice that we have an English translation now, Soryus. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Do you want an English translation? The only thing I know for real, there will be blood shed. The man in the mirror nods his head, the only one left. give me a moment to do a thing. What's 20 times 2? Yes, I'm really asking that. Thank you. It's not important why I'm asking. I noticed Leia was standing nearby. Everyone's eyes get centered on Garrett and Leia. I don't need you to worry about us. Thank you very much. Did I do something to make you dislike Leia? I'd like to get along. This is trouble on. Oh, I was thinking about streaming soon. I'd be happy if you watch. You know what I would be happy about? I'd be happy to get a head pat. The ultimate head pat. Can you imagine getting the ultimate head pat? What would you do if you got the ultimate head pat?
毎日毎日みんなに気を配ってご苦労なことね。
It's so hard for you, always looking after everyone every day.
気苦労がないわけじゃないけれど。性
It's
格
not
かな
without words, haha. But I guess it's my nature, I guess. Faced with Leia's troubled smile, Anna's cheeks
レイ
flushed.
ヤちゃんってやっぱり魅了の魔法使いじゃん。
Leia-chan really is a magic user of
今日の
charm.
配信はココくんやミリアくん
For
に
today,
誘われ
I've
ている
been
んだ。
streaming. I've been invited by Coco-kun and Media-kun.
きっと賑やかで楽
I
しい
think
も
we
のを
can
見
show
せられ
something
ると思
lively
う。
and fun in a
こんな
place
ところ
like
だが
this.
少しでも娯楽を提供できれば。
But even I can provide a little bit of entertainment.
ま
Well,
あ
I suppose I
見
might
て
consider
あげな
watching.
くもないですわよ。行きましょうメルル
Let's
さ
go,
ん。
Meridu-chan. Okay. Anna grabbed Meridu's wrist and hurriedly ran towards her own cell as if escaping. Left alone, Ema let Leia's
ああ、そう
hand.
だ。今日医務室に行った時、間違ってアンアン
Ah,
君に
that's
スマ
right.
ホを持って
When
き
I
て
went
し
to
ま
the
ったらし
infirmary
い。
today, it seems I accidentally brought Anan-kun's phone. Leia rummaged in her pocket and took out a phone.
届けてくれると
Would
助
help
か
if you
る。
could deliver it.
私はこれから配信の予定があって。
Sorry to trouble you.
それくらい全然いいよ。
Yeah, that's no problem at all.
あのさ、レイヤちゃんのやってるこ
I
と
think what
す
you're
ごく
doing,
偉いと
Leia-chan,
思う
is。really admirable.
僕らグルー
We
プ
ended
は
up with
別に
different
なっちゃっ
groups,
たけど、
but still,
でも
I hope we can
助
help
け
each
合えた
other.
らいいなって思うんだ。
Leia's eyes wandered in slight surprise, but soon she broke into a gentle
ありがと
smile.
う。
Arigato. Emma took the phone from Leia and hurried to the infirmary.
失礼します。
Excuse me. The infirmary at night was quiet, and Emma naturally lowered her voice as she entered. As Emma approached Anan's bed, she sensed her stirring and sitting up.
アンちゃん起こしちゃった？
Anan-chan, did I wake you up? What do you want?
レイヤちゃんが日中お見舞いに来たでしょ？
It seems
そ
she
の時
accidentally
ス
took
マ
your
ホを
phone
間
then.
違えて持って行っちゃったらしくて、届けてほしいって。
She asked me to return it.
はい、
Here you go.
これ
When Emma held out the phone, Anan snatched it away. Emma let out a wide
僕
smile.
が嫌われてるのか、みんなに
I
こうい
wonder
う
if she
態度な
just
のか、
dislikes
ど
me
っ
or
ち
she's
なん
like
だ
this
ろう。
with everyone. As you can see, I'm basically laying down. Do you see me kind of hugging the bottom of my screen like this? I am laying down. Aren't I cute? Everyone, call me cute. Say nice things to me. I want people to say nice things to me. Well, I'll be heading back then. Having finished her task, she turned her gaze towards the entrance. Just then, the phone in Anan's chin started making a loud noise. What she heard was apparently Coco's voice.
配信が始まったんだ。僕も見なきゃ。
Thanks. The streamer started. I should watch too. Perhaps noticing Amos' slightly flustered look, Anan-chan held
こ
out
れ
her own
は
phone.
一緒に見ていけってことか
Did she
な。
tell me to watch
部
with
屋に
her?
戻ってみよう
I
と
was
思っ
going to
た
go
け
back
ど、
to my room to watch,
ア
but
ーちゃんが好意を見せてくれるなんて
kindness
め
is
った
showing
に
me
ないチャンス
an
だ。
a rare
あ
opportunity.
りがとう。じゃ
Thank you.
あ、ここで見
Then
せ
I
て
watch
も
with
ら
you
うね。
here. Emma hesitantly sat on the edge of the bed and peered at Anan's phone. On stream, green the screen, 3 girls are
やっ
visible.
ほー、ココタンだよー。
Yo-ho, Kokotan da yo. I'm sorry, we just don't find you interesting,
今日
Coco.
はなんと、あの
Hey, guess
芸
what?
能人
That's
ハ
right,
スミレ
it's
イ
a
ヤとの
long-awaited
コラ
collab
ボ
with
実
the
現
celebrity
だ
Leia
よ
Hasumi. You're
ず
pretty
いぶ
hyped
ん
up.
テンションが高いんだね。
Why am
おじさんはなんで呼ばれてるのか。
why am I an Oji-san being called in? Wait. Did you just say that? What? Did you just refer to yourself as an OG-san? She just called herself an old man. Wow.
You're あんたはただの賑や
You're
か
just
し
there for
雑
atmosphere.
魚
You're
だ
small
し
fry. Wow. Coco, there's a word for people like you. You're kind of a cunt.
雑魚
Small
て
fry.
かおじさんってなんだよ
That's
ど
like
う
calling
見て
your...
もギャルじゃねえかよ
Oh, Ochi-san, you look like a gato, don't you?
いや、おじさんはおじさんだから。
Well, an Ochi-san is an Ochi-san. I'm not used to this, so don't talk to me so much.
何のために出
So
て
why
んだ
are
よ
you even here? Emma chuckled. They seemed to be streaming from the lounge. The viewer count was
コ
only
コち
6.
ゃん、この同説数でよくテンション持つ
Coco
な。
Chan can sure keep her energy up with this viewer count. What do you mean? Coco's not impressive. I can do better than this and have 0. The excitement Coco ended up trying to make... The excited Coco ended up trying to make Leia
こ
perform
の
tricks.
リンゴを投げて
I'm gonna throw
レ
this
イヤに
apple,
レイピアで受け止めてもらい
and
ま
Leia will
す
catch it with her rapier.
ちょっ
Wait,
と
I didn't
そん
hear
なの
anything
聞い
about
てな
that.
いよ。
いいじゃんいいじ
Come
ゃ
on,
ん
it'll be
絶
fun.
対
It'll
盛り上
definitely
がる
liven
か
things
ら
up. I hate Coco, you know. I find Coco unlikable. Liven things up with only this many viewers.
ザコは黙ってろ
Smile fry, shut up. Giving in to Coco's pleading, Leia ended up performing the trick of catching a thrown apple with her rapier. The fact that she pulled it off so easily was just like Leia. Both Emma and Anna got completely absorbed in watching the stream. Suddenly, perhaps noticing Emma's face was too close, Anna turned her head away with a huff. And then, everyone, it'll soon be bedtime. This will be curfew, so please return to your cells promptly. In the middle of the stream, a notification from Warden came in. Land the
今日
screenshot.
はこれで時間切れのようだ。
Looks like time's up for everyone
Mina.
today. Good night,
ま
everyone.
た見てね
Please watch
た
again.
くさん宣伝よろしく
Spread the
この
word.
リンゴは
The
スタッ
staff will
フが
enjoy
美
this
味しく
apple,
食べるので、
so I'll
ちゃ
put it
ん
away
としまっ
properly.
ておきますね。
The three waved, the stream ended abruptly, and the screen went dark.
僕も部屋に戻らなきゃ。
Oh, I need to get back to my room
じゃあ
too.
見
Bye-bye,
せてくれ
John.
てありがとね。
Thank you for letting me
おやすみ。
watch. Good night. If they didn't get back to the cells in time, they would be breaking the rules. Emma hastily left the infirmary. Emma slipped into her cell just in time, and just a few minutes later, the sound of cells locking
ギリギ
echoed.
リセーフ。
Barely made it. She flopped
レイヤ
into
ちゃ
her
んた
bed.
ちも走って自分の部屋に駆け込ん
Leia
だだ
Chen
ろう
and
な。
the others probably went into their rooms too. So are we forgetting the missing crossbow? By the way, Soryus, you know the crossbow from the lounge in the beginning of the game? Someone stole it. We think someone stole it during the night. Like, really, someone took this thing in the middle of the night. Well, someone... I think there's a bit of a bigger issue than that. Tochiko! So... To steal this thing during the night, someone doesn't just have to be out during the night. The cell's locked. Someone has to be out during the night and avoid the guards all night. For an 8-hour period, someone had to go without sleep. Like, okay, unless item storage is how it worked. Someone had to, with an 8-hour period without sleep, and avoiding the guards. And hide the crossbow somewhere. She was incredibly tired today. Amish quickly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Like, okay, the only person I think it could be is Anan. Because Anan is not in a cell. She's in the infirmary. Anan, I think it was Anan in whatever room with the crossbow. Anan has taken Nanoka's hair ribbon and is going to use it to frame her. Along at the morning unlocking time, Amos stretched and unstepped into the corridor. The other girls are probably still asleep. The underground is wrapped into a profound silence. Maybe I'll go for a morning walk. Then ahead in the corner, she saw the figure of a girl walking towards her. Walking stealthily towards Amos was Anan. Anan-chan, good morning. Early? Are you feeling better? Seeing Anan frowned in annoyance. Deciding to ignore her, she passed by Amos and headed towards her own cell. I thought we had gotten a little closer, but it's not that easy. Anan walked with her head silently down. When she reached her cell, she looked up and then... Anan's eyes widened in shock, and Amos was distracted by her finally speaking. A moment later, Amos appeared into the next cell, and then she saw it. Noah-chan. The girl who loved to draw, Noah Jokasaki, was dead. Her lovely eyes, which once looked at the world with lively curiosity, were closed as if in sleep. They would never see anything again. Her body, dreamed of warmth and blood, looked like porcelain. It seemed like an almost intricately crafted doll. And on the canvas, a picture completely white with spray paint was drawn. Drawn from copious amounts of blood that had flowed from Norma herself. Butterflies. Margot. Many red butterflies danced around Noah. It's Margot! It's Margot! The last picture Noga Jogasaki ever drew was seemed too cruel to... So, in bad end number 6, right before we kill ourselves, after we cut our throat with a knife, the red butterflies are hovering around us. The red butterflies are tied to someone's magic. The girls who rushed to the commotion and gazed to see a horrible, horrific sight. Cried, screamed, tumbled, and fell into panic. Everyone, calm down! Even Leia, she said this was noticeably pale. She opened the door to Noah's cell. Also, I want to point something out. Like, right now, I need to point something out. I'm gonna even mute the game. Oh wait, don't want to mute it there. I want to mute it here because I need to help I need to think. Hear me me out on this. Like, this is gonna sound ridiculous, okay? Hear me out. We're going to find evidence in this cell. I'm going to map out the case right now. We are going to find evidence in the cell. A hair ribbon. Black. This hair ribbon is going to implicate Nanoka. This hair ribbon is going to implicate Nanoka. Because it's Nanoka's hair ribbon. However, I want to remind something. When Nanoka, I think the butterflies, it's some kind of emotional manipulation power. I think that's what Margot's power is. But so Nanoka confronts Elisa in the entertainment room. And they're about to start fighting. And help me out here. And Marco's just watching. Oh good, she's dead. Why? As if perfectly timed, the sound of a phone notification echoed through the underground corridor. A report has come in. It seems a tragic murder has occurred. Everyone, please gather in the lounge immediately. If you don't comply, the guards will escort you. As Warden's mage said, the guard appeared in the corridor. Emma couldn't think straight. Her chest tightened, and she could barely breathe. With the guard's appearance, the girls began to move sluggishly. No one said anything. No one's face showed any expression. The incident seemed to have changed everything for the girls. My suspects are either Anan or Margot. Thing is, we don't, and Margot because she has the butterfly motifs. Anan because this murder had to happen at night. For this murder to happen at night, you have to not only be outside your cell, but you have to evade the guards. However, I feel like the rules are explicitly allow this. You know, we don't care that you're outside the cell. Also true. Guards patrol all areas. Patrol schedules are not announced. However, if found outside the cell, outside of free time, they will immediately transfer to the punishment cell. Noah could only have been killed during the nighttime period. And we are locked in our rooms at night. The only way she cannot be in her room at night is if no one catches her. That's the interesting thing about the rules. They don't exempt going out. They prohibit going out, but not in a strict way, in a don't get caught way. Yes, that is true. It depends on your powers. So, but I think that's the interesting part of the rules. Evading the rules are not strictly don't prohibit breaking the rules. They prohibit getting caught breaking the rules. I think that's the interesting thing. I'm just standing next to Emma with Sherry and Manuel.
エマさん大丈夫ですか？
Are you okay?
今に
You
も
look like
倒
you're
れ
about to
そうです
collapse.
けど。
Maybe you should sit on the sofa. That said, I kind of still at this point feel like Merudu might be the the mastermind. No, really. I think Madodo is Junko. It's a wide variety. It's actually like several points of suspicion, actually. First off, she is the first person we see using magic before magic is even explained in any meaningful way. Second, Madodo has her own cell. She is alone. I think everyone was put in a cell based on temperament. Noah and Anan, the childish, immature ones. Leia and Miria. The elegant ones. Sherry and Elisa, the impulsive ones. Yes, that's what I'm gonna say. Sherry and Elisa. I'm not gonna call Elisa the violent one. I'm gonna call her the impulsive one. Margot and Nanoka, the loners. Coco and Hana, the Oshi worshippers. No. So we have the Oshi worshippers, the elegant ones, the childish ones, the ones with history, the loners, and the impulsive ones. And then we have Madodo on her own. Second, let's assume that in Bad End 2, the person who pushes us into the punishment cell is... Let's just say for the sake of argument, rather than being a culprit in the things, it is the mastermind. I think, based on that our power is invisibility. Because when Sherry looked inside the room, she didn't see us. There are two possibilities. Sherry was not there, it was a hallucination. Actually, three possibilities. If we take Sherry's... Either Sherry was not there and she was a hallucination, or if we take Sherry's at face value, she either... His presence at face value, she either saw us but chose not to, which seems very out of character for her, considering other bad ends. So I'm not going to say that. Or she could not see us because we were invisible. Anyway, and also during the cannibalism bad end, Madodo had this weird, everyone is so happy I see thing. To them who are all worried about her in this situation, Emma managed to smile. It's okay. Everyone's probably just a shock. Except the culprit. The culprit killed Noah child among us. No, that can't be. Emma's gaze wandered, as if trying to gauge the state of everyone in the lounge. Everyone was pale, with expressions of disbelief. I went to see Margot and Anan. Emma's murdered... You see, do you know why? Okay, I need to say something. There's a reason to suspect... Okay, we have a reason to suspect Anan. What is that reason? Actually, we have two reasons to suspect Anan. And do you know what Anan has? Also true. So, why do we suspect Anan here? What are our two main reasons to suspect her? Anan has two things that other characters don't. She has motive and means. Motive. And not only motive and means, but a thing that is pushing her towards emotional instability. Motive, every time she goes nearby her cell, she passes out because of Noah's spray paint. She can't go back to her own room and has to spend her time in the infirmary. That's motive. Means. The crossbow disappeared during the night. There are two ways this goes down. Anan walks to... Oh, there are two ways that goes down. Anan walks from the infirmary to the parlor. Takes the crossbow off the wall, either hides it or stashes it under her bed in the infirmary. that's when she could have stolen it. Since the door is locked after hours, and if we get caught being out of our rooms, we get in trouble, someone has to actually hide from the guards for 8 hours. However, because Noah is in the infirmary, she doesn't actually have to hide from the guards for 8 hours. Noah can go down, for day 1, she grabs the crossbow, hides it in her bed. On the day of the murder, she goes through the lounge, the entrance hall, through the courtroom hallway, down the stairs. Over here. Boom, boom, boom. Walks up to her cell, shoots Noah, then goes back upstairs and lays in bed. No amount of hiding is involved because she has permission to be outside her room. QED. Then, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings near the ceiling, Gordon appeared. Murder.
殺人事件
It happened after
起
all.
きちゃいましたね。今夜魔女裁判を開廷します。今いる囚人の中から必ず殺人犯を特定してください。そのやすやすと死なない魔女の活動を確実に沈黙させる方法での処刑です。かなりひどいこととかしちゃう。また囚人全員への告知ですが、特定ができなかった場合は全員処刑とします。私としても仕事が増えるんで避けたいんですが、もともと皆さんは危険人物として捉えられているので。
Absolutely immune. I'd like to avoid it too, since it increases my work, but since you were all originally captured as dangerous individuals, but the master now. Oh, from the prison's perspective, we thought that
こ
would
の
be
牢
too
屋敷
cruel.
側の気持ちとしてはそんなだから投
So
票
to
で
vote,
確
please
実
choose a
に
witch for sure,
魔
and
女
we'll
を選
eliminate
ん
only
で
the
もらって
witch.
全員処刑措置は
The total
あくま
execution
で
measure will
魔女
only
を
be
選出できな
applied
か
if
っ
you
た場合
cannot
に
select
だ
the
け
witch.
適用します。
Wait a minute. Wait a
頑張って
minute!
犯人を特定してくださいね。犯人を見つければ生き残れるので、まあ、前向きに楽しんでください。
Are you? But the master know from the prison's perspective, I'd like to avoid it too, since listen to this and tell me what's wrong with this sentence. Tell me what's wrong with this sentence. As in, with this explanation. As a notice to all prisoners, if you cannot identify someone, everyone will be executed. At the casual delivered, but I'd like to avoid it too, since it increases my work. But you were all originally captured as dangerous individuals. But the master, no. From the prison's perspective, we thought that would be far too cruel. So through a vote, please choose a witch for sure, and we'll eliminate only the witch. The total execution measure will only be applied if you cannot select a witch. Please do your best to identify the culprit, if you find the culprit. There's something weird about this phrasing. You know what I feel like? I might be imagining this. I might be imagining this. But I don't think the rules prohibit getting it wrong. I don't think the rules strictly prohibit being wrong. Oh, they almost certainly know who did it. But that's the weird thing. I don't think the rules strictly prohibit being wrong. out in this one. So through a vote, select a witch for sure, and we'll eliminate only the witch. They don't say the culprit. They'll eliminate the witch we vote. The total execution measure will only be applied if you cannot select a witch. Something about the phrasing feels like they will only kill us all if we can't vote. That's the trick. That's the trick. That's the trick. That's the trick. What do you think? You're tampering during the investigation. Please do not touch the body without reason. Please keep the scene as it is. No, please begin your investigation. It's probably difficult anyways, so don't push yourself. If you can't figure it out, you'll just die. The deadline is until the announcement of the witch trial's opening. If I'm on duty and happen to be in the mood, I might answer questions. Probably. Finishing its one-sided speech, Warden left. They had to choose someone at the trial. Emma felt all blood drained from her body. If we don't identify the culprit by today, everyone will be executed. No way, there's not enough time. Are you sure there's not enough time? Because, like, I'm pretty sure I already figured it out. No more than that, I don't want to believe that someone here committed murder. But someone did kill Noda-chan. It's too cruel, unforgivable. An awkward silence fell over the lounge. As if probing each other's thoughts, everyone's gaze wandered. They were girls who had lived together for only a few days. As Marco had said, they barely know each other. There's also an interesting thing I want to point out. That when we asked Marco about her magic, she didn't want to tell us. Trusting each other under these circumstances was incredibly difficult. Eventually, Leia stood in the center of the room. Everyone's attention gathered on Leia. I know the situation is truly painful, but I want to identify the culprit. I can already think of a question. Everybody. Who? It was I agree. I don't want to be chosen to die for no reason either. I think the culprit of this murder should be properly judged as a witch. You're doing a Celestia, aren't you? I think everyone feels the same. There isn't much time. Let's split up and begin the investigation. Walking towards the exit were Leia and Marco. Emma was flustered. If we find out who the culprit is, we're gonna have to execute him. Leia passed by Emma, and her expression was painfully twisted. It's to help everyone. I also have a suspect in mind. Eh? At Leia's words, Emma stood frozen in shock. Leia's gaze was directed at Hana. What? Hana, Tono, you're the one who killed Jogasaki Noa, aren't you? Huh? I haven't investigated thoroughly yet, but there were footprints, no footprints up to the scene. In other words, isn't it likely that someone with the power to float committed the crime? Hana couldn't be the culprit. If you think so, then you investigate too. By tonight, everything will be clear. Go back! There was a fucking crossbow bolt in the room! There was a crossbow bolt in the room! No one had to enter it! Help everyone, she has to make someone a witch. That's why Leia's charm is being so stern. I understand, but suspecting Hana-chan is just... Coco, Nanoka, and Elisa each left the lounge on their own, next to Anan, who was sitting on the sofa. Marudu was nestled close to Kimaru. I'll take Anan-san to the infirmary. Anan-san is in no condition to investigate. Okay, I need to say something. I know why Leia said Noah, but unfortunately Leia is wrong. Anan, who was the first to see Noah's body, was pale and trembling, probably from the shock. Yeah, that would be helpful. Supported by Marudu, Anan and the others left. Left behind were Ama, Sherry, and Hana. Hana was biting her lip, looking down. She seemed incredibly, utterly frustrated, her eyes welling up with tears. Hana-chan. It's the detective's turn now. Let's find the real culprit and clear Hana-san's name. Sherry's cheerful declaration relieved Ama, and her expression softened. Yeah, that's right. Hana-chan is the culprit. We want her to be executed no matter what. Let's find the real culprit ourselves. You're right. Let's definitely find the culprit. Hana, who looked like she was about to cry, finally lifted her head. Ama and the others, now energized, embarked on the investigation to the murder of Noah Jogasaki. Wait, too late? Let's go to the cell block. We need to go actually look at the body. Ama and the others headed to the scene of the body. I don't think she is. My other primary culprit is Margot. I'm not inclined to suspect Leia. I think Leia is innocent. I know why Leia is suspects Hana, because Hana can float and there's no footprints in the paint. That's actually a fair assumption. But we saw a crossbow bolt. We can cross out Nanoka, because from a meta perspective, Nanoka's ribbon is going to be introduced as evidence in the trial. Ama's steps are heavy. She probably had a strong desire not to look directly at Noah's body. Meanwhile, Sherry was skipping. Hey, are you out of your mind? How can you be skipping at a time like this? Yeah? You're a very considerate person, you know. Even at school. I can tell when people were avoiding me and kept my distance. The reason we are checking the body first is we need to trigger the flag where we recognize she was killed by crossbow. So we just naturally ostracized? Wait, what? That's not true at all. Everyone affectionately called me Baby-san. Whoa, Yosei-san. That's definitely not a compliment. That's not a compliment. This is a terrible time, but I'm glad Hana-chan is getting her spirits back a little. Watching their exchange from the corner of her eye, Amos felt relieved. Last night we saw Elisa-chan near Noah-chan's room, right? When Ama-chan mentioned it, Sherry leaned in with interest. It's not Elisa. Now, why do I say it's not Elisa? Because we know Elisa's power. We know Elisa's power. It's not marked here, but she mentioned trying to burn the wall. Her power's fire. She did seem kind of flustered. Yeah, that's why I thought it was strange too. No, she wasn't going to apologize to Nanoka. That's weird. I want to hear Lisa's side of the story. Did Elisa-chan kill Noah-chan? Ima immediately shook her head. It's not good to jump to conclusions. Let's investigate as much as we can. As they talked, Ima and the others found themselves back in front of Noah's cell. Noah-chan? To investigate, they had to observe carefully. Ima held back tears and looked at Noah's cell. Crossbow bolt! Noah's cold, motionless body lay in the center of the cell. It's frustrating not being able to go inside. Let's take pictures of the scene for now. Jerry took out her phone and began taking pictures of the cell. How can you think of even photographing something so cruel? There's another reason why we can... I just need to say something. Games like this were not designed to be played by Kyoko Kirigiri. I'm not being humble here. I'm Kyoko Kirigiri. You go into the school life, the killing school life, you're gonna have to kill me first. I'm gonna say it. It's the basics of an investigation. Shuri popped out her chest, then as if thinking of something, held up her neck.
そういえば、
Couldn't think
私
of
た
it.
ちチャットアプリの
We
友
haven't
達
added
登
each
録
other as
してい
friends
ま
on
せ
the
んで
chat
したよ
app.
ね。このアプリでお
If we
友
add
達
each
登
other as
録
friends
す
on
れ
this
ば、
app, we can
チャ
not
ッ
only
トだけ
chat
じゃ
but
なく
call and
通
send
話も
each
可
other
能にな
pictures.
りますし。
そうなんだ。
Oh, really?
私たちが普段使っているチャットツールと同じですわね。それなら。
Shani and Hana, looking used to it, quickly finished adding each other as friends, then turned back to
あ、
Anna. Well,
どうしよう。
what do I
やり
do? I
方
don't
が
know
わ
how.
からない。僕、
On my original
もと
phone,
も
I
と持
had
って
zero
た自分
friends
のス
too.
マホも友達0人だったし。
Well, soon sweating, with Shiri and Hana teaching her, Ima finally managed to add
こ
some
れで
friends.
私とエマさん、ハンナさんはいつでも連
Now
絡が
I,
取り合
Ima-san
え
and
ます。
Hana-san can contact each other anytime.
うん。
Yeah,
メルルちゃん
I'll
と
have
も
to connect
後で
with
つなが
Meru
ってお
chan
かな
later
きゃ
too.
ね。
Immediately, Shiri sent a picture to Ima and Hana's phones. Apples?
このフルーツの写
What's this
真
picture
は
of fruit?
ああ、
Oh, I
それ
took
は
that
昨日撮
yesterday.
っ
I
た
thought
ん
it'd be
で
a nice
す。何
keepsake.
の記念ですの。
Keepsake of what? After finishing examining the pictures, the three finished continued observing the actual
床が
crime
真っ
scene.
白に塗られているのは、ノアさんがス
The
プレー
floor
を使
being
用し
painted
たからですよ
completely white
ね。
is because Noah used spray paint, right?
ノアちゃんは新しく
Noah's
また
chance
何
said
かを
she was
描
going
く
to
って言
draw
ってた。
something new. I think
そ
she
のために一
painted it
旦
white
白
as a
くし
bait
たん
for
じゃない
that.
かな。
Just in case, Ama reached her hand through the bars and touched the white
す
paint
で
from
に
the ring.
乾いてる。
It's already dry.
やっぱり昨
Just
夜
as
の
I
うち
thought,
にノア
Noah
ちゃん
chan
が塗ったん
painted
だ
it。last night.
それにしても、これ
Anyway,
は
if there
足
were any
跡がつ
footprints,
いた
they'd
ら
be
一目
obvious.
瞭
There
然
are
で
no
すね。
footprints around Noah's
そ
son.
して、ノアさんの周辺に足跡はなしと。
Just off the crime scene, here's what I think happened. Noah got shot through the cell door with a crossbow. As you can see here, she managed to pull out the crossbow bolt before she died.
宙に浮き上がって、
She'd have to float
ノ
in
ア
the
さ
air
ん
to
に
get
近
close to
づか
Noah's
ない
son
と
to kill
殺
her.
せませんね。
Although they could see the inside the bars, the gaps are only big enough to fit a hand through, and Noah's body was in the center of the room. It seemed impossible to kill her without getting close,
でも
but
さ、
maybe
中に入ら
they
ずに
killed her
殺した
without
のか
going
もよ。
inside.
あ、ほら、
Ah,
見て。
look! What Emma pointed at was a short bolt lying near Noah's
これっ
body.
て、
Is
ボ
that
ー
a
ガンの
crossbow
矢じゃ
bolt?
ないですか？
Yes.
ノアちゃんは
Noah Chan was shot in the
ボーガンの
chest
胸に
with
撃
a
たれて死
crossbow
んだ。
and died.
その可能性は
That's
高い
highly
ですね。
possible. That
こ
way
れ
they
な
could
ら
commit the
中
crime
に
without
入ら
going
ず犯行
inside.
に及べますし。ラウンジのボーガン
The
は誰
crossbow
かに
from the
盗
launch
まれ
was
てた。
stolen by someone.
誰かが
Someone
ノア
might have
ちゃんを
taken it to
殺すた
kill
めに
Noah
持ち
Chan.
出した。他に気になるこ
The
と
things
は
we're concerned about
や
is
っぱり
expected. In the room formed like a light canvas, the red of the blood that flows from Noah formed a kind
蝶
of heart.
の絵。
A picture of a
これは
butterfly.
どうしてこうなったんだろう。
Why did it turn out like this?
何かの意味があ
Might
る
mean
かもしれ
something.
な
I'll
い。
take a picture.
撮影しておこう。あなたたち、よくそん
You
な
two can
ジロ
really
ジロ
stare
と
like
見ら
that.
れま
I
す
feel
わね。
sick.
私、気分が悪いですわ。
Well, you know what? I'm not emotional Genji, so...
いや、僕
No,
も
I'm
いっ
at
ぱ
my
いいっ
limit
ぱいだ
too.
よ。
Emma suppressed the feeling rising inside her throat and shook her head. Then she froze, her expression
血の
stiffening.
匂いがしない。
I can smell
う
blood.
ん、スプレーの刺激臭で消えちゃってるんだ。
The strong smell of the spray paint is covering it. You know what? They're acting like normal people with a dead body. They didn't act like this in Sekimeiya. Noah was always spraying paint in her small cell. Even now the smell is filled with the pungent smell of spray paint. Emma also zoomed in and took a picture of the spray can lying next to Noah.
これで気づいたことは
Is
全
that
部でしょ
everything
う
you've
か？
noticed? Spray can.
うん。
Yeah,
多分
probably.
これ以上
Looking
見て
further,
も
probably only one.
気のせいかもしれませんけど、
Wasn't there a
床
scratch
に
like
引っ
mark
か
on
き
the
傷
floor?
みたいなものがありません？
Over there in the corner, right? Yeah, also focus.
本当だ。
It's true. Let's think, but there appeared to be a scratch in the white paint.
気のせいかもしれないけど、
Might be
何
my
か意味があ
imagination,
る
but
か
it
も
might
しれ
mean
ないよ
something.
ね。そうですね。
The
全てを
detective's
疑う
golden
の
rule
は
is to
探
doubt
偵の鉄
everything.
則ですから。
I agree! A detective's golden rule is to doubt everything. Except the Holocaust. You're not allowed to doubt that. That actually happened. Like, if you doubt that, I don't want anything to do with you. But when it comes to, like, a fucking murder case, look at all the facts and say, you know what? Okay, when it's a murder case and you look at all the facts and all the facts say, you know what? It was red killed everyone. It's still gonna be funny to vote blue. It's like, I know red is like the imposter, but it's still gonna be funny to vote for the anti-imposter, too. Can you imagine being that bad judge of a character? You have all the facts. You're pointing at the culprit and you still say, nope, it's someone else. That's kind of what Kyoko did in the first case, right? She kind of acted stupid to give Makoto the ability to solve it.
では、他のと
Now
こ
let's
ろ
go
も捜査しに
investigate
行
other
きましょう。
places. Cherry started walking, but Amy stopped, her gaze lingering on the side of the corridor. The bucket, placed by the side of the underground corridor. Anne peered inside. There, what looked like parts of the machine to dismantle the pieces. We're still there, just as they'd been yesterday. The crossbow!
昨日はそこまで気に
I
しな
didn't
か
pay
った
much
けど、
attention to it yesterday,
こ
but
れ
this
も
might
何
mean
か意味
something.
があるのかもしれない。
The crossbow! Emma and the others finished their preliminary investigation and left the crime scene. We only have a limited amount of time, right? In the infirmary, Annan was lying in bed and Mireru was there. So she was sent.
顔色が優れない
You
よう
look
に
a
見
bit
えま
pale.
すが。
Mireru quickly noticed Cherry's pallor and approached her worriedly.
健康と元気が取り柄なんですけどね。
Health and energy are my
さすが
strong
に
points
疲れ
now.
が出た
I
の
guess I'm
か。
tired. But that shouldn't be
そ
possible.
んなはずないのにな。
Honestly, at this point, Margot is my chief suspect.
休んでください。
I'll make some herbal tea to help you recover. Yay! Thank you! Emma walked over to Merudo, who stirred boiling water in a pot. Merudo-chan? Yes? Perhaps focus on making the tea. Merudo jumped her shoulders jerking.
驚かしちゃってごめん。
Startling you.
いえいえいえいえ。
No.
私の
I'm
方こ
going
そ
to
びっくり
apologize
しち
for
ゃ
being
っ
so
て。
jumpy. I'll take some deep
深
breaths.
呼吸します
Wait
の
a
で
minute.
少々お待ちください。
Breathe out. Pat. I think you are probably the culprit. Not of this case, of like putting us on the island, I mean. I think you might be evil flavored. I think he might be vaguely evil flavored. What do you think evil tastes like? Logical, Sylvie, what do you think evil tastes like? I wonder if evil tastes like shrimp. I don't actually know what shrimp tastes like. I'm not a seafood person. Like, just... shrimp was just a random thing I picked. After waiting for her to calm down, Amy spoke. What's Anna-chan doing? She's calmed down now. Must have been a shock returning to her room and finding Noah-san like that. Merudu's eyes glistened as if she might cry. I couldn't do anything for Noah-san. No. It's fucking Sherry! It's fucking Sherry! Hey, have something with the bears and seeing Merudu so detected, Amy raised her voice. What herb is that? It's me to pick herbs and make tea. It's rosemary. It's good for recovering from fatigue. Seeming to have successfully distracted her, Merudu broke into a gentle, warm smile. We've got some too, Amy-san, if you'd like. Yeah, thank you. Emma and the others received the herbal tea from Merudu. A refreshing, clear scent. I feel better. After taking a breather, Emma glanced toward Anan's bed. Anan shared a room with Noah-chan. I want to hear what she has to say. I'm worried about whether I can communicate with her, but... With a determined expression, Emma approached Anan. Anan-chan, are you okay? When Emma stood behind the bed, Anan was staring blankly at the ceiling. Hey, Anan-chan and Noah-chan were roommates, right? I know you didn't spend much time together, but did you notice anything? After letting out a huge sigh, Anan listlessly picked up the sketchbook. She scribbled something smoothly and showed it to Emma. I really, really hated sharing a room. The scribbled words in the sketchbook powerfully conveyed her true feelings. Yeah, I guess so. I'm sorry, Anan, but that sounds like a motive. Eh? A corner of the sketchbook was folded over, and something peeking out caught Emma's eye. What's drawn on that page? When Emma pointed, Anan awkwardly averted her gaze. Eventually giving up, she tore out a page from her sketchbook and handed it to Emma. A butterfly drawing? Emma couldn't help but lean forward and pushing her face close to Anan's. Could it be? Did Noah-chan draw this? Why did Noah-chan draw a butterfly? Why would she draw it in Anan's sketchbook? Looking very displeased, Anan slowly opened her mouth. I am unwell. Being yelled at makes me feel even worse. So, get out. The moment those low words were spoken, against her will, Emma's body began to step back from Anan-chan. Eh? Why? Anan scribbled something in the sketchbook and showed it. Oh my god! My magic allows me to make someone follow an order if they are convinced by it. In other words, a mild form of brainwashing. That's why Anan-chan doesn't speak. The distance between them grew and grew. Emma thought Anan was rejecting Emma, rejecting others. Emma let out a huge sigh and was effectively chased out of the infirmary. Okay, let's go over some things. They were in the bucket yesterday evening. That means it's not Elisa. We can confirm it's not Elisa because Elisa stopped in the door before bedtime. They were here in the evening. That means Noah has been dead for several days. For at least since the evening. This is the murder weapon. It's a crossbow. Interesting. The product cannot be washed off if it adheres to wood. So handle with care. I'm sorry, Margot, but you're fucked. No, you're actually fucked, Margot. I've already got enough evidence to put you away. I want to go to the lake. Anyone of you has been outside and came to the lake in the forest? Is there anything here? I can't imagine there being anything rooted in Noah's son's murder. Hearing this from behind, Emma let out a small groan. To be honest, I mostly just wanted to breathe some fresh air. Noah's body was in the underground of the prison. Thinking about it made Emma feel uncomfortable. Sorry, investigating around here may not be useful. Should we go back inside? Oh, but it seems a girl looking all the way out here. In the direction Hana was pointing, there was a girl sitting by the lake shore. Oh, Alisa-chan. Since we're here, let's try talking to Alisa-chan. Well, in that case, it's probably better if I step away. Yeah, why? I'm in the same room as Alisa-chan, and she hates me. I can understand that. I hate you too! If I'm there, she'll probably fly off the handle and run away, so I'll hide. Did Sherry-chan even hide properly? Tilting her head in doubt, Emma approached Alisa. Alisa-chan, what are you doing here? What? Don't come here. Alisa was clearly not welcoming, ignoring them with a click of her tongue. Though Emma flinched, she managed to take a step closer to Alisa. Last night you bumped into me in the corridor, right? I was wondering why you were here at the time.
あなたの方からぶつかってきておいて、随分慌てているように見えましたけれど。
おめえら、うちのこと疑ってやがんのか。
そういうわけじゃ。
Actually, I think you might have been brainwashed.
こういう時、やったのはうちだってみんな口を揃えて言いやがる。
Actually, I think you might have been brainwashed.
不快なんだよ、消えろ。
It pisses me off. Get lost. Shut it. Both Emma and Hana.
お話になりませんわね。
Let's go, Emma.
行きましょう、エマ。
Yeah. Just as Emma and Hana turned their backs, it was the art. Hearing the mother, Emma turned around. Art? You mean the spray art? No, was painting in her room. The graffiti. Elisa's face twisted in annoyance, but she began to speak little by little.
バルーンだってことにはすぐ気づいた。
I realized right away she was ballooned. After that, I went to see her
何
art
回も
many
足を
times.
運んで見に行ってた。昨日もそれ
I
で
went to
見
see
に
it
行ったん
yesterday
だけ
too.
ど。
But I ran into
あ
an
の
honor
優等
student
生と
who
鉢合わ
felt
せて
awkward, so I went
気ま
back.
ずくなって帰ったん
Honor
だよ。
student? Margot?
そっか。
I see.
アリサ
Elisa
ちゃ
Chan
ん
was
が
coming to see
ノアちゃんの絵を
Noah's
見に
son's
来てたんだ。
Margot?
ありがとう。
Wait,
話して
honor
くれて。
student. Looking sulky, Elisa threw a pebble into
そう
the
いえ
lake.
ば、湖でこんなも
Come
ん
to
拾っ
think
た。
of it, I was found this by the lake.
あいつが
Is this the
探して
thing
た
she
や
was
つじゃね
looking
え
for?
か。
Here, take it.
やるよ。
What Elisa held out was a ribbon.
これってもしかしてナノカちゃんが探してた？でも血がついてるように見える。
Could this be the ribbon Nano-chan was looking for? But it looks like
言
there's
っ
blood
と
on
く
it.
が、うちが取ったん
I'm
じゃ
telling
ね
you,
え
I
か
didn't
ら
steal it. For now, Emma took the ribbon from Elisa.
な。もう用ねえだ
We're
ろ。
done here, now get
消え
lost.
ろ。
Along with that fly girl
そ
hiding
こに
over there.
隠れてるハエ女と一緒に。
せめて妖精さんって言ってください。
Kill yourself! Apparently she was completely spotted. Sherry emerged from the bush she was
ちな
hiding
み
in.
に私
By
は
the
ア
way,
リ
I
サ
don't
さんを
suspect
疑ってない
Elisa
です
son.
よ。
Sure.
そうだか。
でも一
But we
つ
can
確
confirm one
認させ
thing.
てください。
Elisa son, what
ア
kind of
リサさ
magic
ん
can
は
you use?
どんな魔法を使えるん
Fire.
で？
別に隠
I
す
don't
つ
intend
も
to
り
hide
ね
it. I knew that already. I knew that like an hour ago, like 2 hours ago. Elisa lit a flame in her fingertip as if holding an invisible lighter with soft proof.
パイロキネシスですね。すごい
Amazing,
すごい
amazing,
すごい。
amazing! Shady was overjoyed to see
魔
Elisa's
法によっ
magic.
ては不可能な殺人を可能にでき
Depending
る子
on
も
the
いるか
magic,
もしれ
some
ないん
things
だ。
would be able to make impossible murders possible. This is why Hana was suspected so quickly. Elisa no longer seemed in the mood to talk to Ama and the others. Her profile, simply gazing at the lake, somehow looked lonely. Ama, Shiri, and Hana exchanged glances but decided to leave. As soon as they started walking, I really liked her art. They heard her mother softly. That murmur eventually disappeared into the void, reaching no one. Damn, I can't go check out the incinerator. Oh, the lounge! Somehow I thought the lounge and the parlor were the same room. I think we gotta check out the lounge now. In the lounge, there was one thing that was on Ama's mind.
壁にかけられて
The
いた
crossbow
ボウ
that
ガ
was
ンが
hanging on the
盗ま
wall
れ
was
た。
stolen. Who
一
could have
体
taken
誰
it
が
and
い
when?
つ？
Standing in front of the wall, Ama let out a thoughtful groan. Just then, Nanoka entered the lounge.
あ、ナノカさん。ナノカさんも調査中ですか？
Nanoka-san, are you investigating?
別に。
Not really. At her cold reply, Hana puffed out her cheeks
別
in
に
annoyance.
ってあなた。
Not really. A
人が
girl
一
is
人
dead.
死ん
Is
で
that
る
the
のに
attitude you're
そ
going
の
with?
態度はないんじゃないかしら。
She wasn't being glared at or anything, but still, Hana took a step back. Though she didn't exude intimidation or fear, there was something about her that made you regret speaking to her. It was as if you might be drawn into a darkness from which you could never return. Though Ama had that impression of Nanoka, she steeled herself and asked a question.
あのさ、ナノカちゃん。ラウンジからボウガンが
Nanoka-chan,
盗まれ
you
た
said
っ
the
て言って
crossbow
た
was
よ
stolen
ね。
from the lounge, right?
だから何？
So what? Stared at with those dark, suspicious eyes, Ama
ずっ
gulped.
とボウガンのこ
I
と
was
気
wondering
に
if
し
you've
て
been
たの
keeping
か
an eye
な。
on the crossbow.
この牢屋敷で身
Weapons
を
are
守るた
necessary
め
to
に
protect ourselves in
武
this
器は
prison.
必要。あんなに分かりや
It
す
was
く飾っ
displayed
て
so
あったら
prominently, I'm sure everyone
み
had
んな
their
気
eye
に
on
してい
it.
たと思うけれど話は終わり
Are we done? Nanoka was already about to leave, but Sherry
もう
blocked
一
her way.
つ聞かせてください。
Let
ナ
me
ノ
ask
カ
you
さ
one
んの
more
魔法っ
thing.
て
What kind of
何
magic
で
do
し
you
ょう？
have, Nanoka-chan?
言う必要は
I
ない
don't need to tell you.
そんなことおっ
Don't
しゃ
say
ら
that.
ず。
I'm just dying to know what
私、
magic
みん
everyone
なの魔
has.
法が気になって仕方ないんです。
Despite Sherry's pleading, Nanoka didn't seem inclined to tell. She slipped past
ナ
the
ノカ
left.
さんはいかにも怪しいですし、孤立もしています。
Nanoka-san, you
最
seem
悪、
very suspicious.
魔女にされて
And
し
you're
まいます
isolating
よ。
yourself. In the worst case, you might be chosen as the witch, you know. Still smiling, Sherry said something ominous.
シェリーちゃん？
Sherry-chan? Nanoka's
魔女
footsteps
にした
halted.
ければすればいいどうせみんな
If
死
you
ぬん
want
だ
to
か
make
ら
me the witch, go ahead. We're all going to die anyway.
え？
Eh?
それ
What
っ
does
て
she
ど
mean by
う
that?
いう意味？
When Ama turned around, Nanaka was already gone, as if she'd been a figment of a daydream. I want to check out the shower room. That's where the laundry chute is. When Ama and the others went to the shower room, they landed at Leia, Margot, and Mira, who were also investigating. It seems they'd also run into each other during their investigation and joined forces. Hana frowned distaste and promptly left the shower room.
あなたたちも探偵ごっこ？
You're playing detective too? Margot, who'd been checking the lockers, gave Ama and the others a
ごっ
little
こな
smirk.
んかじゃ。
It's not just playing.
まあまあ、喧嘩してる場合じゃあ
No,
り
this
ませ
isn't
ん
the
か
time to be fighting. Calmed by Sherry, Ama managed to steady her feelings with a deep
ら。マーゴ
breath.
ちゃんはわざと煽るよう
Margot-chan
な
is
こと言って
deliberately
きてるん
saying
だ。
provocative things. I need to stay
落ち着かなきゃ。
calm.
そっちは何か手がかり見られました？
It was Leia who shrugged at the question. No,
有
nothing
力な手が
substantial.
かりは何も。
Really? I found the okay. I found the butterfly drawn on the floor. The destroyed murder weapon. Verified the murder weapon. I found the murder weapon destroyed.
私たちの
Now,
見
do you
解で
stand to
は
agree that the most
怪
suspicious
しい
one
の
is
は
still
やっぱり
Hana-chan?
ハンナちゃんじゃないかってまとまりつつあるわね。
Have you done no fucking
ハ
investigating?
ンナちゃんは絶対そんなことしな
Hana-chan
い。
would never do such a thing. This time, Ema snipped back. Then Leia let out a
Emma
deep
君、
sigh.
君は
Ema-kun,
ハンナ
how
君
well do you
の
know
ことをど
Hana?
れだけ知っているんだい？
Not at all! But I know her enough to know that the clues I've assembled don't fit.
私は彼女の
I
こと
barely know
をほとん
anything
ど知ら
about
ない。
her.
人を殺す
She
よ
might
う
be
な
the
少
kind of
女
girl
か
who
も
could
しれ
kill,
ない
would
し、
kill someone, or she
そ
might
うでは
not.
ないかもしれない。
You don't know anything about, Margot.
まっすぐに信
I'm
じ
a
られ
little
る君
envious
が
of you, who can
少
believe
し
in
羨
someone
ま
so
しくもある。
wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, I just believe in the evidence, and the evidence doesn't point them at her.
レイヤちゃんは
Mia-chan, don't
誰
you
も
believe in
信じ
anyone?
ていないの？
Emma asked in a weak voice that was hardly a counterattack, then Leia smiled
私は
gently.
みんなを守りたいと思っている。だから信じている
I
少
want to
女
protect
たちを
everyone.
全
That's
力
why
で
I do
魔
my
女か
best
ら
to
守る
protect
ん
the
だよ。
girls I believe in from the
レイヤ
witch.
ちゃんの考え方が間違ってるとは思
I
わ
think
ない。
Leia Chan's way of
で
thinking
も
is
ハンナ
wrong,
ちゃん
but
は
Hana Chan
友
is.
達がいない僕と
She
仲
was
良くし
friendly
て
with
くれ
me,
た。
even though I had no friends.
個
Maybe it
人
was just my
的な感
personal
情でし
feelings,
かない
but
かもしれないけど、僕はハンナちゃん
I
が
want
魔
to
女じ
believe
ゃ
that
ないって
Hana
信
Chan
じ
is
た
the
い。
witch.
シャワールームは何もなさそうで
Doesn't
す
look
ね。
like there's anything in the shower room.
どう
What
し
should
ま
we
す？
do? Should we
も
leave?
う出ますか？
Sharon gently touched Emma's shoulder. Emma? She had a slight thoughtful expression. What
ど
should I
うしよ
do?
うかな。おや？
Oh, is
何
something
か気
bothering
にな
you?
るんですか？
Yeah, but I don't
で
think
も
it's a
別
clue
に
or
手が
rather.
かりじゃない
It
と
might
思
just
う。
be my
という
imagination in
か、
the first place.
そもそも
And
僕の
Emma's
気の
big
せいかも
response,
しれ
Sherry
ない。どう
tilted
い
her
う
head.
こと
What
で
do you
す？
mean?
笑
Well,
わ
don't
ない
laugh,
でね。
okay? Actually,
実
ever
は
since I
ここ
came
に
here,
入って
I've
からずっ
been...
と。
エマくん、シェリーくん、
Look, Shiri-chin.
我々は他の場所を調べに行くよ。
何か手がか
I
りが
hope you
見
find
つけ
some
られるといい
clues.
わね。
あ、
Yeah, sure.
そうだね。
Leia, Marco, and Miria left the shower room. Then, as if swapping places,
ハン
Hana
ナちゃん、
returned.
大丈夫？
Hana-chan, are you okay?
別に。
Not really.
全然
I'm
平気
perfectly
ですわ
fine.
よ。
Were there any clues here?
今のところは
Nothing
特
particular
に。
so far, but
で
something
も、エ
Emma
マさん
said
が
there's
何か
something
気にな る
bothering
こ
her.
とがあるそうで。あ、
Oh, yeah, but seriously, don't
だ
laugh,
けど、
okay?
本当に笑わないでね。
Just making sure Shiri and Hana-chan wouldn't laugh, Emma
こ
hesitantly
こに入っ
began.
てからずっと誰かに見
Ever
られ
since
て
I
るよう
came
な
here,
気が
don't
し
you
な
feel
い？
like someone's watching us? Hana and Shiri looked at each other. They turned back to Emma and simultaneously shook their heads.
私は感じ
I
ま
don't
せ
feel
ん
a
ね。
thing.
私も
Me
全
neither,
く。
not at all.
そっか。
I see, I guess
や
it
っぱ
really
り
is
気
my
のせいなの
imagination.
かな。
Without anyone suggesting it, the three looked around the
も
shower
しや
room.
ど
Could
こ
it be
か
the
にカ
cameras
メラ
are
でも
hidden
仕掛け
somewhere?
られているとか？
Obviously.
いえ、
Ew,
もし
that's
そう
true,
だと
that's
し
the
たら
worst.
最低ですわ。
Shiri and Hana began carefully searching everywhere. And as Emma was also looking around, a girl's laughter echoed.
何？
That
今
voice
の
just
声。
now. That's Marco. It was clearly not Shiri or Hana. The voice seemed to come from the mirror installed in the shower room. Emma timidly peered into the cracked mirror. More cracks ran across the already cracked mirror. From inside the mirror, a pair of arms reached out towards Emma. But what? Then pale arms grabbed Emma's shoulders. I thought you would be on the same wavelength. Beautiful cherry blossom colored hair. Hey, give it to me. Eh? Without even waiting a moment to cry out, Emma was dragged into the mirror.
今の音、何
What
で
was
す
that
の？
sound just now?
エマさんが何か落としたんじゃ
Maybe
ないでしょう
Emma-san
か？
dropped something. Hannah and Sherry went to where the sounds came from.
Emma-san?
Emma-san?
あれ？
She's not here?
そこ、スマ
Oh,
ホが
there's
落
a
ちて
phone
ま
on the
すわ。
floor. Where Hannah pointed, a phone was lying on the tiles.
さっきの物音は、
Good to
こ
know
れ
it's
が
just
落ち
now
た
I've
時
been
の
this
ものでしょ
phone.
うか？
Saying this, Sherry picked up
そ
the
れ、
phone.
エマさんの
Emma-san's?
名です。あれ？
It won't
電
turn
源
on.
が入りませんね。
Maybe it broke
と
when
い
it
う
fell.
か、エ
And
マ
more
さんはど
importantly,
こ
where
に
did
消え
Emma
たんです
disappear
の？
to?
謎ですね。
It
ど
could
こ
be a
かに
mystery.
隠し
Could there be a
扉
hidden
が
door
ある
somewhere?
とか？セリーちゃん、ハンナちゃん、僕はここだよ。お願い気づいて。
Shiri-chan, Hana-chan, I'm over here, please notice me. Emma shouted loudly at Shiri and Hana-chan on the other side of the mirror, but her cries didn't reach him.
どう
What's
なって
going
る
on?
の？
This is
ここっ
like
て
the world
も
inside
し
the
かして
mirror?
鏡の中の世界
In the
とか？
shower room on the other side of the mirror, Shiri and Hana were searching for any hidden doors. Seeing a figure appear behind them, Emma let out a confused sound.
嘘。
No way. Why?
あら、エマさ
Emma-san,
ん。
where did you disappear
突然い
to?
なくなるからびっく
You
りし
suddenly
ちゃいましたよ。
disappeared, so you surprised us.
ごめんごめん。外で物音がした気がして見に行って
I
たん
thought
だ。
I heard a noise outside, so I went to
でも僕
check,
の
but
気
it
の
seems
せいだ
it
った
was
み
just
た
my
い。
imagination. Something in the form of Emma was talking to Sherry and Hannah.
なんで？
Why?
誰なの？あれ？
Here.
そろそろ行こっか。
Let's get going soon.
そうですわね。こ
You're
こ
right,
に
there
はも
doesn't
う
seem to be anything
何も
else
な
here.
さそうですし。あ、そ
Oh,
う
that's
だ。
right. I found this
ス
one
マ
on the
ホが
floor.
落ちてたん
Is
です
this
け
yours,
ど、
Emma-san?
これエマさんのじゃありませんか？
Sherry and Chana, along with It and Amos form, were about to leave the
二
shower
人とも
room.
待って。
Hey, both of
そ
you,
れは
that's
僕
not
じゃ
me.
ない。
I'm over here.
僕はこっちだよ。
Amos' pleas were in vain, and the three were left from in front of the mirror. Just as they left, something in Amos' form turned back towards the mirror where the real Emma was. Oh. Some of these bad ends just seems like RPG horror movements. I don't think there's anything to get out of this scene. She nods to
そうだ
Sherry.
ね。
Yeah, I'm gonna
あ、
ask them about
で
their
も
magic.
魔法について聞いておきたいんだ。レイヤちゃんたちが が
Because
どん
we
な
don't know
魔法を
what
使
kind
う
of
の
magic
か
Leia and the
送
others
って
use. The one who allowed the startled sound was Miria. She rushed towards Amos with intense speed. blonde hair piercings, perfectly styled from head to toe, a charismatic beauty of the model figure. With her so close, There's no way no magic exists, right? Hello, Keiki! Keiki! Keiki. Keiki. A howl laugh echoed through the shower room. That's incredibly suspicious. Leia cleared her throat. Emma doesn't seem to be able to use magic either. So not everyone is necessarily aware of their own magic, right? Oh yeah, that's true. By the way, it seems I've been unconsciously using magic that slightly charms you all. Leia-chan certainly does. Is that all? Well, I want to ask about your actions last night. Eh? Miri let out another third sound and hurriedly approached Eva again. I sleep in the same room as Leia-chan. But it's just she's sharing a room. It's nothing weird, okay? What? I didn't even ask that. We sleep in different beds, okay? When you say it's a fluster, it actually makes me more suspicious. With a broad smile, Sherry smoothly pointed at us. Maria clutched her head in despair. Actually, I wanted to ask about last night's stream. What is this unbearable atmosphere? Emma and Sherry left the shower room. Huh. Let's go upstairs to the rec room? When Emma and others went to the rec room, Coco was there relaxing on the sofa. Coco was looking at her phone yawning. Hey you, what are you doing playing around with everyone who's desperately investigating? Annoying. I'm busy right now, leave me alone. At a tone, Emma felt a little annoyed too. Someone is dead, you know. What, you want me to mope around because some stranger died? No way. That's creepy. Everyone in this world except me and my Oshi can just die is what I think. I know, right? What a ray of sunshine. I know this type of person exists, but I think this kind of a person is a twat. I find this person insufferable. That everyone in the world but my Oshi can die. Just go ahead and investigate or whatever, I don't care. You know, Coco, when you die, I'm not going to investigate. She's kind of unpleasant. I don't think we'd get along. Definitely. You say you're busy, but Coco's fine. What are you doing? Sherry didn't seem fazed by Coco's attitude at all, and asked her checking yesterday's stream archive. Come to think of it, Coco-chan and the others were streaming last night. Hello, Micro! Oh, so you can save archives. It's surprisingly sophisticated. Even if you stream, only we can see it. Does that feature even have a point? There's a point to me, and I might keep on watching my streams from now on. Here's what I think this does, contextually. This is innocence. What if Coco-chan's magic has something to do with streaming? Shuri seemed to be thinking the
ココ
same
さんの
thing.
魔法は配信に
Coco-san,
関係
is your
している
magic
んです
related to
か？
streaming?
キモ。
Gross, why
な
would
んで
I
あ
have
ん
to
た
tell
ら
you
に
guys
私
about
の
my
魔法を
magic?
教えなきゃいけないわけ？配信で自
But
分
you
語
talk
り
about
をする
yourself
の
on
に？
stream.
それとこれ
That's
とは
different.
別なんだ
Ugh,
って。
you're so noisy.
なあ、もう
With
さ
a bang, Coco slammed the table, revealing her irritation. You do realize that, like, there's what, 11 people alive? We are literally a third of your viewer base? We can boycott your channel, you know? Can you imagine? Say you are a streamer with 1,000 viewers. If 333 of your viewers boycott you, you still have 6,100 viewers. If you were to stream with only 10 viewers and 3 viewers boycott you, that's a lot.
私一人で
Even
配
when I
信して
stream
も
alone, the
どう
viewer
せ
count
ほ
is
ぼ
almost
ゼロ
zero.
とか
Isn't
終
that
わっ
just
て
the
ね。
worst? Maybe it's because the only thing you have to talk about is your Oshi. You're not an interesting person.
レイヤとコラ
When
ボ
I
したら
collab with
みんな
Leia,
見たく
you all
せに
watch.
さ。私ってレイヤ
Right,
か。
Leia. What's your deal?
なん
She's
な
so
のあい
annoying.
つ
I
う
wish
ぜ
she'd die.
死んでくんないかな。
I'm sorry. Can you say it again? But this time into this recording, this will be entered as evidence in the future murder case.
コラボしてもらっておいて、
She agreed to
それは
collab with you.
ないん
Did
じゃ
you
な
say
いか
that?
しら。私
I
頼んで
didn't
ね
ask her. She's the one who
あっ
invited
ちが
me.
誘ったんだし。あなたお話に
You're
なりま
impossible
せ
to
んわ。
talk to. Jeez.
まあまあ。
Ma. Shuri dragged away Hana, who had turned bright with anger. It was clear that they stayed in the recreation room any longer, the fight would
ここに
escalate.
は何も手がかりは
There
なさ
doesn't
そう
seem to
で
be
す
any
し。
clues here.
で
Let's
そう
go.
だね。
Yeah.
分かったのは、
All
ココ
we
さんが
learned
邪
that
悪って
that
こ
Coco
とぐら
san
いで
is
すかね。
evil. We've gotten evidence that will implicate her when Leia dies. Yeah. Emma couldn't help but nod in agreement. We've got a motive for a future investigation.
この辺りを
I'm
歩
not
くの
really
苦
comfortable
手なんだ
walking
よ
around
な。
here. Perhaps on the watch, the guard often stood in the entrance hall. It wouldn't be strange for it to appear silently at any
でも
moment.
怖がってる
This
場合
is
じゃ
no
な
time
い。
to be scared. We
調
have to
査しない
investigate.
と。ふぅ。
Ew. Uncharacteristically, Sherry let out a
ど
heavy
うし
sigh.
ました
What's
の？
wrong?
あな
You?
たがため息
Sighing?
の。なんだか最近
Maybe I've just been
どっ
feeling
と
completely
疲れるん
drained.
です。私体
I
力
mean,
バカ
yeah,
なん
freaking
ですけど
stamina,
ね。
you know? What's
こ
going
れ
on
は
with
一
me?
体どうしたことか。ヒロちゃんに次いで
First
ノアちゃん
Hira-chan
ま
and
で死
then
んじゃっ
Noah-chan
て。
is dead. After seeing
そ
that,
んな
there's
の
no
見
way
せられ
anyone
て
can be
普
normal.
通でいられるわけないよ。
Sherry put a finger to her lips and tilted her head.
死体は見
I'm
慣れ
pretty
てい
used
る
to
んで
seeing
すけど
dead
ね。
bodies, though. Wait, what?
え、
Eh?
そ
What
れ
does
って
she
ど
mean
ういう
by
意
that?
味？
What? Emma opened her mouth to ask, but before she could,
こ
Hana
こ
spoke
にあ
up.
る掃除ロッカー、
The
開
cleaning
きっぱ
locker
なし
here.
に
It's
なっ
been
てい
left
ます
open.
わ。あれ、
Oh,
本
you're
当です
right.
ね。
The three of them approached the cleaning locker
大将が
downstairs.
掃除しているところ見たことあります？ううん。
No, I
誰
wouldn't.
か
I
掃
wonder if
除し
someone
たの
cleaned
か
up.
な？
A long-handled broom was sticking out of the cleaning locker. What's more, the joint connecting the brush head was
なんか
attached.
気になる
That's
の。
kind of suspicious.
確かにここは
Sure,
ほ
it's
こりっ
dusty
ぽい
here.
です
We
け
don't
れど、
exactly have the peace of
掃
mind to
除をす
clean.
る心の余裕。他に気になるも
Nothing
のは
else
なさ
seems
そうだ。
suspicious. As if escaping the guard's watchful eyes, the three quickly left the entrance hall. I'd like the investigation zone. Emma and the others came to investigate the dining
さ
hall.
すがに食
I'm
欲
really
は
not
ないで
hungry,
すわ。
unsurprisingly.
この料理ってずっ
I wonder if
と
the
置きっ
spoon
ぱな
has
し
been
なん
sitting
で
out
す
the
か
whole
ね。さ
time.
すがに定期
Sure,
的
they
に
must
入れ
replace
替え
it
てるんじゃない
regularly,
か
right?
な。
Sitting before the array of food on the potato counter, each of them voiced their
あの
thoughts.
解除が入れ替えてるんですかね。
We can't go into the
私たち
kitchen.
は厨房に入れないですが、
Do the
やっ
guards
ぱり料理も解除が？
do the cooking
あ
too?
の、
Please
あ
don't
ま
make me
り
mention
想像
that.
させないでく
I
れ
might
ませ
never
ん
be able
こ
to
と？
eat again.
これ
The
から
three
何
split up
も
and
喉を
flew
通
across
ら
the
ない
dining
犯
hall.
人はなぜノアさんを殺そうって思ったの
Why
で
would
し
the
ょう
culprit
か？
want to kill Noah's son, I wonder? While investigating under a table, Sherry suddenly posed
ノ
a
アさん
question.
は一体どういう人
Noah's
物だ
son,
ったの
what
で
kind
し
of
ょうね？
person was she, really?
関わった時
We
間
didn't
が
have much
短す
time
ぎて
together. I think
い
she
い
was
子
a
だ
good
ったとは
girl.
思うけど、
Other than that, I only
他
know
に
she
は
liked
追
to
いかけ
draw.
僕が接したノアちゃん
Noah-chan
は
I knew.
無邪
Left
気
the
で素
impression
直
of
な
an
いい子って
innocent,
印象
honest,
だっ
good
た。
girl.
でもたった数
But I
回
only talked
会
to her
話
a
を
few
交わした
times,
だけ
so
だ
I
し、
don't know what she was really
ただ
like.
殺さ
I
れる
can
理由
imagine
があ
she
る
was
よ
the
うに
kind
こ
of
こには
girl who'd
思
have a
えない
reason to
よ。
be killed.
有名なストリートアーティス
She
ト
was
で
a
もあり
famous
ます
street
ね。
artist.
こ
Could
れ
that
も
have
何
something
か
to do
関
with
係
it?
があるのか。バ
バルーンに恨みを抱いていた人物？ありえますわね。有名人はどこで恨みを買うかわからないもの。どんな理由があるにせよ、殺人は許せない。誰かが一つ不思議なのは、おそらく外出禁止時間に殺害が行われたと思われることですね。
僕もそれは思
I
った。
thought that too.
外出禁止時
If
間
the
に
murder
殺害が起
happened
こっ
during
たなら
curfew, then all the
囚
prisoners
人は
would
全
have
員アリバイ
alibis.
がある。ほぼ
Almost
全
everyone,
員
I'd
で
say,
すかね。
because Anheim was in the
アンアンさん
infirmary.
は医務室にいましたから。あ、そうか。
Oh, that's right, the
医
infirmary
務
isn't
室が
locked.
施錠されるわけじゃない。
Emma seemed to realize something, and her expression stiffened with
僕も
shock.
一人で寝てたから、自室にいたって証明してくれる人がいない。
I was sleeping alone too, so there's no one to prove I was in my room.
もしかして、
Could it be
夜
that
間
the
のアリ
only
バイ
ones
証
who
明
can't
がで
prove
きな
their
いのって
alibi for the night are
僕
me
と
and
アンアンちゃん
Ananchan?
だけ？
What do you mean that? Emma? You know who else can't prove an alibi? Maybe who's... Are you kidding me? What about Mayday?
でもノア
It's
ちゃ
not
んがい
clear
つ
when
殺
Noah
害
Chan
され
was
たのか
killed.
明確
Anna
に
and
な
I
ってな
saw
い。
each other before bed and
就
early
寝
this
前と
morning.
早朝にアンアンちゃんと僕は顔を合わせてる。殺害時間によっては
Depending on the
お
time of
互
death,
い
we
のア
can
リバイ証
alibi
明
each
は
other,
でき
right?
る
That is,
よ
if
ね。
Anna is willing to cooperate
ア
with
ンアン
me.
ちゃんが僕に協力的だったらだけど。
I just have to point something out. You know who else can't prove an alibi? Mayday. Mayday is alone in her room and cannot prove an alibi. Mayday also is the one who pointed out the bucket with the dismantled crossbow. Perhaps her chest felt unease, Emma grew
もし
paler
か
and
して
paler.
僕も犯人だって
Could it
投
be
票
that the
され
high
る可能
chance to
性
vote
が
for me
高
is
い？
the culprit too? Thinking that far, she shook her head.
でも
But in the
朝
morning,
に
the
なっ
locks
たら
are
鍵
open.
は解錠されてる。
If
朝の
someone
うち
went
に
to
ノアちゃん
Noah
の部
Chan's
屋に行
room
けば
in the morning,
誰でも
anyone
可
could
能
have
だ
done
よ。
it.
宙に行けたら
It's
さら
even
に
easier
簡
if
単
you can
です
float in the
ね。
air. Fuck you, Sherry. Ooh. Hannah was dejected for a while, but then as if making up her mind, she lifted
私
her head.
実は受ける時間は
Actually, I can only
1
float for
分
about
程
a
度で
minute.
すの。
Probably proud of her magic, Hannah groaned in
ああ、そ
frustration.
れはいい情報
Ah,
で
that's
す
good
ね。
information.
短時間しか受
If
け
you
な
can
い
only
のな
float
ら
for a short
足跡
time.
残さず殺すのは無
You
理
might
だって
argue
言え
that
る
it's
かも。
impossible for you to have killed her without leaving
全
footprints.
然いい情報じゃねえ
That's
です
not good
わ。
information at all.
で
I
きれば
really
言い
didn't want
た
to
く
say
ね
it.
えですわ。
Hannah looked like she might stamp her feet in frustration. But Sherry was cheerfully delighted. I just need to point out, games like this were not designed to be played by Kyoko Kirigiri. No, you should actually share it. It's just that Hana-san's
花
magic
さんの
isn't
魔
that
法は
amazing.
大したことないってあなたわざ
You're the
と
one
言っ
saying
て
that
る
on
でしょ
purpose, aren't you?
とにかく
Anyway, let's
今は
continue
調
the
査を続け
investigation
よう
for
よ
now. After that, they walked around the large dining hall, but they couldn't find any clues. Suddenly, Emma's eyes landed on the fruit platter at the buffet counter.
ここに置いてある料
Food here
理
at least.
少
Might
な
not
く
be
とも
replaced
毎
every
日は入
day.
れ替えてはないのかもしれないねどうしてで
Why do
す
you say that?
下の方の
The
リンゴ
apples
が
at the
腐
bottom
って
are
る
rotten. Hannah paled and stepped back. I guess I was too fast.
もう
But
断
I don't want
食
to
する
starve
し
to
か
death
ありま
either.
せんわでも親父には嫌
Leaving
です
the
わ
sniffing Hannah, Emma and the others left the dining hall. After the long investigation, the Senate completely set. A solemn bell toll, never heard before, echoed through the prison. As if jolted, Emma, Sherry, and Hannah
鐘
looked
の
up.
音
The bell.
これっても
Could
しか
this
し
be
て
it? It is time for the witch trial. Everyone, please be sure to bring your own phones and gather in the courthouse immediately. Those who do not comply will be forcibly escorted by the guards. The message from Warden was exactly as they
時
expected.
間切れだ
Time is up.
行くしかな
You
い
have
です
no
ね
choice but to go. Shuri shrugged in resignation, and Emma and Hannah reluctantly nodded and began walking toward the corridor. Whoa. They had explored the prison several times, but the large room had always been locked. The room was the courthouse. In the center of the hall-like room was a significant-looking pedestal, and surrounding it in a circle were witness stands. Each witness stand had a prisoner number, so it seemed seats were assigned. In front of the large entrance door, a guard stood, perhaps on watch, and then the warden, resting its wings on a high railing, began to speak. Good night, Astral. Let me explain the rules of the witch trial. After 1 hour of discussion, we will vote on your personal devices for the person believed to be the culprit. 8. The person voted as the witch will be taken to the central platform and executed. That's the gist of it. The 11 girls stood as the witness stands, glaring at each other as if probing one another. We have to identify the culprit, the witch, but who could it be? It's Margot. We don't need an hour, just hurry up and vote to end this. Would you be willing to confess that you're the culprit? Then this whole matter would be over quickly. I didn't kill her, suspect me if you want, but I'm not gonna be a murderer for something I didn't do. Well, you look like you killed a few people. Didn't you really kill her? Maybe I just vote for Anissa. You. As the girls immediately started to crash, Emma shrank back. This kind of atmosphere. I just can't. As Emma looked down, her gaze wandering, Meridu, standing next to her, came into view. Meridu also looked close to tears, pale and trembling. She was terrified of the hostile atmosphere. Everyone is so scary. Meridu-chan is anxious too. Meridu-chan, it's okay. Let's believe in each other and do our best. When Emma gently encouraged her, Meridu looked up at the star. Yes. Thank you, Emma-san. I don't have the confidence to be strong at times like this. I probably won't be able to say anything useful. So please, let me support you, Emma-san. Thank you. Having gained a reassuring ally close by, a light turned to Emma's eyes. I won't lose. I will definitely find the culprit. Now then, the witch trial is now in session. Now then, where should we start? The clear evidence pointing to the culprit, of course. As if we had that, we wouldn't be struggling. Hey, what if I said there is? What? What, is the culprit's name written in the body? If there was, everyone would have found it already. No. Let's see what Sherry-chan has to say. It's not like we know where to start anyway. Yeah, let's hear it, Sherry-chan, about the evidence you found. Let's leave it to me. The real discussion is about to start. I have to listen carefully to everyone. What should I even say? Emma-san? Yes, Meridu-chan? I think we're gonna have a discussion now. I've never played Danganronpa! From what everyone says, there be things you find suspicious. Wait a minute. This is kind of weird. Meridu went from being afraid of everyone to, hello, I'm going to teach you how to have a trial. And when everyone says there'll be things you find suspicious. If there are such things, please think about whether you can point them out. You should be able to refute wrong opinions. I might say something strange too. Everyone else might be mistaken about something too. I think you, Emma-san, can guide everyone's discussion in the right direction. Why me? What makes me more qualified than you? Just a feeling, though.
メルルちゃん。メルルちゃんの言う通り、何か気になることがあったら勇気を出して指摘してみよう。私が見つけた証拠、それはつまりダイイングメッセージです。
ダイイングメッセージ。死者が死に際に残す言葉で合ってるかしら。そんなの死体の周りにあったか。
ええ、死体をよく見てください。死体の後ろ、そして周囲、そこに血で描かれた蝶の絵が描かれているんです。あれはおそらく被害者が最後まで持っていた筆を使って描かれた死者からの伝言。つまりノアさんのダイイングメッセージなんですよ。今のシェリーちゃんの言葉、少しエマさん、わかった。やってみるね。私が見つけた証拠、それはズバリダイイングメッセージです。
ダイイングメッセージ。死者が死に際に残す言葉で合ってるかしら。そんなの死体の周りにあったか。
ええ、死体をよく見てください。死体の後ろ、そして周囲、そこに血で描かれた蝶の絵が描かれているんです。あれはおそらく被害者。それはおかしいよ。筆で描かれたって言ったけど、本当にそうかな。それは確かに筆じゃなくてもいいかもしれませんけど。
確かにノアちゃんはスプレーアートをメインにしたアーティストだったけど、
ノアちゃんが死に際に絵を描くときに使った方法、それはこれだよ。みんな、ノアちゃんの魔法って知ってる？僕は本人から聞いたけど、彼女の魔法は液体を操作する魔法。そういうだからあの絵はノアちゃんの魔法で描いた絵だと思うんだ。
そもそもノアちゃんの出血量で筆を使って絵を描くのは物理的に難しいと思うわ。
自分の血であんな大きな絵を描くなんて普通なら不可能だもんね。ノア君が死んだ後に他人によって描かれたと考えるのが自然だ。この牢屋敷においては物理法則に次ぐ第二の法則、魔法という選択肢が入ってくるというわけだね。
ノアさんは死に際、魔法を使って一瞬で絵を完成させた。確かにそう考えると辻よかった。シェリーちゃん納得してくれたみたい。しかし、そうなるとやはり結論は一つです。あの絵がノアさんのダイイングメッセージだったんですよ。絵を通して私たちにメッセージを伝えたんです。そうなっちゃう？あの絵がダイイングメッセージだから犯人は誰なんだよ。それはもちろん犯人はマーゴさんです。
あらあら、私、面白い推理ね。詳しく聞かせてくれるかしら。
シェリーちゃん自信満々だ。確かあの絵って、あれ？なんだっけ？どこかで見たような。
I love how I've been saying it was Anna.
エマさん、何か確認したいことがあるなら。魔女図鑑、スマホに入ってたアプリだよね。はい。
Yes, you can
事
see
件のデータや
case
皆
data,
さんの
everyone's
情報、こ
information and layout
の
of this
お屋敷
mansion.
の見取り図なんかが見られます。ありがとう、メルルちゃん。
Thank you, Meru-chan.
後
I'll
で
check
確
it
認
out.
してみるよ。シェリーちゃんの言ったこ
What
と、
Sherry-chan said, I need to
僕の
compare
調べた
the
情報
information
や
and
資料
materials
と合っている
together.
か見比べてみよう。もう一度現場に残された絵を思い出してみてくださ
Butterfly
い。
pattern is drawn
立
here.
派な蝶の模様が描かれていますよね。そしてマーゴさん
And
の
then
衣装に
Marco's
は
son's
蝶
outfit,
があしら
there
わ
are
れていま
butterfly
す。
motifs.
確かに用意された私の衣装には
See,
蝶
in the
を
clothes
モ
that
チー
we've
フに
given
し
to
た
our
飾り
butterfly
がつい
motif
ているわね。
decorations.
そうつまりあの絵はノアさんが死に際、犯人であるマーゴさんを告発したメッセージだったんですよ。犯人は本性マーゴさん。あなたで決まり。
Yeah, message for Anna.
あら、そうだったのね。知らなかったわ。
Wait a minute. Hold up.
今のシェリーちゃんの話。エマさん、もしそうなら、もう一度見つけたものを確認してみるね。もう一度現場に残された絵を思い出
So
し
I
て
have
み
to
てくださ
hit
い。
the correct thing to
立派
click
な蝶
on,
の
but
模
I
様が
don't
描かれ
lose
てい
it.
ますよね。そしてマーゴさんの衣装には蝶があしらわれています。
確かに用意された私の衣装には蝶をモチーフにした飾りがついているわね。
そうつまりあの絵はノアさんが死に際、犯人。
What's one like? Wait, you do what? drawn by Noah. It wasn't drawn at the time of her death. Or it doesn't indicate the culprit. Wait, just indicate the culprit.
みんなこれを見てほ
Everyone
しいん
look
だけ
at
ど、
this.
それって
That's Noah Chan's
ノアちゃん
picture.
の絵？死体現場に書かれていたのとそっくりですわ。ほら、やっ
See,
ぱ
just
り
says
です。
that the butterfly is a
この
drawing
蝶は
message
ノアさ
drawn
ん
by
が書
Noah
いた
Chan.
ダイイングメッセージなんですよ。いや、実
No,
はこ
actually,
れは
this was drawn in
アンアン
Anan
ちゃんの
Chan's
スケッチブック
sketchbook.
に書かれてたものなんだ。
Eh?
そうなん
Is
です
that
か、アンアンさん。
so? Anan-san?
そう。
Yes. Noah drew it without
事件
permission.
現場に
The
残され
butterfly
た蝶
picture
の
at
絵
the
は
crime scene
確
was
かにノアちゃん
indeed
が
drawn
死
by
ぬは
Noah Chan and
魔
death
法で描
story
いたん
using
だと
magic,
思う
I
けど、
think.
でもこのスケッ
But
チブ
this
ックの
butterfly
蝶
in the
の絵は
sketchbook was drawn
前から
earlier.
書かれてたものなんだよ。これって本
Is it
当に
really
ダ
a
イイング
dying
メッセージ
message?
なのかな？違う。
No. The butterfly does not indicate Margot. I deny it. I heard from Noah beforehand about the meaning of this butterfly picture.
この絵はノアの死
This
に関
picture is
係はない。
unrelated to Noah's death.
そういうことな
Wait,
ら、
what was the meaning?
これが
If
ダイイン
that's
グ
the
メッ
case,
セ
it's
ー
hard
ジ
to
とは
consider this a
少し
dying
少
message.
なくとも、
At the very
これ
least,
でマーゴちゃんを犯人と
jumping
決
to
めつける
conclude
のは
Margot Chan as the
早すぎ
culprit
る
is
んじゃ
too
ないか
hasty,
な。
don't you think?
なるほど。
I see. Thinking about it that way, it might be
確かに
different.
そう考えると違うかもしれませんね。
It's you, isn't it, Shiri?
それじゃあさっきの発
You
言
never
は
checked my
撤
earlier
回しちゃい
statement.
ます。
I've been thinking about this for a while. It's Shiri, isn't it?
簡単に自分の間違
Is
い
it
を
okay to
認めて
admit
い
your
いのかい？
mistakes so easily?
見ようによっては
Depending on how you
マ
look
ー
at
ゴ
it,
君
it's
を
like
犯
you're
人
trying
に
to
仕
frame
立て上げよ
Margot
うとした
as the
真犯人
culprit.
のようにも見えるよ。
And you're the real culprit.
自分が捕
So
ま
you're
ら
being
ない
caught
ために
yourself, right?
ね。
いいんですよ。
It's fine. I'm
間違っ
convinced
て
I
た
was
のは
wrong.
納得しましたし、私はその
I
蝶
don't
の
have
絵の
the
情
info
報を
about the
持っていま
butterfly.
せんでし
If
た。
you get new information, you
新しい
can
情報を手に
change
入
it.
れたなら考えは変わるものですよ。そうだ、
Right. It's
僕は知
info
っ
I
てる
know.
けど、
There's info I know
み
that
んなが
everyone
ま
else
だ
doesn't
知ら
know
ない
yet.
情報もあるんだ。
I don't
知
know.
らないなら正
Not
しい
now
推
she
理なん
can't
て
read
で
things
きない
correctly, so I'll shoot a
だ
correct
から
info
正しい
correct
情
everyone's
報を共有
mistake.
してみんなの間違いを訂正していくんだ。
Alright.
でもさ、
But hey,
じゃあ
why
なん
did
で
you
この
draw
絵
such a
描い
picture?
た？いくら天才画
Even
家
if
だ
she's
ろ
a
うと、
genius painter,
き
there
っか
must
け
be a
ぐらい
reason,
あるんじゃ
right?
ね？
芸術家の
The
頭の
artist's
中なん
mind
て
can't be
バカには
understood
理
by
解で
idiots.
きねえだろ。
今私がバカって言ったか？
そうは言ってね
I
えだ
didn't
ろ。
say that.
凡人のうち
I
ら
said
が
it's
考
pointless
える
for
だけ無
commoners
駄だ
like
っ
us
て
to
言った
think
んだ
about
よ。
it.
例えば思いつ
For
いたもん
example,
を
we
そ
should
の場
do
で
whatever
書いち
came
ま
to
っただ
mind
け
in
の
the
可
spot.
能性。
Yeah,
で
but
も
that
その
possibility
可能
seems
性
really
は
seems
本当に
likely.
ありそう
Look,
だよ
this
ね。
room's all white,
ほ
right?
ら、部屋の中って白一色だったでしょ？なんかキャンバスっぽいなって。
つまりダイイング
So
メッ
like
セ
more
ー
like
ジ
a
の
dying
ように
message.
自分の死体を使った
She'd
作
like to
品を
work
残
using
し
her own
た。
body. Literally a
も
posthumous
うで
work.
ももしかすると
Maybe that
本
could be
当
the
にそ
truth.
れが真相なのかもしれないわ。
どういうことですか？
What do you mean?
ノアちゃんの死
No
は
Chan's
自
death
殺だ
might
っ
have
た
been
か
a
もしれな
suicide.
い。
That's what I mean.
そういうことよ。
No! Margot! Margot! I'm sorry? You just made yourself look sus.
ノアちゃんの死体の状況を
I
思い
don't
出
need
し
to
てほ
recall the
しいんだ
condition
け
of
ど、
Noah Chan's body.
その死体はまるで
Her
真っ
body lay
白
there
な
as
キャ
about
ン
a
バス
pure
に
white
自分を
canvas,
蝶
as
と
she
見立
herself
て
was
た
the
かのよう
butterfly.
に横たわっていたわ。あの子は自
Use
分
her
の
own
肉
body
体
as
を
material
最
for
後
her
の
final
作
work.
品の
Could
画
you
材
see
と
it
して
that way?
使った。そうは考えられないかしら。そんなこと
Is it even
ありえんの
possible?
か。心が疲弊してしまった天
Her
才芸
spirit
術家のノア
exhausted,
ちゃ
the
んは
genius artist Noah
凶
Chan
器を
took
手
the
に
weapon
取って
and
自ら
pierced
の
her own
胸を
chest.
貫いたの。そして傷口から
Then
血
the
が
blood
吹き出
gushed
て、
from the
それ
wound,
はあらか
the
じめ
dying
塗
room
料
already
で塗られ
painted
てい
white
た
and
部屋
deep
を
red.
真っ赤に染めた。
はい
そうしてノ
And
ア
so
ちゃん
Noah
は
Chan
一枚
completed
の絵
the
を
single
完成
picture,
さ
the
せた
final
の
work
よ。
of her life.
自分の人生最後の遺作を。美しい
A
自
beautiful
死。
suicide. She did not pull a fucking Elena Gray.
そう考えれば全ての辻褄が合うわ。あの部屋の の状
The
況は
room's condition is all in artwork. The room's
それ
condition
はお
is
かしい
strange.
よマーゴちゃんでも一つ
Marco-chan, there's
部
some
屋には
strange
おか
thing
しな
about the
点があ
room.
るんだ
She did not pull an Alina Gray. By the way, that's what actual Alina Gray did. Actual Alina Gray set up a camera. Okay, so after the art critic said Alina criticized her, Alina Gray set up a camera and went to the top of a roof. And while she's up there preparing her suicide, Kyuubi says, "Hey, make a contract with me." And Alina Gray just bobs him off, saying, "I want an atelier where no one can bother me." Like, that's what she literally tells Kyuubi. She doesn't actually believe she's making a wish to become a magic girl. She's just trying to get Kyuubi to leave him alone. And then she jumps off the fucking roof. Well, spoilers, Alina just made a wish and became a magical girl. And now she gets to, like, the power to create, like, barriers and spaces.
おかしな点
A strange thing? What is it?
これを見てほしいんだ
Look
け
at
ど。
this.
その写真は
That
床の
picture is
傷
floor scratch. What about it?
それがどうかしたのかしら
マーゴちゃんは部屋を白いキャンバスに見立てたって言ってたけど、じゃあこの傷って何だと思う？
絵の一部ではなさそうだし、予定外の傷をつけてしまったんじゃないかしら。ノアちゃんが自殺した後、矢が地面に抜け落ちた。それで矢が床に傷を作ったのよ。
矢が傷を作った。そのマーゴちゃんの説明に問題は？問題あるよ。この矢を見てほしいんだけど。
凶器の矢ね。
これには床に塗られていた白い塗料がどこにもついてないんだ。
あら、
この矢がもし床に傷をつけたなら、こんなことありえないよね。だって床から剥がれた分の塗料がこっちにもつくはずだもん。
そういえば矢の落ちていた位置も少し傷から離れていた気がするわ。なら確かにエマちゃんの言う通りあの傷はこの矢でついたわけではないかもしれないのね。
けどさ、確かにちょっと不自然かもだけど、そんな細かいことなんか事件に関係あんの？
It's a crossbow bolt! Someone shot her from outside the room!
それは
関係あるのよ。事件にとても大きな関係がね。
マーゴちゃん。
だって矢に塗料がついていないということは他に床を傷つけたものがあるということでしょ。でも現場ではそれが見つかっていない。
どういうことだよ。誰かが床に傷をつけたものを持ち去ったということでしょうか。
そういうこと。シェリーちゃんは賢いわね。つまりノアちゃんではない何者かがそこにいた。それは明確に殺人者がいたということを示しているわ。
確かに少なくとも死体を見た後に立ち去っている人物がいるはずですもんね。
ええ。あなたもそう言いたかったのよね。
多分そうかも。じゃあやっぱ私らの中の誰かが殺したってこと？
Why do you care? I thought you didn't care.
そう。
Yes, that is.
この中にノアちゃんを殺した殺人鬼が。
そんな嘘ですわ。それが本当ならどうしよう。マーゴちゃん、それは確かにそうかもしれないけど、
危うくそんな大事な情報を見落とすところだったわ。ありがとう、エマちゃん。おかげで議論が進んだわ。誰かを処刑しなくてはいけない議論が。
マーゴちゃんの言う通り、僕が指摘したのはこの中に犯人がいるということなの。マーゴちゃんはこんな状況なのになんか涼しげだ。なのかちゃんはさっきから一言も口を開いてない。みんなが何を考えてるのか全然こんな状況で犯人を探し出すなんて。さあ、議論も盛り上がってきましたし、次は死因についての話をしてみましょうか。
そうね、話し合いましょう。みんなが頭の中で考えていることを。
ノアさんを殺した凶器についてもう一度詳しく考えてみましょうか。
なんか話し合う必要あるのか。さっき桜庭と宝生が話してただろ。あの矢が城ヶ崎を殺した凶器だってな。
部屋に転がってた矢ですわね。これを胸に刺されてノアさんは死んだんですわよね。だとしたら犯人はその矢をどうやって刺したんでしょうか。部屋の中は白一色で塗られていて、そこには足跡もありませんでした。
そりゃ遠くから投げつけたんじゃねえのか。犯人はダーツの経験。
ちょっと待って、そんな都合よくダーツの経験者がいたりするのかな。
そんなん
別に今それをついなんかダーツに思い、みんな呆れてもう一度考えてみよう。アリサちゃんの発言の違和感を。ノアさんを殺した凶器についてもう一度詳しくなんか話し合う必要あるのか。さっき矢に転がってた矢だとしたら部屋の中は白一色で、そりゃ
遠くから投げつけたんじゃねえのか。犯人はダーツの経験でもあったんだ。矢を部屋の外から投げ込んだだけ。
outside there was a simple and plain answer. Nope, it was tool. Wait a minute. Maybe the culprit didn't necessarily throw the arrow. Eh? Whether it's Spun or blowgun, it's the same. Blowgun. Good idea. Are you some kind of remote tribal native or something? What? You got a problem? Elisa-chan, calm down. Emma-chan, Elisa-chan doesn't notice yet. Could you show her the evidence so she'll understand? Yeah, got it. Let's try. How was the weapon used besides throwing? Huh? How does it relate to throwing the arrow? Let's talk about the weapon now. I'm curious.
凶器が投げた以外でどう使われたのか手がかりになる情報をみんなと共有するんだ。
What? Oh! It's the broom! That's right! The crossbow was dismantled before this. It was the broom. It's Anan. I think it's Anan with the broom. Huh?
怒られちゃう凶器が投げた以外でどう使われたのか手がかりになる情報をみんなと共有するんだ。
I have a problem. I have a small problem! So... Scratch?
怒られちゃう凶器が投げた以外でどう使われたのか手がかりになる情報をみんなと共有。怒られちゃった凶器が投げた以外でどう使われたのか手がかりになる情報をみんなと共有するんだ。
Bro, you use it as a fucking spear, right?
怒られた凶器が投げた以外でどう使われたのか手がかりになる情報をみんなと共有するんだ。
I have a problem. There's a place a weapon could be used here. To scratch, right? The crossbow bolt?
これが証拠だよ。
Are you fucking kidding me?
ねえ、これを見てアリサちゃん。
The crossbow bolt?
だからその矢どうしたってんだ。
これって
This is a
ボーガン
crossbow
の矢
bolt.
なんだ。
Are you fucking kidding me? So basically, instead of calling it an arrow, I had to name the fucking crossbow bolt. To introduce the crossbow. I throw an arrow at a crossbow bolt. Wait, a crossbow? Come to think of it, I've seen that somewhere.
なのかちゃん、
なのかちゃん、
昨日ラウンジにあったボーガンがなくなったって言ってたよね。なのかちゃん、
Nanaka-chan? Yes, that's right.
よかった、
Good,
答
she
えてくれ
answered.
た。
What the?
昨日の夜、
Last night,
なのかちゃ
Nanaka-chan
んが
noticed
ラ
the
ウンジの
crossbow
ボー
in the
ガンが
lounge
な
was
くなってたことに
missing
気づ
and
いて
told me about it.
教えてくれたんだよ。きっと
I'm
そ
sure
の
this
ボ
is
ーガ
the
ンの
bolt
矢
for
が
that
これなんだと
crossbow.
思う。
間違い
No
あり
doubt
ま
about
せ
it.
ん。
It has a few
山にも
clutching.
少ないで
This
す
is a
し、
bowgun
これ
bow.
は要求銃の矢ですよ。要求銃
Bowgun? What's that, a
って
crossbow?
何？ボウガンのこと？
I need to remember that these games are not designed to be played by the detective.
はい、正式にはクロスボウというらしいん
I
です
thought it was
が、
called
それ
a
は
crossbow
と
in
もかく、
Japanese.
きっとラウンジ
This
に
is
あった
different
ボ
to
ウガ
both
ン
from
の
the
矢です
lounge
ね。
crossbow.
そうか。
I see if that's the
それ
case.
その矢は投
That
げたん
arrow
じゃな
wasn't
くて
thrown, it must
撃
have
った
been
かもし
shot.
れねえってことか。
Wait. Yeah, me too.
うん。
Yeah, it's
細
small
かいこ
detail,
と
but
だ
when
け
do
ど
they use the tool
道
makes
具
a
を
big
使った
difference,
か
I
どうか
think.
って大きな違いかと思って。
は
Yeah,
あ、確かに
Sakura's right.
桜
Looks
の
like
言
a...
う通りだな。
However, I have
うち
come
が
to the
見落としてた
conclusion
みた
that
いだ。
they did not, in fact... Wait. Use the crossbow. The crossbow was dismantled before she died.
よかった。
Good, at
アリ
least
サち
she
ゃん納
understood.
得
It
して
was
く
the
れた。
broom.
やっぱり話せば分かってくれるんだ。
She really does understand if you
確か
explain.
に矢を投
It
げたっ
does
てよ
make
りも
more sense.
ボウ
She
ガンで
was
撃たれ
shot
たっ
with
て
a
方が
crossbow
筋が
rather
通るな。
than an arrow being thrown. Elisa? I know you're 15, but are you a fucking moron?
けどそうなると
That's the case.
誰がそ
How
の
could
ボ
have
ウガン
used
を
the
使えたんだ
crossbow?
ボウガンを使えた人物がノア君を殺した
Right?
犯人という
Like,
ことだ
okay.
ね。
You ask, like, was it thrown when you're 8? You're 15, you're not 8. Person, you actually, even at 8, you know that you use a crossbow, a arrow with a bow. So the person who could use the crossbow is the one who killed Noah.
ボウ
right?
ガンを盗んだ人は誰なんですか？そんな名乗り出てくるわけない
The way
じ
they confessed,
ゃん。実
it
中
was
白
most
そいつが
likely
犯
the
人です。
culprit.
それ私です。
You destroyed it.
は？
Eh?
ですから、
That's fine. I'm
ラ
the
ウ
one
ン
who
ジ
took
か
the
らボウガ
crossbow from
ン
the
を持ち出
lounge.
したのは私ですよ。は
Eh?
ぁ？なんでセリちゃん
Miss
そん
Sherry
な
Chan,
ことを？
would you do something like that? You
だ
destroyed it.
って
Because
危
it's
ないじゃ
dangerous.
ないですか。人を殺せる
The
よう
weapon
な
that
道
can
具
kill
が
people is displayed
誰
in
で
the
も使
lounge
える
when
ラ
anyone
ウンジ
can
に
use
飾
it.
ってあるんですよ。当
Of course I was
然気になり
concerned.
ますよね。
It was the broom spear. Okay. Shit. So I thought that someone killed it and exposed its crossbow. No. Sherry took the crossbow, broke it. Anan, because it went to the things, turned the bolt into a spear with the broom.
それじゃあ
So then you
君
shot
が
Noah
盗んだ
Cohen
ボウ
with a
ガンで
stone
ノア
crossbow is
君
what
に
you're saying?
まさかまさ
No way, I
か
wouldn't do something
そ
so
んな
obvious.
バレバレなことしませんよ。ボウガンが
I
犯
thought
行
about
に
being
使わ
used
れ
to
た時
murder,
のことを
so
考
it's a
えて
symbol that
分
understands
解し
its
て構造
structure.
を知っておいたんです。でも
But
なんか
somehow I
戻
couldn't
せ
put
な
it
くな
back
っちゃい
together.
ましたけどダメじゃん。
That's not
で
good.
でも
That's
どっ
still
ちにし
stealing
ろ
a
ボウ
crossbow
ガ
makes
ンを
you
盗んだ
suspicious.
なら
That's
怪
just
し
the
い。い
culprit.
えいえ
No,
違い
no,
ま
that's
す
not
っ
it.
て。それに私が
Besides,
盗んだ
when I
ボ
took
ウ
the
ガンは
crossbow, the bolt
そ
was
の
already
時すで
missing
に
at
矢
the
がな
time.
かったんですよ。矢が？
The bolt was?
ええ、おそら
Yeah,
く
probably
何者
someone
か
already
が
stolen the bolt
私が
before
借
I
りる
took
前
it.
にもう矢を盗んでいたんでしょうね。矢がないなら
Oh,
当
without
然
the bolt, I
出ま
couldn't
せ
shoot
んよ
it,
ね。
right?
なる
I
ほ
see.
ど。そんな言い
I like
訳
an
が通る
excuse
か
for
って
it.
の。
Yeah, but
で
it's
も本
true.
当なんですよ。
そうね。
That's right. What she's
彼
saying
女
is
が言って
probably
いるこ
true.
とはきっと本当よ。
なのかちゃんが
Nanako-chan
自
spoke
分
up
から
on her
喋って
own.
くれた。なのかちゃん、それ
Nanako-chan,
って
what
ど
does
う
that
いう
mean?
こと？
私はあのボウガンが殺
I
人に
anticipated
使わ
the
れる可能
crossbow
性を
would
見
be
越
used
し
to
て 注
murder,
意
so
し
I
て
was
見てい
watching
た
it
の。
carefully. She is absolutely fucking stupid. Imagine making Asahina the detective.
彼女の言う通
As
り
she、said, the
一
bolt
昨
was
日の
already
時点
missing
で
the
す
day
でに
before
矢はなかっ
yesterday.
たわ。その前には
I confirmed
一
that
緒
before
に
that
矢も
the
飾
bolt
ら
was
れていた
displayed
こと
with
は
it.
確認している。だから、
So
矢
her
だけが
testimony
盗
that
ま
only
れて
the
いた
bolt
と
was
いう
stolen
彼
is
女の
true.
ほらほら、
See,
な
like
のかさん
Nanaka
が言っ
said,
てい
when I
る
borrowed
通
it,
り、
the bolt was
私
already
がお
gone.
借りした時にすでに矢はなかったんですって。
まあ、あなたが事前に矢だけを盗んで、その後に本体を追加で盗んだ可能性は否定できないけどね。
だとしたらわざわざボウガンを盗んだなんて言い出せませんよ。疑われるだけじゃないですか。
何にせよ
Anyway, the
犯
culprit
人は
stole
事
the
件の
weapon 2
2
days
日
before
前
the
には
murder.
凶器
Is
を
that
盗んで
correct?
手にしていた。
そうですよ。
That's
そ
right,
れで合
that's
って
correct.
ます。
チェリーちゃんがボウガンを盗んで分解した。
that doesn't mean she's a killer, right? It does not. Because, as we remember, the night before the murder, the crossbow was broken.
では改めて
Again, summarize the
今
current
の話の
discussion.
流れを整理しましょうか。
Okay, sure.
私がボウガンを
The
お借
night
り
I
したのは
borrowed the crossbow
一
the
昨
night
日の
before
晩の
last.
ことです。
And even then, the
そ
bolt
の
was
時
already
にはすで
missing.
に矢が装填されていませんでした。分解したパーツは戻せなくなったので、部屋の前のバケツに入れて保管しておいたんです。
あの通路脇のバケツってゴミ箱なんじゃ。けれどおととい、
But I
矢
also
だけが
confirmed
盗ま
that
れ
the
てい
bolt
たのは
alone was
私も
stolen the
確
day
認
before
している
last. I
わ。
think she's telling the
彼
truth.
女は本当のことを言っていると思う。
けどその矢も
But couldn't Tachibana
立
have
花が
stolen
盗
the
んだ
bolt
可
too?
能性
Maybe
は
she
あるんじゃ
went
ね
to
えの
crossbow
か。
itself after getting the
後
bolt,
から
something
ボウ
like
ガンの
that.
本体の方も欲しくなったとかさ。
ああ、それあり
That is
そう。
possible.
矢を触
What
って
if
るうちに
handling
折っ
the
てみた
bolt,
くなっ
she
て
wanted
殺
to
したん
shoot
じゃ
it
ね
and killed her? Sure
ちょ
couldn't
っと
kill
待っ
her.
て。この証拠
Wait,
品が
this piece of
セ
evidence
リー
proves
ちゃん
that
に
Shuri
殺せ
couldn't
ない
have
こと
killed
を
her.
証明してるよ。
Yes?
これが証拠だよ。みんな、セリーちゃん
What
に言ってる
Shuri
ことは
is
本
saying is
当だ
true.
と思うん
Look
だ
at。this.
これを、あ、それ
Look
は
at this.
これ、
I
メ
thought
ルル
this
ちゃ
was
んと見つ
Meruru's
けたんだ。
in the bucket in the
通路の
corridor.
バケツでさ。何かの機械の
Some kind of machine parts. That's what they were, right?
それです。
That's it.
それ
Those
が
are
分
the
解した
disassembled
ボウガ
crossbow
ンの部
parts.
品ですよ。
なるほど。
I
つ
see.
ま
So
り
this
これで
proves
シ
that
ェリー
Shuri
ちゃん
chan
が
is the
ボウガン
crossbow
泥
thief.
棒だって証明されたわけ
But
ね。
not that she.
へ え、
I just
ただお
borrowed
借り
it.
しただけなんですってば。そこが問題じゃなくて、実は僕たちがこれを
Actually,
見
we
つけ
found
たの
this
は
yesterday
昨日
evening.
の夕方なんだ。
それって
どういうことだ。
What does that mean?
僕とメルルちゃん
Right
は
after finding this,
こ
I
れを
met
見つけ
Noah
た
chan
直後
with
にノ
Merudu
アちゃんと
chan.
会ってるんだよ。つまりノアちゃんが生き
So
てい
when
る
Noah
時、
chan was still
この
alive,
ボウ
the
ガンは
crossbow
もう
was
分
already
解されていた。
disassembled.
このボウガンを使
It
う
was
ことは
physically impossible
物
to
理
use
的
this
に不可能
crossbow.
なんだ。
Oops, my bad.
でも
But couldn't
そ
she
の
have
後でもう
reassembled
一
it
回
after
組み
that?
立てたとかいう
If she
可
put
能
it
性
back
はね
together,
え
she
の
could
か。
use it.
そ
So
れ
about that.
実は
Actually, when I
私、
found those parts, I
そ
was
の部
curious.
品を見つけた時に気になっていくつか
I took
大き
some
な
of the
部
larger
品を
parts
持
back
ち
with
帰っ
me.
ていたんです。
Wait, what? It's Anan! What? Do you know why I'm gonna say it's Anan right here? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what Anan can't do. Anan is not physically strong enough to use a crossbow. You know what Anan can do? Anan can use a spear made out of a bow, a bolt, and a broom.
ですから、それを元通りに組み立て直すことは難しいと思います。
Why did you take
って
it?
ことは実
So
質
essentially,
ボ
using
ウ
the
ガンを
crossbow
犯
for the
行
crime
に
was
使うことは
impossible,
不可能
right?
だったってことかな。
ノアさんが生
I
きて
think
る
it's
時
due
に
to the fact that the
すで
crossbow
に
was
ボウ
already
ガンが解
disassembled
体
when
され
Noah
て
was
いたの
alive.
は間違いない事実だと思います。
This proves
これ
my
で私
innocence.
の無実が証明されちゃいましたね。
まだボウガン
It
は
only
使って
proves
な
she
いって
didn't use
だ
the
けだろ。
crossbow. That doesn't clear her of
殺人犯
suspicion
と
for
しての
murder.
疑いが晴れたわけじゃねえよ。
調子乗んな
Don't
し。
get too cocky.
くそ。
でもそうなると
So we're back at
話
square
は
one,
振
aren't
り
we?
出
If
し
the
に戻っ
crossbow
ちゃった
wasn't
わ
used.
ね。
So the
犯
culprit
人は
must have
やっ
thrown
ぱ
the
り
arrow by
矢
hand.
を
That's what
手
it
で
means,
投げ
right?
けれど、いくら
Even at a
短
short
い距離とはい
distance.
え
Doing an arrow
致
deep
命
enough
傷
to
に
be
なるほ
fatal.
ど
Is
矢
that
を
really
深く刺
possible?
すなんて。
気合でなんとかなら
Can't
ね
you
え
do it
の
with
か。
determination, you know? Put throw
勢い
force
つけてブン
into
っ
it
て
and
さ。
wham. I mean, if you're gonna see it like that, that does actually make Shuri look
そう
bad.
いやバカ
That's the
力
thing,
持
but
ったやつ
wasn't
いな
there
かっ
someone with
た
super strength?
いくら力が
No matter
強
how
くて
strong
も
you are,
直接力を伝え
even
ない
though
と
applied
致
to
命
force
傷になるほ
directly,
ど深くは
some
刺
things
さらない
are
と
deep
思うん
enough
で
to
す
be
けど
fatal.
それによ
And
ほどの
unless
達
you're a
人
real
でない
expert,
限
I
り
don't think you
そ
can
んな
hit a
簡単
target
に
that
的に当
easily.
たるとも思えませんし
でも投げた以
Is there
外
any
の可能
possibility
性
other
だ
than
部屋
throwing?
は一面に
The
白い
room was
塗料が
covered
塗
in
ら
white
れてお
paint.
り、
There were no
足跡
footprints.
も
It would
な
be
かっ
difficult to get close to Noah
い
Chan,
や
right?
それはどうだ
Oh,
ろ
I'm
う。
not so sure. It
全
might
員
not
が
be
できないと
impossible
も
for
限らない
everyone.
んじゃないかな。
Hello, Koishi. Oh, thank you, Koishi. Thank you for the flower.
メイヤちゃん、
Hey, Chan, do you have someone in
あ
mind? I have one
私に
person
は
in
一人
mind.
だけ心当たりがあるよ。
Thank you.
矢を投げて当てる
Finding
なん
the
て
skill to
達
throw
人
an
技を
arrow
こな
there
さな
should
く
be
て
someone
も
who can easily enter
白
the
一
white
面
room
の
without
部屋
leaving
に足跡を
footprints.
残さず難なく侵入できる者がいるはずだ。
Hana again,
あ
really?
ら、
How
そ
could
れ
that
って
be?
もしかして。
当のハンナ君、
Hana Chono.
君だ
It's
よ。
you.
私はやってませんわ。
矢が遠くから撃
If
た
the
れた
arrow
も
was
の
a
で
shot
ない
from
と
a
いうなら
distance, then it would have to be
手に
saved
持
by
って
hand,
直
right?
接突き刺す必要がだがあの部屋は全てを
But
白
the
い
room
塗
was
料で
covered in
覆われ
white
ていた。
paint, and there were no
そして
footprints
そ
left
こに
there.
は足跡が残っていなかった。ならばノア
Then
君
it's
に近づ
impossibly
くこ
close
とは
to
でき
Noah's
ない。
room.
そう。
That's
空
right.
でも
Nothing
飛
can
ばない
fly.
限りは
That means
ああ、そうと。
yes, that's
ご
right.
明
Just
察
as
の
you
通
guessed.
り、犯行に使われたのはハンナ君の魔
The
法だ。
source of the crime was Hanakun's magic.
それはなるほど。
I see.
こ
One
の
of
中
us,
で
only
空を
one
飛べる
person
のは
can
ただ
fly.
一人です。
Fuck you, Sherry.
つまり犯人は空中浮遊の魔法が使えるハンナさんしかいないということです。シュ
Wait,
ート
wait
待
just
ち
a minute. What are you all saying?
反論があるなら聞こう。
If you have an objection, now listen.
ゆっくり
Please
喋って
take
くれ
your。time. Yes, I do. I haven't killed anyone.
私、人殺しなんてしてませんわ。
It's not an objection. Who's gonna believe such an
は
excuse?
誰が信じるって。
I'm sorry, but that's actually a really bad excuse. That is actually a terrible excuse.
このままだとハンナちゃんが犯人として指名されちゃうか
Hana-chan
も。
might be named the culprit, but is this really okay? Ina-san, you're not convinced by Leia-san's opinion yet, are you?
まだ納得してないんですよね。
Mirudo, why are you playing Kirigiri?
そりゃ
Of
ハ
course,
ナ
I
ちゃん
can't
が犯
believe
人
that
だなん
Hana-chan
て
is the
信じられ
culprit.
ないよ。なら、
Then how about we try to organize what would happen if Hana-chan were the culprit?
犯人だった場合のこ
If
と。
she were the culprit. Yes, if
もし
Hana-chan
ハン
isn't
ナ
the
さんが
culprit,
犯
I think there
人
will
で
be
ないなら、
inconsistencies.
私
I
やっ
didn't
て
do
お
it,
り
so
ませ
there
ん
should
わ。
be plenty of
だから
inconsistencies.
バ
Please
リバリ
believe
不都合
me.
だらけになるはずですわ。
その言葉が信じる
What
に
is
足る
this
か
versus
どうかは。
trustworthy? Let's verify and decide. Alright, let's hear.
犯人はハンナ君しか
I
考
think
え
the
ら
culprit
れな
can
い
only
と
be
いう。
Hana-kun.
そ
And
し
there
て
are two pieces of
それを
evidence
指
that
し
point to
示す
that.
証拠が2つある。一つ目は先ほど証明された通り、ケリー君に盗まれ破壊されたボウガンだ。
お借りしただけ
I
です
just
し、
borrowed it
ちょっ
and
と
disassembled
分
it
解
a
した
little.
だけですよ。
ともかく犯行があったタイミングではすでにボウガンは破壊されていた。
Therefore, in other
つ
words,
ま
it
り
couldn't have been
ボ
used.
ウガンを使うことはできなかった。よっ
Right.
て犯人は
Therefore,
ノア
it's
君
feasible
に
to
近
think
づい
that
て
the
直
culprit
接矢を
approached
突き立て
Noah
たと
stabbed
考える
her
のが
directly
妥
with
当
the
だ。
arrow.
そして2つ目の証拠はあの
Second piece
白
of
一
evidence
面に
that
塗
in
ら
this
れた
case
部屋
is
だ。
completely white.
一切の痕跡を残さずに部屋に侵入して被害者を刺す。
Traces
そ
were
れは
left
おかしい
behind.
よ。いや、レイヤちゃん、
But Leia-chan,
一
there's
つ
one
見落
piece
と
of
している
evidence
証
you're
拠がある
overlooking.
よ。
へえ、
What that
何
might
の
be?
こと
Won't
だ
you
い？
tell me?
床に残されて
The
いた
scratches
傷
left
跡
on
だ
the
よ。
floor.
それはさっきマー
Those
ゴ
are the
君が
floor
言っていた
scratches
床
Marco
の
was
傷だ
mentioned
ね。
earlier. What about them?
それがどうかしたのかい？
レイヤちゃんはさっ
You
き
just said the
犯
culprit
人
left
は
no
一切
traces
の
at
痕
all,
跡
right?
を残してないって言ってたよね。けど見ての通
But as
り、
you can see in
実際
reality,
には
traces
現
were
場
left
に
at the
痕
scene.
跡が残ってるんだ。
そんな些細な
Such a
もの。
trivial thing.
些細だ
Even
と
if
して
it's
も、
trivial,
一切痕
there are
跡
no
がなかった
traces
は
at all.
嘘
So
ですわ。
why?
間違った話で人を犯人扱いしないでくださいまし。
それにその証拠
And
は
that evidence is what made
私
us
たち
think
が
Noah
ノア
Chan
ちゃん
was
を
murdered,
他
isn't
殺で
it?
あると考える
Yep.
きっかけになった証拠じゃないかしら。決して些
I
細
don't
と
think you
は
can
言
call
い
it
切れ
trivial
ない
at all,
気
you
が
know?
するけどね。
確かに
You're right.
その
I
傷
think
の
you
ことは
overlooked the
私も見落
scratches.
としていたようだ。
My apologies.
申し訳ないよ。
No.
でもだとし
But
ても
even
何
so,
が
what
変わる
changes?
んだい？
Are you saying there's
ハン
someone
ナ
other
君
than
以外に
Hana-kun
大
who
き
could
な
have
痕
entered
跡を
without leaving
残さず
major
に侵
traces?
入できた人物がいたとでも？
それは
Well,
他にできた人、
something else could have done it.
本
Is
当
there
にいる
really?
のかな。
Not
もし
Hana-chan.
ないな
It
ら、
really is.
それ
Then
なら
I'm not thinking from a
別
different
の
angle.
角度から考えてみたらどうでしょうか。メルルちゃん、
Miru-chan,
例えば、
for example,
ハ
whether
ンナさん
Hana-chan
に侵入できる
has
タイミン
had
グ
a
が
chance
あっ
to
たか
enter has been discussed yet, I think. Meaning,
誰が犯行可能な
whether
のか
someone could have committed the
被害者
crime
が死
also
んだタイ
depends
ミ
on
ン
when
グ
the
にもよ
victim
ると思
died,
う
I think.
被害者が死んだ
If
タイミ
someone
ング
couldn't
で
have
そ
been
こに
there
いるこ
at
と
the
が
time
で
the
きないな
victim
ら
died, then the
そ
person
の
is
人
not
物
the
は犯
culprit.
人ではない。
現場不在証明。
Couldn't have been there. In other words, an alibi.
リバイです。いきなり大
What's
声
the
って
sudden
なん
outburst?
なん？だって。
Because it's the most basic of basics in
必
mysteries.
要ですよ。
Shut up, Sherry.
そういえば私た
Come
ち
to think of it, we
ま
haven't
だお
even
互いのアリバイ
discussed
に
each
ついて
other's
はお話
alibis
ししてい
yet.
ませんでしたよね。
でもそも
But
そも
first of all, we don't
死
even
亡
know when
推
the
定時
estimated
刻
time
が
of
い
death
つな
is,
のか
do
も
we?
わからないんじゃないか
Overnight,
しら。
right? And there's no way to prove an alibi.
詳
If
し
we
い
could do
検
a
視でも
detailed
できたら
autopsy,
死
we'd
亡
know the
推
time
定
of
時刻が
death.
わかるんですけどね。
お前はできない
You
の
can't
か
do it.
検視は探偵では
Autopsies
な
are the
く
jobs of forensics, not detectives. Have some medical knowledge, but not that detailed. Wait, what? Who among us was the last to see Noah Jogasaki? Eyewitness testimony is important. Who was the last person to see Noah-san alive last night? Could it be there's no one? But what we saw... What? That might be right. We talked to Noah-chan before dinner yesterday. After that, we went to the cafeteria for dinner. Everyone else was there. So no one could have killed Noah-san before that time.
ノアさんを殺すことは誰にもできないはずです。
Wait a minute.
夕飯の
After dinner. Ah, I see.
どうしたの？
What's wrong, Coco-chan?
私分かっちゃった。犯人が。
I see it. Get it now. The culprit, to be precise, is a choice between two. It's me or Marudu. Really?
もち。
Of course. Look, if you look at the map of this prison, you'll understand.
わかると思うんだけどさ。私たち配信の後にノアの部屋の前を
After stream, we passed by Noah's room back to our rooms, right? Ah, that's right. We might have passed by Noah-chan's room in that time.
部屋の前を通ってるかも。
なるほどね。
The three of us together as the stream ended, passed by
配
her
信
room.
が終わった後、彼女の部屋の前を通っている。しかし、死
But
体を
we
見
didn't
つけ
find
て
the
はい
body.
ないんだよ。
さすがにあの
There's
先
no way
輩
we
の
wouldn't
部屋
notice
の前を
passing by her room in that
通っ
state.
てない
I
こと
wouldn't
ない
miss
んで
it.
すよ。
Are you sure, Coco? You literally told us everyone except for your Oshi can die. I don't think you would have actually noticed about it.
だから必
So
然
inevitably, the culprit is
桜庭エ
Hey,
マ
Miss Sakuraba, Anna
あ
Natsume.
ん
It's
た
one
ら
of
の
you
ど
two.
っちかだろ。僕
Me? What do you mean? Hey, I don't get what you're saying. So explain it so we can understand too.
うちらにも分かるように話せ。
はいはい。
Okay, leave it to me. Let me hear.
私
I'll
の
let you hear my
名推理
brilliant
聞かせ
deduction.
てやんよ。
Okay.
私たちは寝る前にノア
We're
の
back
部
to
屋の
Noah's
前を
room.
通
There's
っ
a
て
body there. There's no way we wouldn't notice,
そこに
right?
死体があって
Right.
気づかないわけない
Right, I know that part.
だからあの時
So
さ
at that time, wasn't
ノア
Noah
は
alive?
気づいたんじゃねえの？絵でも描いてたとかさ。
Maybe she was drawing or
そうい
something.
や
Come to
足
think
音
of it, I
も
heard
聞こえた気が
footsteps
する
too.
し。
She must have been
ピンポン
alive
して
and
たは
well.
ずだって。そう
So
だっ
that's
た
so. Now that you mention it, it might be
言わ
true.
れてみればそうかもしれないけど。だから
So Noah was killed after that. It only could have been from
就
bedtime
寝時
until
間から
morning.
朝までの間しかねえの。
しかし、就
But
寝
it's
時間
also
は
after
鍵
in
がかけられ
bedtime,
るは
so
ずだよ。
even if you
外
could
に
get
出る
out,
こと
you
が
probably
でき
couldn't
て
get
も入
back
ること
in,
ができ
right?
ないんじゃないかな。
あら、
So if you only hid Noah-chan's room until before bedtime, that would work, wouldn't it?
問題ないんじゃないかしら。
それだ。そして
That's
それ
it.
ができる
You
のは
only
就
could
寝
do
時
that
間に
work
ルーム
with
メ
their
イトと
or
一緒
those
に
who
いな
work
か
with
った
their
やつ
roommates
だ
until
って。
during bedtime.
メルちゃんが隣の部屋にい
I
た
saw
のは
Miru
私
in the
見て
next
る
room
し。
myself. How?
つまりノアを殺せるのは就
Wait,
寝
wait,
時
wait.
間にアリバイ。
Go back! How did you see Miru in her room? No! How did you see Miru in her room?
がない医務室のアンアンか一人部屋のエマッチのどっちかなんだよ。違うってんなら証拠見せてよ証拠。ココちゃんの言ってることが本当ならなんだかミリアさん
Maybe it seems a little unsure of herself. Maybe there's a hole in
コ
Coco's
コちゃんの
sense.
推理が間違ってることを証明する証拠品何かなかったかな。アティスたちは寝る前にノ
Right.
アの部屋の前を通ってるわけだからあの時さ絵でも描いてたとかさ。そういや足音も聞こえた気がするし。そうだったっけ。言われてだからノアが殺された。しかし就寝時間は鍵がかけた。それなら就寝時間それだ。そしてそれがメルちゃんが隣の人までノアを殺せるのは就寝時間。
Can we?
ちょっと待って、少なくともアンアンちゃん
Anna
のその時
Chan
間
should be in the front right at that time.
まだそれはきっとこの
I
証
think
拠
this
品で
evidence
証
can
明
prove
で
it.
きると思うよ。
We were watching your stream. Wait a minute!
それのどこがアリバイを証明。あれもしかしてカバダメだ。ココちゃんの言葉とは明らかに矛盾した証拠があるはずだ。
So can we prove an alibi?
あ
So,
ティスたちは寝る前にノアの部屋の前を通ってるわけだからあの時さ絵でも描いてたとかさ。そういや足音
no one wasn't drawing.
ちょっと待って、ノアちゃんはその時
Wasn't drawing.
それはきっとこの証拠品で証明できると思うよ。それのどこそんなわけダメだ。ココちゃんの言葉とは明らかに矛盾した証拠があるはずだ。そ
Okay, I need to go again. So it's either my alibi, her alibi. Blood in what appears to be white paint. Right. Wasn't Noah alive? Noah didn't make any footsteps. Is that what we refute?
ちょっと待って、ノアちゃんはそのとそれはきっとこの証拠品で証明できると思うよ。
It was covered in white paint, right?
これが証拠だよ。それって
That's a photo of the scene.
現場の写真？そう。
Yes, if there were footsteps. Something like that should be there, isn't it, the scene? Huh? Ah, no way!
まさか。そう。
That's right. There are no footprints. Cat? Ah, I see. That's right. I thought something was weird. There were no footsteps at all, Coco-chan. No way. I definitely heard, or did I? I don't think I heard anything on the way back after the stream. We were pretty excited and chatting, so... Now that you mention it... But still, with that much blood, we wouldn't notice the smell, right? If we missed it, we'd look like idiots. I can't believe that. You are a fucking idiot. No, you actually are. Coco-chan probably didn't look inside the room. If Muria's story, Chan's story is true, she didn't hear anything either. What about the smell? Is there something that shows that whether it was a smell at the time? This paint is what was painted in the room. This paint has a very strong smell. That's right, I remember it. That smell. When we passed by at night, there was that strong smell. It was so strong I wanted to plug my nose. See, I remember clearly. I don't remember anything. You don't remember anything. You actually remember nothing. It seems you noticed yourself, without needing to be pointed out. That's right, if there was a strong smell... Even if she was already dead, then we couldn't notice the smell of blood. That's right. We passed by without checking inside the room. We didn't look inside and we didn't hear anything. Even if someone was bleeding and collapsed in the room, that smell was masked by the paint smell, so we didn't notice anything. In other words, we might have missed it. Her body. First of all, there's a hole in that reasoning. Anan! This morning, as soon as the door unlocked, I went to my room. And then Ama appeared, and we discovered the bodies at the same time. That's right. Which means... I might be able to testify that Anan-chan wasn't hiding in the next room. If you're saying that, I can testify too. Mornings are quiet. We were both awake early from the early morning, so I think we would have heard. Well, we didn't notice she was dead, though. That's right. If we combined her testimony with mine and Ama's eyewitness accounts, can't we prove we didn't leave our rooms? That might be right. What can we... By combining the testimony of me, Anan-chan, Nanaka-chan, and Marco-chan is... No one... No one could enter Noah's room late at night. No one could enter Noah's room. If someone was there during the night... What does that mean? No one could enter Noah-san's room until morning, and the body was found in the morning. That means Noah-san was already dead last night! When the three were streaming passed by last night, it seems her body was already in the room. What is... It's Margot!
マジ
Really? So I missed seeing her body?
ったの見逃してたってこと？
どうやらそ
It
のよう
seems
だ
so. We really missed Noah-chan's body.
しちゃってたんだね。
Can that really happen? It's Margot!
まあ
Well, all three of us missed it, so you don't have to feel responsible,
ココちゃん
Coco-chan.
の責任を感じることないよ。そんなこと
That's
当たり
obvious.
前だろ。
If you try to put the blame only on me, I won't forgive you. Nobody.
スラッシュ音がしたとか
You're the one who mistakenly thought you heard footsteps.
しかしそうなると
But then the estimated time of death becomes much more narrowed down,
くるん
doesn't
じゃ
it?
ないですか？皆さんの夕飯の終
Everyone
了時
finished
間
dinner
は
around
大体
8 p.m.
20時。
and bedtime is at
そして
10
就寝
p.m.
時間は22時ですね。なので、この2時
So
間
the
の間
crime
に
must
犯
have been
行が
committed
行
between
われ
those
たこ
2
とになり
hours.
ます。でも
But then the three of us streaming have an alibi for that time from 9 to 10 p.m.
22時までのほとんどの時間、アリバイがあるって言えるかな。
Yes, you have an alibi.
私とメルルさんも
Mira and I were watching the stream in our rooms too.
うちは配信なんて
I wasn't watching the stream,
でも、アリサさんがその時間部
but
屋
I
に
can
いたのは
testify that
私
Elisa
が
san
証
was
言
in
で
the
き
room
ます
at
ね。
that time, because I was
私は
watching
部
the
屋で
stream
配
in
信
my
を
room
見ていた
too.
ので。
あら
So after saying that, I was also watching the stream, and I saw Nanaka-chan in the
部屋
room.
になのかちゃんがいるのを見てるわそうね
That's right, during that time we didn't even go to the bathroom.
トイレにすら立たなかった
僕はその時
I was, I can prove that Amy was in the infirmary during the stream. Yeah,
僕らあの
we
時
were watching the
医
stream
務室で
together in the
一緒に配
infirmary.
信を見てたんだ。じゃあ、ほとんど全員見て
So
た
almost
ってこ
everyone was
と？
watching. Wow, my stream is too
Yeah,
popular.
yeah,
It's super popular content.
超人気コンテンツじゃん。
Wait, didn't she say like 10 minutes ago that you hated us all because no one liked your stream?
鼻で笑う
Don't
な
laugh
し。
through your nose.
そんな
I
つもり
didn't
じゃん。
mean to.
まとめると、ノアさんが生きているのが確認された19時以降、20時
Everyone has
から
an alibi,
21時以外は
except for the
全
time
員
between 8 and 9
アリバイがあるということです
p.m.
ね。あ、っていうか
How come the time between 8 and 9
20時から
p.m.?
21時
I was
だったら
preparing
そこ
to
の
stream
ザ
with that
コ配
nobody
信
over
中
there.
そうだ
But
ね。
that's right, I was hoping
夕飯の
Coco-chan
後は
all
ずっ
evening
と
after
ココちゃ
dinner
ん
so
に
we can
手伝わさ
alibi
れ
each
てた
other.
から、お互いにアリバイを
It's
証明できると
Margot!
思うよ。だから私たち
So
が
unless
共
we're
犯でもない
accomplices, the
限
two
り、
here are
こ
definitely
の
not the
二人は
culprit.
絶対犯人じゃねえってこと。犯人はご愁傷様。
That is a pity! I want to hang you.
では、
You
他
know
の
what? Everyone
皆
else
さん
during
の
that
その時
time.
間帯は、夕飯直後
We
から
got to
配
dinner
信
until
に
the
かけ
stream
て
at 10, I
そ
think.
の時は娯楽
I was in the
室にいたわ
recreation room
ね
at that time.
エマちゃ
I
んと
met
も会ったの
Ima-chan
ね
too. I looked at the
時
clock,
計
so
を
I'm
見
not
て
sure
いた
about the
から
time.
時間も間違いないと思うけど
Wait, what?
マーゴちゃんと
With Marco-chan?
あ、
I thought that was
そ
the
れっ
time.
てあの時の。
リボンを探していた時に
When I was looking for my ribbon.
そうだ。
That's right, we were looking for
ななかちゃん
Nanaka-chan's
が残
lost
したリボンを
ribbon, and
探
in
して
the
て、
recreation
娯
room,
楽室で
Elisa-chan
アリサ
was
ちゃん
there.
と。当時の時間に
I
つい
also
ては
checked the
私
time
が
back
確
then.
認してい
I
ます
think I took
ね。
it from around 8 to 9
20時から
p.m.
21時頃までかかったと思いますよ。あの時、一
I don't
人に
think
な
there
った
was
人はい
anyone
なか
alone
っ
at
た
that
と思い
time.
ますわ。
I was watching everyone trying to
私、
stop the
なん
fight.
とか止めたくて皆さんの様子を見ていましたし、
It's Anan!
あの時見たのは、エマさんと
It's
ハンナさん
Anan!
とメルルさんと、
私とアリ
I
サ
was
ちゃ
in
ん
the
が
recreation
娯
room
楽
with
室に
Elisa-chan and
そこにな
Nanako-chan
のか
came.
ちゃんが来たわね
That
な
time
ら
too.
その時も、
Most people have an alibi then
ア
too.
リバイがあるということですわね。
おいおい
Hey, are you kidding? There's one person here with no alibi for
長
a
い
long
時間ア
time.
リバイがないやつそこに一人いるじゃねえか
長い時間ア
There's
リ
no
バイが
alibi
ない
for
人
a long time, that is.
それって
Isn't that Anan?
それってアンちゃんのこと
But Anan was
別に病人を疑
それ長い時間アリバイのない人
Leia?
レイヤちゃんのこと
Right.
そうい
Yeah,
え
come
ば
to think of it, after the incident we met Leia-chan.
レイヤさんとお会いしましたねレイヤちゃん
Leia-chan,
あの
at
時
the time,
君は
you,
一体
where
ど
were
こ
you
で
and what were
何
you
をしてい
doing?
たの
さて、
Well,
なんだ
what
った
was I
かな
doing?
え
Eh?
申し訳ないけれ
I'm
ど、
sorry, but I
あま
don't
り
know.
覚えていないよ。
Eh? I Are you for real? This is a Psy move! This is the kind of shit Psy would say!
ないわ
Do you
け
think that excuse would
そ
work?
んなことを言われて
Being
も、
told that I'm troubled, I really don't.
本当に覚えていないんだし。
Wait a minute. Okay. You don't remember because you were being brainwashed.
人の記憶は
People's
信用
memories
で
can't
きな
be
いもの
trusted.
だ。
Think back
さ
to
っ
what
きのコ
Coco
コ君
Kun
の
said
話
earlier.
を思い返してみなよ。私たちが部
When
屋
we
を通
passed
った
by the
時、
room, Coco
ココ
Kun
君
had
は
said
ノア
Noah
君
Kun
が
was
まだ
still
生きてい
alive.
たと言っていた。けど実際
But
は
actually,
勘違
she
い
was
だった。
mistaken. So as you can see,
こ
people's
のよう
memories
に
are quite
人の
unreliable.
記憶というものはなかなか信用できないものなのさ。
That's true just now, but
そうだったけど。
まあ、
well,
疑わ
it's
れた
unpleasant
ま
to
ま
be
でも気
suspected,
持ち
so
が
let me
悪いし、
defend myself a little.
少しだけ自己弁護をさせてもらおうかな。その時
What I
私
was
が
doing at the
何
time
をしてい
was...
たかをね。ああ、そうそう、思い出した。
I remember now. I think I went to the cafeteria because I was a little hungry. Or was it something else? Maybe I'm mistaken. What? If you were hungry, it can't be helped.
しょうがないわよね。
そんな適当な
You
話
expect
を
us to
信
believe
じろっ
such a
て
vague story?
悪い悪い。
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make fun of you.
こんなことを話して
Discussing
本
this
当
really
に意味が
meaningful?
あるのかな。確かに私には
It's
アリ
true
バ
that
イ
I
が
might
ない か
not have
も
an
しれない
alibi,
ね。
but don't you think that's a very trivial
それは
matter?
とても
What?
粗末なことだと思わ
What
ない
the?
なぜなら私は
Because I
空を
can't
飛べな
fly,
い
I have no way to approach Noah
私には
Kun.
塗料を越え入り口から3メートルほどは
She didn't need to
それ
cross
は
the
おか
paint.
しいよ。本当に塗料を
Did
越
you
える
really
必
need
要
to
って
cross
あ
the
ったの
paint?
かな。
それはどういうことだい
確かに外か
If
ら
he
この
stepped
部
into
屋
the
の
room
中
from
に
the
足を
outside,
踏
he'd
み
leave
入れたら
footprints. So the
足跡
culprit
が
must
残っ
not
て
have
しま
stepped
う。
on the floor.
だから犯人は床を踏んでいないはず。なら部屋
Then
に
couldn't
入
there be
ら
a
ずに外から
possibility she was
殺した
killed
って
from
い
the
う可能性
outside
も
and
あ
got
るんじゃ
into
ない
the
かな。
room?
それなら宙に
Then the
浮か
crime
ばっ
would
たっ
be
て犯
possible
行は
without
可能だ
floating.
よ。でも
But the crossbow couldn't be used. How would you stand for outside
部屋
without
を
being
出
able
な
to
い
shoot
の
the
にどう
arrow?
やって外から突き刺すんですか。
その通り
That's right, I couldn't
私
possibly
には
stab
ノア
Noah
君に
Kun with
矢を
an
刺
arrow.
すことなんてできやしないんだ。犯人はその
The
手で
culprit could have
直接
stabbed
ノ
Noah
ア
Kun
君
in the
の胸
chest
に矢
directly
を
with their
突き
hand
つけ
while
た。
flying. That's the only
空を飛んで
possibility.
ね。
だから
I told you it
私
wasn't
じゃね
me.
えです。何か僕たち
Think about us.
根本的な勘違
Seems
い
like
を
we're
し
making
て
a
いるよ
fundamental
うな。
mistake. So then, how do we discuss the detailed situation again to try and organize it?
整理してみるというのはどうでしょうか。
There's something suspicious about how smoothly Meritu acts as mediator.
詳しい状況。
The whole
私もその意
situation.
見に賛成するわ。
I agree with that opinion. The
さすがに
circumstances of the
状況は
murder are
事
an
件の
important
重要
point.
なポイン
We
ト。
should discuss it until we're
私
satisfied.
も賛成です。
I agree too.
では事
Let's
件を
try
再
and
現するつもり
recreate
で
the situation
状況を
incident
整
and
理してみ
organize
ま
the
しょうか。
situation. Alright.
まず順番に話を
Let's
整理し
organize
てみま
things
し
in
ょう。
order, starting from when the culprit
犯人が
visited
城
Noah
ヶ崎ノアの部屋を
Jogasaki's
訪れ
room.
たところからよ。
Hey there, Soryus!
まず
Yes!
犯人
When
が
the
部屋を
culprit
訪れた
revisited
時
the room, it was
部
covered
屋は
in white
白い塗
paint.
料で覆われ
That
てい
was
ま
done
した
by Noah-chan
そ
himself,
れをしたのは
right?
ノアさん自身ですよね。
そうして空を飛んだ犯
Then
人
the
は
culprit who
被
could
害者
fly
に近
approached
づ
the
いて
victim
手
and
に持っ
stabbed
た
with
矢を
the arrows
突き
they
つけたわ
held.
け。
A simple solution.
シンプル。
Impeccable.
わかった。
So maybe the
犯人
culprit
もっ
used
と
a
す
more
ごく
complex
複雑な
murder
例
machine,
えば
like a
空
drone
を
that
飛ん
flies
で
and
矢を
stabs
刺
with
す
an
ドロ
arrow.
ーンとか。
What?
本気で言って
Are
る
you
のか
serious,
平山
Ema-kun?
君
Are you serious?
確かにそんなの
If
があ
such
っ
a
たら
thing existed,
全
it
て
might
解
solve
決するか
everything.
もしれませんけど。
What the fuck, Ema?
でもそ
There's
んな
no
装
such
置
device
どこ
anywhere,
にも
right?
ないですよね。真面目にや
Let's
って
be
くれ。
serious.
そんなちゃんに怒ら
Let's
れ
check
そん
out
な装
Angry.
置があったら全て犯人が
Company used a strange machine. Someone would have found it. We live in the same rooms.
そっか。
Right, that's true.
そうだよね。どうやら未知の装置があるような
Wait,
説は考えなく
You
ていい
mean
み
we
たい。
didn't make a spear out of a broom?
まず順番に話を整理してみましょうか。
We...
まず犯人の部屋を訪れた時、
What?
そうして空を飛んだ犯人は被害者に近づどうしても私は犯人扱いしたいようですよね。
What?
その場合
What?
犯人はダーツの
Darts
達
exit
人
or
か
extend their
も
reach.
しくは
What do you know in
他
any
の
magic
道
they
を
could
合
do
わせ
that? Well, I think it's impossible though. The culprit could extend their reach.
そうだよ。マーゴちゃ
That's
んの
right.
言う
Marco
通り
chan
だ。
is right.
あら
Oh, what
何
is?
のかしら。
きっと犯人
The
は
culprit must have
手の
extended
届
their
く範
reach.
囲を伸ばしたんだよ。
Wait, did Margot just implicate herself? So the culprit extended their arm several meters?
先まで伸ばせたということでしょうか。うん。
No, they didn't even actually extend their arm.
ないんだ
I
よ。
just need to be able to
ただ
stab
単に
her.
刺すことさえできればいいんだから。もっと単純に
Or simply they
矢
just
の
need
先
to get
端
the
の
tip
位
of
置
the
をノ
arrow
アちゃ
to
んの
know
胸
it's
に
Jan's
届かせれ
hit.
ばいいだけ。
なるほど。
I see what's important is the range of the weapon in their
手に
hand.
持った武器の射程ということね。
つまりどういうこ
What
と
does
で
that mean? If the range of the weapon can be used as extended, the
今
murder
回
would
の
be
殺
easy
人
for
は
anyone.
誰にでも容易なものになるということよ。
おじさんには
I
まだ
still
何の
understand
こ
what you're
とか分
talking
か
about.
って
What does
ない
it
んだ
mean?
けど、どういうことなの？
If you're gonna go that far, Amakan, explain. The basis of your theory. The basis for extending the reach would sing. But that thing we found then, it wouldn't be strange if it was possible. It's the broom. That's a broom. Just an ordinary broom. It's not a magic broom, so you can't fly with it. With this, they could have stabbed Noah-chan with the arrow. Huh? Did they Kobo? No, even if they could fly without footprints, they couldn't get back outside. The culprit tied the arrow to the end of this. They could stab Noah-chan from outside the room. Tied the arrow to the end, that means... They made an improvised spear. I see, so that's why the broom's brush part was removed. To modify it into a spear. But isn't that a bit short? Just the broom, it's at most 2 meters. Outside of Noah-san's position, it's a bit short on reach. They lean out about 1 meter, and the broom's handle's about 1 meter. They need about 2 more meters. The culprit combined even longer objects to make a long pole, and tied the arrow to the end. However, the ancient spears could be over 10 meters long. It's valid as a weapon. And leaning up the long spear they made, without stepping into the room, they could stab Noah-chan. What is the long object besides the broom? What the culprit combined with the broom is... Always... Leia-chan, you could have done it. By combining the sword at your waist with its sheath. Indeed, among us, the only ones with long objects are Leia-san and Nanoka-san. So if that sword connected to the sheath, the distance would be enough. Leia? Good grief. And here I thought you were gonna say something. It's all just speculation. I'm disappointed, Ima-kun. But that's... If you're not the culprit, why don't you explain yourself? Or, are you admitting that you're suspicious? Of course I'll explain. Let me refute your misguided reasoning from the start. Okay. You're saying I could have killed her using my sword, but don't you think anyone else could have done the same? For example, what if they connected multiple brooms? Or if they've taken them away from the scene with them? Take anything away? Time to twirl! Kuru-kuru! No, we're not using sword. There's only... one room. Let's see, there's no end to it. First of all, my alibi. Even without an alibi, I'm explaining that was impossible for me. Besides, the reason the Ima-kan presents is just a hypothesis piled on hypothesis, mere armchair theory. Evidence of preparation. That's so true. You prepared for the crime in advance, didn't you? What do you mean? Are you saying I planned to kill Noah-kun? If you're gonna go that far, show me the evidence. Evidence that I planned to kill Noah-chan. Everyone can accept. Evidence that Leia-chan planned the crime is... the ribbon. That's the proof. Wait, what? Alright. Doesn't have to be a sword. Culprit didn't take anything away. Who would take the room away? If they took it, everyone would know.
レイヤちゃんの発言の中に証拠品と矛盾するものはないかな。
私の剣を
使えば殺害可能だったぞ。例えば東京たくさんつなげたらどうだい。そんなこと言い、エナ君と同じく私は可能。それは確かにそうかもしれない。アリバイがなかろうとだいたいエナ君が提示した推理も私が
あり合わせのもので槍を作ったと。私が作った証拠もなければ、そもそもそんなものが存在した証拠もなく他人を疑うなんて。
Expecting others evidence
そん
to
なの
have
は
someone
誰かに犯行を
who
な
wants
す
to
りつ
pin
け
the
たい
crime on
人
someone
間
else
が
would do.
もっと理性
I
的
think
にな
everyone
る
should
べ
be
き
more
だ。
rational.
みんな。
それあなたが
You're
言
the
うん
one
です
saying
よ。
that after suspecting me so much?
だったくせに。
Huh.
レイヤちゃんが言っていることは正し
There's
い
evidence
さ。
of
メ
I
ル、
believe literature.
任せて。
私の剣を使えば殺害可能だったと。例えば
There's
そ
only
んな
one
こと
girl.
ないはず。
それを証明。君のただのひどいじゃない。
Huh.
もう一度考えてみよう。レイヤちゃんの発言の中に証拠品と矛盾するものはないか。
What?
私の剣を使えば殺害可能だった。例えば東京たくさんつなげたらどうだい。そんなこと言い、エナ君と同じく私は可能。それは確かにそうかもしれない。アリバイがなかろうとだいたいエナ君が提示した推理も私が。
あり合わせのもので槍を作った。
There's evidence that a long spear was
長
made.
い槍が実際に作られたっていう証拠があるよ。
へえ。
Oh, evidence that long spear was
長い槍が作られたことが
It's the
事実
ribbon.
だったと示す証拠。それはこれだよ。これが証拠だよ。
Well, I know it's the ribbon!
それって
That is.
うん。
It's Nanako-chan's
Nanoka-chanの
ribbon.
リボンだよ。
Alisa-chan found it
ア
by
リ
the
サ
lake.
ちゃんが湖で拾ったんだ。
そんなとこ
So
ろ
it
にあ
was
ったの
there.
ね。
これには血
It
と
had
白
blood
い
and
塗料
white
がつい
paint
て
on
い
it.
た。血はともかく。
Aside from the
この
blood, the
塗料
fact
が
that it
つい
has
てい
this
たって
paint
こと
means
は
the ribbon
こ
must
の
have
リ
been
ボン
used
は
at the
殺
murder
人現場
scene.
にあったはずだよ。
そのリボンを
I
な
lost
くし
that
たの
ribbon
は昨日
yesterday.
のこと。
The only time I could have
血
gotten
液
both
と
blood
塗料
and
が
paint
同
is
時
at
に
the
付
time
着
of
す
the
るタイ
murder.
ミングはさ
確かに。
Indeed, it
偶
doesn't
然
seem
と
like
は
a
思いま
coincidence.
せんわ。
Oh?
偶然事件に
One
関
could
係な
argue
い
that
ものが
something
偶然
unrelated
に落ちてい
incident
た。そう主張することも
just
でき
happened
る
to
か
fall
もし
into
れ
the
ないけ
lake.
ど。でもレイヤちゃ
But
んに気
Leia-chan
づい
realized
てい
it
た。
too.
こ
The
れがそ
evidence
んな
is so
偶然で
suspicious
ごま
it
かす
can't
こ
be
とがで
dismissed
きな
as
い
a
ぐらい
coincidence.
怪しい証拠だって。
じゃあよ。
So then, we know the
そ
ribbon
の
was
リボ
used
ン
at
が
the
現
scene,
場で
but
使
how
わ
was
れ
it
たって
actually
ことが
used?
分かったな。
このリボンの使
How
い
this
道
ribbon
は
was used to tie
送り
something.
つけたんだよ。
To tie something.
矢を
The
矢
arrow.
をほうきにです
The
よ
arrow
ね
to the broom.
つまり
So they used the arrow that combined the
と矢を組み合
broom
わ
and
せ
the arrow, making
長
a
い
long
槍を使っ
spear.
たってことですね。
And
そ
then
し
they
てノアちゃ
stabbed
んを刺したん
Noah-kun.
だ。
Noah-chan.
でもおそらく
But probably at the
その
moment,
時
something
犯
unexpected
人に
happened
とって
even
も
for the
予期しない
culprit.
ことが起きたんだと思う。予期しない
Something
ことって
unexpected?
先端を結
The
んで
ribbon
リボン
tying
を
the
ほど
tips
け
came
て
undone and the
槍が
spear
崩
fell
れちゃった
apart.
んだよ。
That's why the
だ
ribbon
から
had
リボン
blood
に
and
血と
paint
塗
on
料
it.
が付着してたんだ。確かにそれな
That
ら
does
辻
make
褄
sense.
は合いますわ。
なるほど。
I see, then after that,
そ
the
れで
culprit
その
retrieved the
後
ribbon?
犯人はリボンを回収したのね。あら。
Oh, the
じゃあ
floor
もしかして
scratches we
最
talked
初
about
に
earlier.
話していた床の傷跡って
その時にできたの
Maybe
かも
they
しれない
were
ね。
made then.
槍が崩れた
The
時
spear fell apart
床
and
に傷が
scratched
つ
the
いたん
floor.
だ。
それに
And if the
もし
culprit
犯
could
人
fly,
が
they should
空
have
を
been able
飛
to
べる
retrieve
なら
both the ribbon and
で
arrow
もリボ
without
ンも
leaving
痕
traces.
跡を残さずに回収できていたはずよ。でも実際の
But
現場に
traces
は
were
痕
left at
跡
the
が
actual
残ってい
scene.
た。
That means
私は
That
犯
means
人
I'm
じゃ
not the
ないと
culprit.
いうことですわ。犯人はそうやっ
the
てリボン
culprit
を
retrieved
回
the
収して
ribbon
から
like that and
そ
left
の
the
場を去
scene.
ったんだ。
いい加減にして
Oh,
ほ
we
し
should
いな。
stop, really.
まったく。
レイヤちゃん、
仮
Leia-chan.
にそれらが正
Even
し
if
かっ
that's
た
all
とし
true,
て
it's
も
not evidence I
私
did
が
it.
やったと
But
いう
you've
証拠
proven
には
it's
ならない。
meaningless.
君が証明したことは何の意味もないことだ。
No, the evidence you did it is how defensive you're being.
でも
But
アリバイ
considering
から考え
alibis,
ると
you're
あ
the
んた
only
しか
one
で
who
き
could
る
have.
人は。
本当にそうか
Is
ね。
that really true? Huh?
そもそもこの事
Well,
件
this
にはいく
is
つも
several
不自然
unnatural
な要素
elements,
がある
doesn't
じゃ
it?
ないか。
Unnatural elements.
もう一度考
I
え
want
て
to
ほ
think
しいん
again.
だ。
Miria-kun,
ミリア君、
Coco-kun.
ノア君の部屋の
When
前
we
を
passed
通
by
った
Noah
時、
Kun's room, was she
本当
really
に彼
dead?
女は
Are
死
we
んでい
being
たの
fooled
か
by
な。
Ima-kun?
私たちはエナ君に騙されてるんじゃないか。
When you put it that way, it does feel
なん
like
か
that.
そんな気も。
Wait a minute! You're using your charm! This is cheating! Oh my god, you're cheating! You are cheating at the trial! And you say I killed him, but regarding the method, there should be something strange that anyone can see. Well, something strange? What is it? The fact that Noah-kun was killed itself. Suppose I assembled something like a spear and killed her. What? Then what was Noah-kun doing during that time? Well, what could have she been doing? Are you saying Noah-kun just stood there waiting for me to kill her? Isn't that the strangest thing? All was assembling that long spear, and when she was stabbed to the front, until the moment she died? It's almost like she wanted to die. Yes, the more you think about the stranger gets, so I want you to listen to me again. No, I know what happened. We've been bringing food down to her. You brought down her food with her. She was expecting the food. You assembled the spear outside of reach, stabbed her. When the thing came undone, she was expecting to bring food. You won't regret it. You're being really defensive. That's the problem. Ema-kun's reason is a huge flaw. It must be because we're trapped in a place like this that we're unable to make normal judgments. The fact that we missed the body, that Noah-kun is killed, brought us down, and all the other various things too. In Ema-kun's reasoning, there are so many things that can't be explained. That's all just unnatural things. Ah, maybe it's unnatural. The person has magic, you know. Would anything be so strange? Is that really true? Even our magic must have certain rules and principles. For example, my charm magic, it makes everyone fall in love with me. It's simple magic. Maybe it's my magic. Wait, let's maintain our trust in each other?
Leia ちゃんの堂々とした話は信じたくなっちゃう。だってそれが真実なら僕らの中に犯人はいないってことだから。解き明かすんだ。この事件の真相を。エマ君の推理は大きな穴だ。私たちが死体を見逃したこと、エマ君の推理では説明がつかないことだらけ。不自然と言ってもこの勘も本当にそうなのか。例えば私の魅力の魔法。みんなけど私の魔法。レイヤちゃんは別の人の魔法を使ったんだよ。例えば
I guess not. In any brief, my magic cannot bring about an unwanted death. Please stop casting unfounded suspicion. Hi! Wait a minute! Hi! Make sure Noah-chan use her.
でもノアさんの魔法だとすると、だそう。レイヤちゃんが反論す。ノアちゃんが最後に発動した蝶の絵を描くもだとすると、残る可能性は
？Accomplices？
エマ君の推理には大きな穴が。私たちが死体を見逃したこと、エマ君の推理では説明がつかないことだらけだ。不自然と言ってもこの本当にそうなのか。例えば私の魅了の魔法、みんなに。
It wasn't
レ
charm
イヤ
magic.
ちゃんは魅了じゃない別の種類の魔法を
I
使っ
think she
たん
used
だ
a
と
different
思
kind
う。
of magic, not
それ
charm.
なら
Then
不
the
自然と
unnatural
も
points
な
would
くなると思
disappear.
うよ。
面白いこ
That's
と
an
言う
interesting
ね。
thing to say. You're saying I could
私
use
が
different
別の魔
magic?
法を使えたって。
そう。
Yes,
レイヤち
Leia-chan.
ゃんは
Her magic. Grew.
魔法が成長して。
And its power evolved. Maybe that could happen. It's true that in manga
いやもっとに
君の考え。
でも確かに今ならまだ発言。そう。レイヤちゃんは
the magic's alive. She's lying about her magic.
魔法は
The magic was
嘘
alive.
だったんだよ。嘘じゃねえ。
It's not a lie. Just because you can't use it doesn't mean to
根本
deny
から存在を否定すんな。
it very existed. No, that's not it. That's not what I
そういう意味じゃ
meant.
なくて、レイヤちゃんの魔法は魅了っていうのが
Leia-chan's magic is charm. That's the lie.
なんだって。
What?
確かに。
Well, everyone's magic is self-reported, so I think it's possible to
は
lie.
できると思いますけど、考えてみれば
When you think about it, we have no way to accurately verify each other's
確かめる
magic.
術なんてないんだよ。だからレイヤちゃん
So
がそれを
Leia-chan
利用
took
して
advantage of that and
自分の魔
falsified
法
her
を偽
magic.
ってたんだ。
She is the handsome boyish girl.
そ
then the strange points in this case should be explainable.
バカバカしい言いがかりだね。
That's a ridiculous accusation. Anyone can make such a complaint. But, no. If that's the case, shall we all discuss magic? Even if charm magic is to work, for that lie to work, I think there are conditions, right? Leia-chan is the culprit, and all the questions so far are explained by her magic. And her magic would need to satisfy the 3 following conditions. The first is, of course, that her charm not be exposed as a lie in everyday life. If her magic's effects are too different, it would be hard to cover it up. The second condition that must be met is that even while preparing to kill right in front of her, she couldn't resist. It's not hard to imagine Jogasaki offering no resistance to one preparing in front of her, especially since she was stabbed from the front outside the room. Because when passing by the murder scene, the body goes unnoticed. Illusion! Koko-san and Miria-san passed by the murder scene and didn't look inside. Illusion! It's illusion magic! Conversely, if you say it's not a coincidence, then I can accept the idea that Hasumi is the culprit. It's illusions! Ema-chan, is there any magic that satisfies these 3 conditions? My magic is definitely charm, making people feel a little love for me. Such a useless magic.
確かに目を離せなくなったりドキドキしてしまうことがありますわ。魅了の
charm magic. Yeah, she really is beautiful, Leia-chan. And this is weird. It's just a general statement, okay? I don't really think so. Is it really charm? Suspicious. There are just people it works on easily and people it doesn't. For example, those already in love might be resistant. Coco, do you have any idea about that? Wait, I have an Oshi, but it's not... Do you have some... Magic could be body temperature, she's blue eyes.
そういうんじゃねえし。なんか根拠でもあって言ってんの
There's
か
some basis for saying that? Wait.
レイヤちゃんの魔法が嘘だった時、
The real magic
本物の
should
魔法は
chance...
マーゴちゃんが
I
言
mean...
った条件を満たすはず。
Okay! If her magic is illusions, it could satisfy that. She could be making herself look way more beautiful. The way we see Leia is how she wants us to see her.
これまでの疑問を魔法で解決しレイヤちゃんの魔法は一つは当然あまりにも遠い効果の魔法だとそして二つ目に満たさなくてはいけない条件城ヶ崎ノアが目の前で準備していた相手に最後に三つ目の条件それはココさんやミリアさんはもしかするとそれも逆に言えば偶然じゃないさあエマちゃんこの私の魔法は間違いなく魅了だよ確かに目を離せなくなったりこれだよ
Magic that makes you unable to look away.
目が離せなくなる
Unable to look away.
そうか
That's it.
それ
That's
がレイ
Leia
ヤ
Chan's
ちゃんの
magic.
魔法だったんだよじゃあ
But then it's not that looking at Leia Chan makes my heart race tonight, so I can't look away.
離せなくなるんじゃなくて逆だったんだ
It was the opposite. Dojiko.
目が離せなく
Because you
なる
can't look away, your heart
させら
races.
れてしまうんだよ
Then, no, Jogasaki didn't resist the culprit preparing.
何も抵抗しなかったのは
当然だよ
Of course, you made her look
別の方向に
elsewhere,
注目させ
so
て
the
工
preparations
作
weren't
自
in her
体
field
が
of
視界に
vision.
入らないようにしていたんだならおじさん
Then
た
when
ち
we
が
passed by
死体
the...
があった部屋
She has the same power as what's her name in, as Momo Kisaragi and Kagero. Then we passed by the room with the body, we missed it because at the time your gaze was fixed in a direction away from the room.
からじゃないかなそれに
And for Koko-chan on the other stream, we met Leia-chan on the ground.
地下でレイヤちゃんと会ってるきっとあの時
At
レイ
the
ヤちゃん
time, Leia must have used her magic to make sure no one could see Noah-chan's room.
この魔法なら
But this magic, all three conditions Marco mentioned could be satisfied.
なるほど
I see misdirection. What's that? In magic, it's a technique to hide a trick. When swimming of a trick with your right hand, your left hand moves to draw the audience's attention. But why butterflies? Simply put, gaze guidance, I suppose. But that doesn't explain the butterflies. If it's magic that embodies the concept, it would indeed explain everything, wouldn't it? Yes, Ima-chan, wonderful. I agree. Your opinion. With your opinion. But this, all the mysteries can be explained. But not the dying message. Leia-chan, that's your magic. Good grief. Leia-chan's calm mask has come out. My magic might not be charm. If that argument works, I can say anything. For example, Ima-kun. Your magic is psychokinesis. Telekinesis, isn't it? With that, you can control the arrow and kill her. What the fuck? All the surrounding circumstances could be camouflaged alongside that magic. Couldn't you think that way? I can't use magic. Can you prove that? You can't, can you? You're just very defensive. The witch candidate's here. We should all have some kind of magic, but no one can prove what it is. But the unnatural point to discuss. Uh-oh. Everything you see is circumstantial evidence. I admit I'm suspicious, but there's no solid evidence. That might be true, but I believe in everyone. I hope you don't do something foolish like vote for me, because there's no evidence I'm the culprit. This is truly a conspiracy by someone trying to frame me. We're comrades, aren't we? If we forget to trust each other, we're playing into the... That is... We're playing into the mastermind's hands. Leia-chan does have a point. Maybe I'm mistaken in just assuming Leia-chan is the culprit. What if it's a false accusation? It's Anan's brainwashing. What should I do now? At this rate, everyone's opinions won't come together. Am I really right? At times like this, what would Hiro-chan? Let's discuss it. Manadu. There's something very weird about Manadu. Like, it feels like every time we're about to lose focus, Manadu just kind of gently puts us back on track. Eh? We still have time. What if there's evidence Leia-san is the culprit? Let's discuss it. To avenge Noah-san's death. That's right. If she committed murder, then traces of the crime must remain. We just haven't noticed it yet. That's right. Ima-san's reasoning has been logical so far, so there's still room for discussion. Let's discuss it thoroughly. Everyone. Ah, fine. No matter what, no evidence will appear. Not proof that I'm not the culprit. 25 minutes. Let's reveal the sequence of events. The crime occurred between 8 and 9 p.m. and doesn't have an alibi during that time hour. Just me, that's where it was. Personally, I think that's the result of some misunderstanding or oversight. If you were the culprit, that's all you could say. But there's no solid evidence that I did it, right? I think it's wrong to suspect me based on that. Evidence, so we've already gone through everything. Is there any point to continuing this discussion? Maybe there might be something we haven't properly examined yet. Let's examine the physical evidence that remains one more time. The fruit. The fruit's gonna be something, right? But what about Nanaka's ribbon? That was definitely something the culprit used. Oh, I have the ribbon. Right? Yes. That ribbon had blood on it, right? What do you think it is? What if the blood is actually the culprit? That's actually a common trope. Even if that were true, we have no way to investigate that, and we probably would... We probably wouldn't count as evidence. The culprit's wounded.
そうだよ。リボン
Proving
に
that
血
blood
が
on
ついて
the
た。
culprit might be
なら
wounded.
犯人は傷を負ってるんじゃないかな。
そうかしら。
Do you think so? I think that the blood is more likely than Noah-chan's blood. Since the culprit is injured, how should we confirm it? Should we make them take off their clothes? Yes! Let's all strip naked! Let's all strip naked! Let's do it! Let's all strip naked! I'm ready! I mean, yes, it is indecent, but if the difference between like innocence and or not is, you know, can we take off our clothes and prove that no one is injured? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I think I called a pervert, but no one looks interested from the outside. Even if they weren't injured, there might be no way to find out. Ah.
事件の
流れについて犯行は20時から21時の私だけ。でも私としてはそれはおめえが犯人だと。でも私がやったというような証拠ね。でも今まででももしかするとでは物理的に残っ例えばあなたのリボンとかはどうですそのリボンに血がついてる。その血の実は犯人もしそうだったとしても私たち
Even if it were true, no one would investigate that, so it probably wouldn't count as evidence. Otherwise, was there anything suspicious about the paint in the room?
ところはなかったかな。あんなに大量に塗られてたのに。
Even though so much is used, it might have been meaning.
そうだ。やっぱり塗料を使えば足跡だって消せる
Hey,
し。
you could erase footprints. That's how change how we've seen things so far.
ちょっと待ってくれですわ。これまでの推理では。
I thought the discussion was proceeding under the premise that circumstantial evidence was consistent. Wow, I'm sorry, Anan.
それにもし塗料を使って
マッチさ、空気って漢字で書ける。あ、そもそも読めないなら無理かな。バカにされた。でも確かに他に何か犯人に繋がるような手がかりはないかな。
Okay, maybe I should let the whole thing play out. I'll let the whole thing play out.
でも私としてはそれはおめえが犯人だから。でも私がやったというような証拠ね。でも今まででももしかするとでは物理的に残っ例えばあなたのリボンとかはどうですそのリボンに血がついてる。その血の実は犯人がもしそうだったとしても私と他には
But the paint,
大量に塗られてたのにも
there's so much that might have meaning.
るかもだし。そういえば
But the thing is, so are the butterfly drawings at the scene. I can guarantee you that those are not connected to the culprit. Wait, what?
じゃああのほうきはどう
Do
か
at the
しら。
broom.
現場の近くに残されて
To be traces left on. The broom had a trick.
いたのよね。何か痕跡が残ってたりしないかしら。
Are you getting traces
実
left
は
on?
何の変哲もない
It looks like an ordinary broom, but could it actually be a magic broom?
そうそう、
That's right, because we're witches.
ってうるせえ。
Shut up, that's
都合のいい
inconvenient.
ことあるか。
I mean, is there any point to this discussion? We've talked enough.
もう十分話しただろ。
意味はあると思う。
I think it has meaning. I don't want to regret after voting. Just thinking, what if we were wrong? Fine, let's continue.
続けるよ。
Ah,
でも現場には決定的な証拠なんてな
I'm
かっ
gonna
た。
say some evidence. We're discussing.
なぜそれが存在しない
証拠が存在する犯人が隠した。そんな証拠の可能性指摘できるのかな。
事件の流れ
について犯行は20時から21時の私だけ。でも私としてはそ
The
れはおめ
culprit
え
hid
が
the
犯
evidence.
人だ。私が
Okay.
やったというような証拠ね。でも今まででももしかするとでは物理的に残っ例えば
あの子さんのリボン。とかはどうでしょうね。これは確実に犯人さん
そのリボンに血がついてる。その血の実は犯人がもしそうだったとしてももう私たち
Is there a way to find out whose blood it is? I swear.
ここの医務室ならそれについてる血が誰の血なのか調べる方法があるんじゃないかな。
That might be difficult. Impossible. Even
血液
testing
型を
blood
調べ
type
るのに
requires
最
reagents.
悪が必要なの。
Blood analysis is
こ
impossible
こ
at
の
these
設備で
facilities.
血液鑑定は不可能
How did you know
知
that?
らないことを
Don't
適
speak carelessly about things you don't know.
確かに他に何か犯人に繋がるような手がかりはないか。
Okay, I'm.
事件
流れについて犯行は20時から21時の私だけ。でも私としてはそれはおめえが犯人だから。でも私がやったというような証拠ね。でも今まででももしかするとでは物理的に残っ例えばあの子さんのリボンとかはどうでしょうね。そのリボンに血がついてる。
その血が実は犯人のものだったりするんじゃねえですか。
もしそうだったとしても られた塗料にあんなに大量に塗られてたのにも。そういえば現場には蝶の絵もありましたよね。じゃあ動
きはどうかしら。現場の近くにの
Evidence remains in the
残され
それだよ。
You just read a check.
そうそう。
具体的にどんな
それはでも確かに突然バカにされちゃって。でも確か他に何か
I don't know what the right thing to point at is.
犯行は20時
から21時の間に行う。私だけ。でも私としてはそれはおめえが犯人だったら。でも私がやったというような。そうね。でも今まででももしかすると。では物理的に例えばあなたのリボンとかはどうです。そのリボン血がついてその血が実は犯人。もしそうだったとしても。
Oh, it's not there, there.
それだよ。
The culprit took the paint away.
犯人は
Come on, did you see the culprit? Had to take it away.
犯人に塗料がつ
So
い
they
ちゃった
couldn't
ん
wipe
だ
it
よ。
off.
でもだから犯人
That's why the
塗料を
culprit took the paint away. But then, couldn't they just suppose the thing they got paint in it?
限りいつもと違
From what I
う
can
格
see, no
好
one
をし
appears
た
to be
人はい
dressed
ない
differently
よう
than
に見え
usual.
ますわね。
Wouldn't that be evidence?
そう、エマさん。犯人は塗料を。犯人はその塗
Had a
料を
purpose
使
for
う
using
目
that
的
paint.
があ
That's
った
why they took it
と。
home. Why is
それ
it?
は
城ヶ崎ノアの部屋なさ。
アリサちゃん、もう一度。でも塗料を。犯人は塗料を。
Didn't
犯
realize?
人
Didn't
は去ろ
take
うと思って持ち去った
didn't take
塗
it.
料が付着し
They
てい
took
た
it
こ
home
とに
without
気づかず
realizing
に持ち帰ってしまっ
that
たんだ。
paint had gotten on it.
ど
What
う
do
い
you
うこと
mean?
ですの？ノアちゃんの部屋には
I know a chance
一
room.
部
The
だけ
spot
塗料
where
が
the
剥
paint
げて
had
いた
peeled
場所があ
off.
ったよね。ありましたわね、そんなの。それがどうかしました？
There was, wasn't there? What
そこ
about
で
it?
剥げた分
Where
の
did
塗
that
料。
peeled off paint
ど
go?
こにで長い
You're making a long stick with the broom. Then probably
だ
got
か
on
ら
the
そ
tip.
の先端にでもついたんじゃねえの。でも
But we
ほうきは隅々まで調べ
examined
ました
every
けど、
corner of the
何
broom.
もつい
There
て
was
ません
nothing
で
on
し
it.
たよ。
Everyone, take off your shoes.
今にはリボンもあったんだろ。
There's a ribbon on the seam, right? Maybe they touched it through the ribbon. No, the ribbon was the bit in between. It wouldn't make the
ア
floor
メリカの
scratch
傷の
shapes.
形にはならないと思うわ。
確かにあれは
Indeed, the scratches
何
look
か
like they were
硬い
made
も
by
のが
something
直
hard
接叩きつけら
hitting
れてできた
directly.
ような。
That's the kind of
そんな
scratch they were.
さ、ほう
And
きに
after the
塗料
paint
が
got on
つ
the
いた後
broom,
で後から
couldn't the
犯
culprit
人
wipe it
が
off
塗料
later?
だっての？
No, I
それ
think
は
that's
ありえないと
impossible.
思う。だってこの証拠
Because
品
this
が
piece of evidence
犯
proves
人
the
がほう
culprit
きに
didn't
塗
get
料が
paint
つ
on
か
the
なかった
broom.
ことを証明してるんだ。これが証拠だよ。それは
That is the spray paint can. I see, that's it.
確か
It's
に
written on the
それ
spray
だけ
paint
書いて
can.
あるよ。使用上の注意の欄、木製の
In
も
the
のに
user's
ついちゃうと
precaution sections, if it gets on wooden items, it seems it wouldn't come off.
そうなんだ。もしこのほうきに
No,
塗料
no,
が
no.
ついてたとした
We're
ら、
in the trial.
今もそこに付着した
That's
痕
right.
跡が
Paint
残
had
ってる
gotten on
は
the
ずだよ。
broom, traces of it would remain.
の湯から傷
That
を
means
つ
the
けたの
broom didn't make this floor
この
scratches.
ほうきじゃねえってことだな。
うん。
Yeah,
だから
so surely the murder
おそ
weapon
らく凶
spear
器の槍は
was
こ
probably
んな
made
風
like
に
this.
作られたんじゃ。手元にほうきの
Holding the
棒の
broom
部
with the
分
handle
を
in
持って、
hand,
その先にもう一つか
then
二つ
connecting one or two more
長
long
い棒を
steps
つなげ
to
る。
the tip,
そしてさらに
and then the
矢
arrow
が
was
その
tied
先
to the
端に
very
くくり
tip,
つけられていた。三節棍みたい。
like a 3-section
短い棒
staff.
の端をつ
They
なげて
connected the ends
一
of
本
short
の
sticks
長い
to make one
槍
long
を作ったっ
spear.
てことだよね。
でも随分
It
と
looks
強度
quite
が
low in
低そうに
strength,
見え
doesn't
る
it?
わ。
Could
そ
such
んな
an
即席
improvised
な
spear
の
withstand the
で
impact
殺
of
人の
murder?
衝撃に耐えられるのかしら。
No, that's why it came apart.
いや、
No, in
実際
reality,
に
it
それ
couldn't
は耐え
withstand
ら
it.
れなかったんだよ。耐えられなか
Couldn't
った。
withstand it? Does that mean?
ってことはもしかして、そう
Yes, during the
犯
crime,
行の時
something the
犯
culprit
人
didn't
が想定
expect
していな
happened.
かったことが起きたんだ。途中でリボン
Hello,
がほどけて
Fuyunomo. The
槍が
ribbon
分
came
解さ
undone
れたんだ。
midway and the spear fell apart.
そうして空中で
And when
槍
the
が分
spear
解
fell
され
apart
た
in
時、
the air,
床
the
を
tip of
ほう
the
きじゃ
stick
ない
that
方
wasn't the
向の先
broom
端がこすったんだ。
it scraped the floor.
槍を作ってい
The
る部
parts
品
making
は
the spear, the
ほう
broom,
き
the
と
arrow, and
ラ
something.
何か
If Leia Hasumi made it,
もし
そこにはもう一
Another
つの素材
material
が
was
使われた。
Leia
レイヤちゃん
Chan's
の持ってい
sword.
る。もしも現場で
If
作
the
ったその
improvised
即
spear
席
made
の
its
槍が
seam
壊れ
broke
て
and its
構
components
成する
scratched
パ
the
ーツの
floor,
一部が床を傷つけたのだとしたら、レイヤちゃんの持つ
then on the tip of
その
Leia
剣
Chan's
の
sword,
先端
there should
に
be white paint.
白い塗料がついているはずだよ。レイヤちゃん
Leia Chan?
いやいやすま
No,
ない。
no, I'm sorry.
ごめんね、
Sorry
笑ってし
for
まって。
laughing.
そうだな。
Well then, And for to verify Amakan's reasoning, if I draw my sword and show you the tip, will you be satisfied?
見せてあげたら満足かな。
Eh?
どうぞ。
Please
ご
take a
覧あ
look.
れ。
先端が
The tip
汚れ
is
てない。
stained.
ああ、当然だ
Of
とも。
course, because I didn't use
私
the
は
sword
そん
for
なこと
something
に
like
この
that.
剣を使っていないのだから。
Right?
どうだい
Oh, will you
これ
believe
で
in my
私の
innocence
潔
now?
白を信じてくれたかな
そんな
No way, my
僕
reasoning
の
was
推理
wrong.
間違ってた。
けどよ
I hate it.
あ
Paint
の
doesn't
塗料が落ちないのは
only
木
doesn't
製
come
の
off
も
on
のだけ
wooden
だ
things, right? If it's
金
metal,
属
you
だ
could
ったら
just
拭
wipe
い
it
て
off,
落とせ
couldn't
るん
you?
じゃねえかだとしたら
So,
あな
isn't
たの
it
証拠
possible
を
that
拭
you
き取っ
wiped
た
off the
可能性
evidence,
はあるんじ
Leia
ゃないかし
Hasumi?
ら蓮見レイヤ
そんな身に覚えの
Being
ないことを
accused of
言われて
something
も困
I
る
have
よ
no memory of is
実際に調
troubling.
べて証拠
We
がなか
actually
ったんだね
investigated and there was no evidence.
レイヤちゃんが犯人だとしても
Even if Rhea Chan is
証
the
拠は
culprit,
隠滅され
the
たんだ。
evidence has been destroyed, so no more evidence would
証
appear.
拠は出てこない。いくらレイヤちゃん
No
が
matter
平
how
然
much
だ
I
として
suspect
も
Leia Chan,
決
there's
定
no
的な証
decisive
拠はないん
evidence.
だ。
分かってくれたか
Do you
な
understand now?
この話題はこ
Let's
れぐ
leave
らい
the
にし
topic
て
here and
もっ
have a
と
more
建設的
constructive
な話を
discussion.
待ちなさい
Wait.
残念だけど
Unfortunately, I'm
私は
suspicious by
疑り深い
nature.
の
Okay, Nanoka.
私のあなたへの
My
容疑
suspicion
は
of
ま
you
だ晴れて
hasn't
いない
cleared
わ
yet, Hasumi
蓮見
Leia.
レイヤ
まだ私
You're
を
still
疑
going to
うとい
suspect
うの
me?
かい
Am
そ
I
んな
that
に信用で
untrustworthy?
きないのかな
信頼することと
Trusting
疑
and
うこと
suspecting
は
aren't two sides of
裏
the same
表の
coin.
関係じゃないわ疑心暗鬼になるのはい
Being
けない
overly
こと
suspicious is bad,
で
but
も
that
だ
doesn't
からと
mean
いって
blindly trusting
盲
is
目
right
的に
either.
信じることもまた間違いよ私は信じるた
I
めに
doubt in order to
疑わない
believe. I love this line. I doubt in order to believe.
あなたの議論を
Your
うや
method
む
of
やにし
muddling
て
the,
感情に訴えか
the
ける動向は
discussion and appealing
私
to
には
emotions
通じない
doesn't work on me. Wait. What's with your arm?
それもまた言いがかり
That's
だよ
also a false
私にそん
accusation.
なつ
I
も
have
り
no
はない
such
んだから
intention.
君たちが感
Because
情で
you're
私を
accusing me
責めるから
emotionally, I have
私
no
もま
choice
た
but to
感情に
appeal to
訴えかける
emotions
しかない
too.
だけさ
After all,
結
no
局
evidence came
証
out.
拠は出てこなかったんだしね
なら
So if
証
there's
拠があれ
evidence
ば
to
感
speak,
情
you'll
ではな
speak
く
with
論理
logic
で
and not
話をす
emotions?
るということね
ああもちろん
Yeah,
さ
of course.
でも一体
But
こ
what's
れ以上
more,
何を話
It's
し合
to
うっていうんだ
discuss.
い
We've already talked about
もう
everything,
全
haven't
て
we?
話し尽くしたの
それは
That might be true.
確かにそうかもしれませんわ。
見つかった証
We've
拠
talked
品
about
に
the
ついても
evidence found,
話し
we've
た
talked about the
死体
body.
に
What
つ
else
いて
haven't
も
we
話
talked
した
about?
それは
That is,
ちょっと待ってください。私たち
I think we haven't heard much about you.
詳しく聞いていないと思うんです。
私のこと
About me?
はい。
Yes, what you were doing
あ
during
な
your
たが
alone
一人
time.
の
I want to
時
know
間
about
何
you.
をしていたのか、あなたのことを私は知りたいです。もしあな
If
た
there's a
以
culprit
外
other
に
than
犯人
you,
がいるなら、
there should be beneficial
それは
information
あな
for
た
you
にとっ
too.
ても
There's no
有益
problem,
な
right?
情報になるはずですし、
アリバイのことか
I
い
mean, an alibi. As
先
I
ほど
said
も言っ
before,
た
when
け
I
ど
was alone, I was just
私は
wandering
一人
around,
でい
so I
た
don't
時は
remember
適
much
当にぶら
detail.
ついていたからあまり
ならその
Then
後のことでも
after that,
構
it's
わない
fine too.
その後
After that, I think I was just repeating
今
what I've
まで
already
言っ
said.
た
Is
こと
that
の繰り
okay?
返しになるとは思うけど
できるだけ詳
Tell
細
us
に
in as
話し
much
て
detail as possible.
ああもちろ
Ah,
ん
of
だ
course.
ただしそれで何も出てこなかったら
However, if nothing comes of it, will you stop wasting your suspicion on me? I'd stand to be the only one
私
interrogated
ば
when
か
I'm
り問い詰め
innocent.
られるのは悲しいよ
ええ分かったわ
I
私が
understand. This
疑
will be
う
the
のは
last
こ
time
れ
I
で最後
suspect
にす
you.
るわ
It's a pity Nanaka isn't the main character. I will feel sad when Nanoka dies. She's my
あ
favorite.
なたもそれでいいわ
Is that
ね
okay with you too?
桜庭エマ
Sakura by Ema?
うん、
Yeah,
わか
okay.
った。なのかちゃんは言った。
Nanako-chan said it.
信じるため
Doubt
に
in order
疑
to
うっ
believe.
て。そうだ。
That's right. I
僕
feel
も
the
同じ
same
気持
way.
ちだ。レイヤちゃんを信
To
じる
believe
た
in
めに
Leia
も。
Chan, I have
彼
to
女
doubt
に嘘を
whether
つい
she's
ていない
lying.
か疑ってみるんだ。
What? Cross-examination time!
夕食後私
After
は
dinner, I
適
was
当
just
にぶら
wandering
つい
around. I
た
don't remember the details. I just walked around various places. I know it sounds suspicious, but all I can say is,
怪しいの
please
は
believe me.
信じてほしいとしか言えない
それは分かった
We got that, so go on.
ああいいと思う
Ah, sure.
その後私はココ
After that, I headed to the lounge where Coco-kun was waiting for
配
the
信
stream.
をするためだね
そういや時間ギリギリに
Come to think of it, you came at the last minute, right? You were out of breath from running, and you were surprisingly into the stream.
あれ
Eh? Maybe she's a really good person after all.
心外だね
That's disappointing. I
君よ
thought
り
I
は
had
協調性
more
がある
cooperative spirit than you.
え
Eh? Don't treat me like a social
え
outcast. You are a social outcast. podcast. Yeah, come to think of it, didn't we ask you to do something like a stunt back then? It should be in the stream archive.
配信のアーカイブに残ってるよね。
That's it, then after we finished the stream, we returned to our room. And after that, we chatted a little, the three of us, right?
そうそう、時間
Yeah, since we had no time, we'll clean up to that nobody over there. Then we chatted a bit. A post-stream reflection, something like that?
みたいな。雑用とか
I'm good at chores, you know. I did all the cleanup. Come to think of it, you two were getting along a bit back then, weren't you? Good night, Soyuz!
仲良くなってたよね、二人とも。
And after that, we passed by Noah Kun's room. The three of us. As I said before, I didn't see or hear anything. And until morning, I was with my roommate Miria-kun. By the way, Miria-kun was actually suspicious at that time. Ada, full of news. Be sure not to get charged. Ada. Well, not really. I think he got into bed and went to sleep quickly. He was quiet, so I think I would have noticed if you were doing something. And then in the morning, I woke up hearing Anan-kun scream upon finding the body. I got up immediately and rushed over. How is that? That's all. Kinda neat. Wait. Hold up. You have any?
本当にそんなものが存在するならだけどね。
もしレイヤちゃんが犯人なら証拠隠滅を行った。今朝に死体がもしも証拠隠滅をしていないなら、このタイミングなら証拠が残ってる可能性があるかも。
It's in the stream archive.
私は適当にぶらついてたよ。
In the stream archive.
ああ、いいかなば。私がココ君のそういや時間ギリギリに来たっけ。あれ？もしかして信頼だね。そういえばそうして私たちは配信を終えた後、そうそう時間ないから片付けはそこの雑用とか得意だからね。今年は全部やって。そしてその後は3人でノア君の日として朝までは同室のミリア君と一緒。やっとくの？すぐにそうして朝になって死体を発見した。どうかな？私が犯人だという証拠。
レイヤちゃんが犯人だという
Evidence that Leia-chan's culprit will be in the stream archive. My stream's archive? According to Coco-chan, Leia-chan hurried in order to make it in time for the stream, right? If right after killing Noa-chan, she didn't notice that paint had gotten on the tip of her sword, at the time there's a possibility that paint was still on the tip of her sword. Come to think of it, this stream, Leia-chan, you were made to do a stunt with your sword, weren't you? Yes, at the time, Leia-chan was using her sword, so if paint was on it, if we watch the archive, we can check. Well, unfortunately, I think it's impossible. Eh? I've checked the archive several times, but the tip of the sword wasn't shown, you know? Yes. If you doubt me, shall we check? Even from the angle, frame by frame, it's definitely not shown. It's an amateur fixed camera. Don't blame Coco too much, okay? Don't blame me. No way. It was the last chance to check at the State Department Evidence Destruction. It seems there's a misunderstanding by Ima-kun. So do you have any evidence of my crime? That is. I don't have any. It's not here right now. Indicate someone who knows? Not with evidence, but I think the person who knows where it is this person. That's best. Miria, she did all the cleanup. Of course, Miria-chan knows. Eh? What? Remember, evidence should remain here. Wait, what?! I don't know! Shit, this is bad! I don't know! Wait, shit, am I actually bad at this kind of game? I'm good at Sekimeiya, but I'm bad at trials! Shit. It would be... You cleaned up!
違う。レイヤちゃんの犯人を指し示すけれどミリアちゃんなら僕はそれを一度見ている。思い出して。証拠は残っているはずだよ。ここに。これが証拠だよ。
The fruit platter. That's the fruit that was in the cafeteria. Yeah, among these there was something that was used in the stream, right? The apple! That's right, during the stream, the tip of the rapier Leia-chan used, there was white paint.
そしてさっきの話
According
に
to
よ
what we
れば
just heard, the one
配
who
信
cleaned
の
up
後
after the
片付け
stream
を
was
したのはミリア
Miria-chan,
ちゃん
right?
だったよね。なら
Then the
ミリ
place
ア
where
ちゃんが
Miria-chan
リンゴを
put the
片付け
apple
た場
away,
所、
the decisive
そ
evidence
こに
pointing
犯
to the
人を示
culprit,
す決定的な証拠、白い塗料がつ
the
い
apple
た
with the
リ
white
ンゴが
paint
あ
on
る
it
は
should
ずだ
be
よ。
there. What?
おいザコ、
Hey,
あのリンゴどこ
where
に
did you
片
put
付
the
けたんだ
apple?
よ。
Don't tell me you
まさ
already
か
ate
もう
it.
食ったとか？い
No,
や、
I
あれ
just
は
said I'd
無
eat
駄
it
に
later
し
so
ない
it
よう
wouldn't go to
後で
waste.
食べようと思ってずっとポ
It's
ケ
been
ット
in my
の中
pocket.
に。
おい、
Hey,
そ
show
れ見
us.
せろ。
Oh,
白い
wait.
塗料。
Hey,
これ
this.
よく見てなくて
I didn't look
気づ
closely.
い
I
て
didn't
なくて。
notice.
それじゃあ
Then it
本
really.
当にこれが証拠
This
だ
is
よ。
the evidence. You're the culprit of the case.
この事件の犯人だ。蓮見レイヤちゃん。
Hasumi-deya. So, why the fuck did you do this? I've been found out.
バレちゃった。
I wasn't expecting you.
レイヤちゃん。
Yeah.
それじ
It
ゃあ
really
本
was
当に
you?
さすがに証
Well,
拠
if
が出
evidence
たなら
has
おと
appeared,
な
I
し
have no
くする
choice
しか
but
な
to
い
give
ね。
up.
認め
You
るんです
admit it? Your own
ご自身
crime?
の犯
そうだね。
That's
私
right,
が
I
殺
killed
した
her.
ノア君を。
No
この
one
手
with
で
these hands.
レイ。
Yeah. Why?
それは
Just
昨
after
日
dinner
の夕食後
yesterday.
のことだった。蓮見レイヤは城ヶ崎
Hasumi-deya
ノアを
killed
殺した
Jokasaki Noa, but simply that's all
端
there is
的に
to it.
事実を言えばそれ
That's
だけ
it?
だ。
You just decided I'm going to kill her?
私は
I wanted to
みんなを
protect
守り
everyone.
たかったんだ。すべて偶
It
然
was
だ
all
った。
coincidence.
偶然
By chance, I had the crossbow bolt.
ボウガンの矢を持
I'd
ってい
hidden it for to protect everyone from weapons.
それはみんなを狂気から守るために隠していたもののはずだった。偶然
By chance, I had
拾った
Nanaka-kun's
君
ribbon
の
in my
リボンを
pocket.
ポケットに
I had
入れ
meant
て
to find
い
the
た。
owner and return it eventually.
そのうち持ち主を探して返そうと思っていたはずだった。偶然
By chance, when I
私が
passed
通り
by,
かかった
the room
時
was completely covered in
そ
wet
の部
paint.
屋には乾いていない塗料が一面に塗られ
Just
ていた。
by chance?
そしてその
In
中
the center of
心
it, she
に
was there.
彼女がいたんだ。私の魔法
My
は
magic fixes a person's
視線を
gaze. You
固
can see
定
it
する
fixes
魔法
their
だ。
interest.
相手の興味を固定すると言ってもいいのかな。たまたま天井
I
を
simply
見て
fixed
いた
Noah
ノア君の視
Kun's
線
gaze,
を
which happened to be on the
その
ceiling.
まま固定したんだ。芸術家とい
You
うや
never
つ
know what
は
artists are thinking.
何を考えているのかわからない。彼女は最後
Until
ま
the
で
end, she stared at the empty ceiling until the arrow pierced her chest and she fell.
その胸を矢が貫き倒れるまで誰に殺され
She
たの
probably
か
didn't
も
even know who killed her.
わからなかったかもしれないね。彼女の視線を
After
固
fixing her
定した
gaze, I
私は
assembled a long weapon to
塗
avoid
料
leaving
に
footprints
足
in the
跡が
paint.
つかないよう長い武器を組み立てた。そばにあった砲
I
器を
disassembled
分
the
解し
broom
て
nearby and combined
持
it
っ
with
て
the
い
sword
た
I
剣を
have.
組み合わせたんだ。そして
I
そ
tied the
の
arrow to
先
the
端
tip
に
using Nanaka-kun's
矢を
ribbon.
くくりつけた。あとはエマ君
The
の
rest
言
is
っ
as
た
Zima
通り
said.
だ。
The arrow at the tip, I pierced the heart of the immobile Noah-kun.
動かないノア君の心臓を貫いた。
Why?
けれど
But then an
そこ
accident
でアク
happened.
シデントが起きた。リボンの
I
固
guess
定ぐら
tying
い
with
じ
the
ゃ
ribbon wasn't enough. The
耐え
improvised
られ
ribbon
なか
started
っ
to
た
come
みたい
apart
だ
and
ね。
lost balance.
即なんとか剣
I
とリ
managed
ボ
to
ンは
retrieve
回
the
収で
sword
きた
and
け
the
ど
ribbon. But why?
その時
At that moment, the sword
剣
tip must
先
have
が
scraped
地
the
面
floor
を
and
削
gotten
っ
paint
て
on it.
塗料がついてしまったようだね。気づかなかった
I
よ。
didn't notice.
そうして
And then, having killed Noah-kun, I appeared on Koko's stream with a
と
straight
知らぬ
face.
顔でココ君の配信に顔を出したんだ。
Why?
殺人なんて
Maybe
し
I
た
was
直
excited
後
right
だ
after
から
committing murder, doing an
気が高ぶ
unfamiliar
っていた
stunt,
のかな。
leaving evidence behind.
慣れない曲芸なんてして、そして
On the way
その
back before
帰り
passing
道
Noah-kun's room, I thought it would be
ノ
better
ア
if the
君の
body
部
was
屋
as
の
found
前
as
を
late
通
as
る
possible.
前だから
So while casually
Coco-kun
talking to
と
Koko-kun and
ミ
Miria-kun,
さりげな
as
く
we walked, I
話を
fixed
振
their
り
gaze on me.
一瞬のことだから
It was just for a
不
moment,
自
so they
然に
probably
思う
didn't
こ
find
と
it
はなか
strange.
ったろうね。そうして
And so,
す
passing
ぐ
right
横
by
で倒れて
Noah-kun
いる
lying
ノア
there,
君を
we
素
returned
通
to our
りして
rooms.
リボンは翌朝
The next morning, while everyone was looking
み
for
んなが手
clues,
がかりを
I
探
threw
し
the
てい
ribbon
る
into a
時
lake.
すぐにアリサ
That
君に
seems the
見
least
つけ
I
られ
Spun found it right away. I noticed the paint at the sword tip and wiped it off in a hurry. I never imagined the paint would transfer to that apple.
あのリンゴに塗料が映っていたなんてね。これが
This is the full story of the murder of Jogasaki no by Hasumi Raya. there's no fucking motive? You just... random murder of opportunity really just can't be solved, huh? Oh, it's time for a curtain call. Just the performance comes to a close. Thank you for watching my final stage. Wait, that's it? I need a little more than that! Hasumi was the one who killed Jogasaki Noah. There's no sense of satisfaction in uncovering the truth. That feeling of helplessness struck Ima's heart. Naturally, the vote among the girls to select the witch was unanimous for Leia. Why did you kill Noah-chan? I don't understand. Noah-chan didn't do anything wrong. Why? When Ima asked in a pained voice, Leia gave a faint smile. Who shared a room with Noah-kun collapsed, didn't she? And so, I thought I had to protect her. The pungent smell of spray paint was taking a serious toll on Anan. Ima had seen Anan several times, pale and asleep in the infirmary. It seems I was driven by the thought of I have to protect the weak. But Noah-chan was also captured here, just like the rest of us. Something about this doesn't sit right. Unable to feel convinced, Ima clutched at her chest. But if she had given up after being identified as the culprit, Leia-chan's resigned smile held a hint of relief. Oh. The one who spoke up was Anan. Pale, she stared blankly at Leia. Anan-chan, what is it? It's okay. Stop, Anan-kun. Leia said quietly. You don't have to protect me. I already made up my mind. I don't think she's here to protect you. From one of Anan's eyes, a single tear traced down her cheek. But I want you to understand just this one thing. I only wanted to protect you, Anan-kun. Anan shook her head, trembling. You're fine. No. Rhea, you are wrong. Eh? I am not weak. Noah gave me a picture. Wagahai? She said it was a charm. In Anan's sketchbook there was a drawing of a butterfly. It was drawn by Noah. Past events were recalled in Ima's mind. Did Noah scare her? Seems like it. The next time Noah will draw a picture that will make Anan-chan happy. Anan-chan was often unwell, but there must have been times when she and Noah-chan spent time together in the same room. Surely at that time, Noah-chan was trying to make Anan-chan happy. She drew that picture in her sketchbook. Noah said the butterflies were the only thing she could draw freely by controlling her magic. Oh! So she said it was a charm. Noah, you screwed with my sketchbook without permission. Oh yeah. Noah is really good at drawing butterflies. This is the only thing Noah's magic seems to be able to control. I think, become a butterfly, it turns into butterfly pictures, just like that. You were scared of red, right? So Noah cast a spell. All the red, all of it, become butterfly pictures. Now you won't be scared anymore, right? She drew it on my sketchbook as a charm, so that I wouldn't encounter anything scary. Even the flowing blood, so that no one would be scared, it all turned into butterflies. Anan's tears fell one after another. Perhaps because she was speaking after so long, her voice was halting and hoarse. Still, she desperately pleaded, trying somehow to convey her message. The meaning of a butterfly is immortality, imperishability. Noah-chan's dying message might have been directed at all of us. Please, everyone, don't die. The words Marco muttered softly must have struck deep in the girls' hearts. Everyone looked down sadly.
ノアが最後に見たのは
What Noah saw at the end is probably you, Rhea.
ノアは
Even though she was
刺
stabbed,
されてもな
Noah changed the blood
レ
into
イヤを
butterfly
怖がら
pieces.
せないように
Pictures, didn't she? So that Leia wouldn't be
ショーの
scared.
絵に変えたんじゃないのか本当に
The
み
one
ん
who
な
was
の
trying
こ
to
とを
truly
守ろう
protect
として
everyone
い
was
たのは
Noah, wasn't it?
ノアの方じゃないのか
Leia staggered from the shock and fell to her knees. So that no one would be scared, please don't die. That was Noah's heartfelt wish and magic directed at all the imprisoned girls. No,
そんな
no,
私は
I. Leia's eyes flew open and she sank weakly to her knees.
Ah.
You were done talking? Time's running out, so I'd like to proceed soon.
時間も押して各自のス
I
マ
think a
ホ
button
に
should be
ボ
displayed
タ
on
ンが
each of your
表示され
phones.
ていると
So
思う
once
の
everyone
で
presses it, the
全員が
execution
そ
will
れを
begin.
押したら処刑執行スタートします。
But we have to
僕ら
press
が
it?
押すの
Yeah.
ええ、
Yes, that's how
そ
it's
のよう
decided.
に決まっていま
So
すの
please do
で、
so. If you could
お願
press
い
the
し
button and
ま
hold it down.
す。ぎゅーっと長く押していただけますと、
No way!
僕らが
We'd
レイ
have to
ヤ
press
ちゃ
the
んを
button
処
to
刑するボ
execute
タンを
Leia-san?
押すなんて
Honestly? Okay, I'm assuming there is a mastermind here, and it's not the Japanese government. There is in fact someone here directing the scenes. It's one of us. Pale-faced, the girls pressed the buttons one after the other. Assaulted by violent palpitations, Emma also placed her hand over the button. Wow, at least Monokuma pressed the execute button herself. Wait, I have to press it? Jesus!
はい。
We
で
will
は
now
これより
execute the witch.
魔女の処刑を執行します。
With Warden's declaration, a mechanism began to activate. Through somewhere, the sound of gears turning was heard, and the central pedestal shook slightly. As the girl watched, the floor opened and the pedestal suddenly descended. Then, replacing the original pedestal, a new one appeared. That's an Iron Maiden. With the pedestal that appeared to the large mechanism, Emma and the others were uniformly stunned and speechless. This is the execution platform? In the center of the pedestal, a Western-style angel statue had appeared. No, that's an Iron Maiden. The intricately carved statue, down to the finest parts, had a gentle expression. With its wings spread, looking up at the sky, it brought a sense of holiness and peace to the viewer, like a symbol of love and peace.
蓮見レイヤさんにはこの中に入ってもらいます。
Asumi Leia-san, please get inside this. Inside of an angel? What, so she could become beautiful? How ironic. That's an Iron Maiden! How distasteful. Looking at the angel statue, Amy and the others couldn't imagine what kind of execution would take place. But Leia was even paler than before. She was even trembling violently. Leia-chan. Ah,
他の
everyone
人
else,
たちは動かない
please
でくだ
don't
さい
move.
ね。
If you interfere
邪
or
魔や介
intervene,
入をすれば、
the guard will condemn
監視
you as
は
well.
そのものも同様に断罪します。
Question, Owl-san. If, hypothetically, I wanted to help shove her in there, would I be allowed to move or intervene? Just hypothetically. Warden signaled with a flap of its wings, and the guard standing near the entrance began to move. The guard approached Leia's seat, grabbed her firmly, and dragged her onto the stage. But wait! No, I don't want to get inside that! Leia began resisting, far too late. Held by the guard, she thrashed and struggled. The girls could only sit in their seats, watching the proceedings with pained expressions. Stop! I really don't want this! This is Japan! Your conviction's on confession! You don't get a retrial!
バカじゃねえの
Are you stupid?
何度やってもお
No
前
matter
は
how
な
many
んじゃ
times
ない
you do it, you're the witch, you killed someone!
だって
But I
知ら
didn't
なか
know!
ったんだ。ノア君とアンアン君が同室でうまくやってい
I
け
didn't
そう
know
だ
that
と思って
Noah-kun and Anan-kun were in the same room and seemed to be getting along. You know, they're not the only people who are in the same room who hate each other. You're just self-righteous.
知っていたら
If I had known, I wouldn't have killed Noah-kun. I only wanted to protect everyone.
みんなを守りたかっただけなんだ。
No matter how hard she struggled, she was no match, and the guard dragged Rhea relentlessly. and then the angel statue split open from the center. At that, screams broke from all around. Ah! Every goth has one of these for self-harm. This looks painful. Many of the girls averted their eyes from the horrific sight. Ema did the same. Inside the angel statue were countless long, sharp spikes. If it were closed, the person inside would be all skewered all over. They're putting her in this. The restrained Leia was placed inside. The number of spikes was gruesome, but inside the coffin was densely packed with beautiful blue roses. Leia, placed inside the angel statue, was surrounded by blue roses, and even though her face was contorted in fear, there was a sense of grotesque beauty to the scene. It looks like an angel statue from the outside, but the execution method is an Iron Maiden. Not tasteless, as I thought. Margot murmured, sounding almost entranced. No, please, I'm begging you, don't close this. No! I mean, did you not read the rules? You murdered someone, right? They have to charge you or everyone dies, right? Right? Like, it's in the rules. You are being killed because the rules kind of, oh, I don't know. The rules, basically, do that. You murdered someone. Leia began begging for her life, and it felt understandable. That statue closes. Leia-chan will. Just imagining it made her shiver and feel nauseous. Please, use another execution method. Don't close it. Let's use another method. This one's no good because everyone can't see me, can they? Wow! That's, can you say narcissism? Everyone can't see her? That anguish cry. Emma felt a slight sense of dissonance. The other girls felt the same. I knew it. I knew it. I wanted to protect everyone. All lies. I figured out your motive for killing Noah. Coco smiled wickedly and stared at Leia, who was being forced into the execution program. You killed Noah because you couldn't stand not being the center of attention, right? I see, so Balloon was the motive. Oh shit! Shuri clapped her hands together. In terms of fame, she's overwhelmingly above celebrity Leia-san. After all, Noah-san was a world-famous artist. Finally, the motive makes sense. No, that's not. Leia's eyes filled with tears and she trembled violently. The princely mask was mercilessly torn away. Her expression became more pathetic than she's ever seen before. Cracks appeared on her face, her fingernails began growing at an unbelievable speed. Leia-chan is witchifying. Ema and the others stepped into the depths of Hasumi Leia's psyche. They had touched upon her taboo. Her taboo? Her taboo. That's a weird phrase. Oh yes, I admit it, I wanted to be noticed. I had to be the most prominent. That's why I couldn't forgive her. She stole the spotlight from me, so I thought I had to kill her. She was in my way! I see. Ria-chan wasn't afraid of being skewered. If you close this, everyone won't be able to see me anymore, will they? She hated not being seen. Look at me more. Look only at me. Wait a minute. Everyone's power is connected to your desire. The anguish cry was completely different from before. It sounded like Leia's true voice. As if trapping her scream inside the angel statue was closed. Look at me, her heart screamed. Leia Hasmi had to be more prominent than anyone else. When she was young, her mother fell ill and she shut herself away. It started from that time. She wouldn't look at anyone, wouldn't speak, wouldn't even notice her own daughter's presence. Young Leia visited her mother's hospital room and kept talking to her. It's okay, don't be scared. Leia will protect Mommy. I'll definitely cure Mommy's illness. So please look at Leia. Once her mother watched TV in the hospital room. What was playing by chance was a stage play. Maybe her mother was just looking in the direction of the TV. Even so, their image reflected in her mother's eyes became hope for Leia. If I stand in that place, if I stand in that most prominent spot, surely she will look at me. That wish became magic. Leia had gained a mysterious power that could draw people's attention. With that power, she could always be in the most prominent spot. She became Kisaragi Momo from Kagero. Leia had to keep being the star of the stage. She saw that if she didn't, it would be meaningless. But no matter what magic she used, her mother never looked at Leia. It's still not enough. I have to be more prominent. I have to be the most prominent of all. Anyone more prominent than herself had to be eliminated. She would do anything for that, no matter how painful, no matter how dirty. Then once again, someone more prominent than herself appeared before Leia. Noah, Jogasaki Noah. Someone whispered to Leia. If you don't kill that prominent girl, you can't be #1, you know. Poor thing. In that moment, Leia decided to kill Jogasaki Noah. Now, surely they would look only at her, and yet, as expected, no one was looking at her. Inside the sealed angel statue, Leia screamed, but no one could see Leia's form because the angel statue was closed. From under the angel statue, blood, presumably flowing from Leia, dripped and spread across the pedestal. Ooh. I just realized something. I still have Discord audio. That vivid red, ironically, all turned into beautiful butterflies. No matter how much blood flowed, Leia showed no signs of dying. The angel statue kept rattling and the blood kept flowing. Leia-chan became a witch, so if she won't die, when will the execution end? Hey, stop it already. She's suffered enough, hasn't she? Under the barrel, Elisa shouted just then. Leia's voice, which had been screaming constantly, turned into a horrible groan. The groan of the thing that had completely transformed into a grotesque form was no longer Leia's voice, it was a bestial roar. She has successfully become a witch's husk, so she will be confined to the eternal prison. Right after Warden's declaration, the sound of machinery operating was heard. The mechanism activated, and the execution platform was cleared away underground. The roar of the grotesque form lingered for a while, but then when the floor closed, it became completely silent. Ew! The center had returned to its original pedestal, as if nothing had ever been there in the first place. Even without the breath, she had been holding and clenched her fist tightly on her thighs. Goodbye, Leia-chan. Drop by drop, tears fell into Amy's lap. Well done. What? Yeah. Amy looked down, tears falling, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised in satisfaction. So, let me get this straight. The voice of your inner witch is always whispering to you. I don't think my magic's invisibility, but I don't know what my magic is. So, the voice always whispering to Leia was, kill so you can be seen by others. What's this mean? The corners of her mouth were slightly in satisfaction. Silence dominated the courthouse for a while. No one said anything. The one who broke the painful silence was Warden. I'm glad it ended safely. If another murder occurs, we will convene a witch trial. Till then, please continue to live modestly as prisoners, just like before. This concludes the session. Yada yada. Thank you for your hard work. The trial was over. The girls glanced at each other, measuring each other, and began to move sluggishly. They were terribly tired. They wanted to sleep tonight and forget everything. But among them, one girl showed a different movement. A gunshot rang out in the courthouse. The girls suddenly fell into a panic again, their bodies stiff with tension. The one shot was Warden, who was about to fly away. Was it killed instantly with one shot? Warden laid on the floor, silent, not moving a muscle. Who on earth? Emma quickly scanned the room. Oh my! The girl holding the gun quietly opened her mouth. How long do you intend to continue this farce? You're among us, aren't they? The mastermind of this game. The warden shot and fallen to the ground, lay completely still, its functions totally stopped. The witch-candid girls held their breath, staring at Nanoka Kurobe, who aimed their gun. It's Mirudu! It's Mirudu! Let me count several points. Every time... Okay. Every time Mirudu does this, oh poor me, social anxiety, I have no friends victim thing, it makes me not suspect her. It makes me feel bad for her. But at the same time, because I already have things I suspect, it makes me suspect her more. Hear me out, hear me out. Mirudu is the only one with the solo room. Maybe that could be just that there's 13 people. We don't have enough people. Okay, but Mirudu is the only person who was the first person to show off magic. Okay, okay, now hear me out. There were a few times where Mirudu, and some of the bad endings, two of the bad endings, where Mirudu's reactions felt weird. Also, one more thing. For the whole poor me, I'm a victim, I'm afraid of everything, social anxiety thing, she was remarkably skillful at directing the trial. Also, in the trial, she was the tutorial. Maybe I just didn't play Danganronpa to see, like, you know, Kitty Kitty explain trials to us. But there's something about her demeanor in the trial that didn't feel like her. She felt too confident. Like, okay, it's not that Anan-chan, like let's say Anan-chan talked, Anan-chan interacted, but at first glance we think Anan-chan is social anxiety. She has a communications disorder. She doesn't talk. She doesn't like people. But Anan-chan is actually pretty biting when she's talking. Like, she has... And once you realize that she is more than she seems, that she's actually pretty biting and sarcastic, with her book, you can see how that plays out in the courtroom, once you realize what she's actually like. But there was something about the way Mirudu kind of casually kept everything on track that presses my buttons. As she spoke, Amy glanced towards the guard standing near the entrance. The guard didn't move. Perhaps its command system was in chaos. The mastermind behind this ridiculous murder game is among us. Still holding her gun, Nanoka's eyes gleamed sharply. Hey there! Nemo-san! Nemo-san! Hello! This is Nemo-san! He's actually super cool. That's an L, right? I think that's an L? I think I should have copied and pasted. Yes, I did it! He is super cool! Follow him! He's he is one of the only friends I have made on Twitter. Hello! What time is it? Konnichiwa! Nemo-san! Hello! This is actually a really good game. It was a recommendation from one of the few other friends I have. Like, actually, the other day, I almost rated you, but then when I was done, you had already gone offline. I'm so sorry that, Someone is guiding us towards becoming witches, watching from close by, enjoying the show. It's Marudu. That person is the true administrator of the prison. I already have a good idea who it is. Come forward quietly. Really? As if clinging to something, she forced the words from her throat. I will never forgive you. I'll never forgive you. Whoa. The mastermind is among us? Emma couldn't help but look around at all the girls in the courthouse. Even though they might be killed or executed, mixing in with us is just bad taste. Hey, just so you know, it's not me. I know it's not you. It's not me either. You're all suspicious, I'm telling you. Just execute everyone except me. How about that? Huh. Suspicion is bad. It'll make everyone feel bad. Though she seemed frightened of the gun, Hana stepped forward boldly. Wait just a minute. How do you know all this? You're the one who's way more suspicious. When Hana pointed the keys at me, Nanaka sighed and lowered her gun. I can only ask you to believe me on this. My magic is vision. Vision? When I touch a person or object filled with their emotions, I sometimes see visions of their past or future. I saw information about this person's past with my vision. I saw that someone imprisoned here long ago made this gun with magic and hid it, so I retrieved it right after I was captured. It holds 6 shots, a magical gun that automatically reloads 1 shot per day. So is all the weird things that happen during the bad endings, are they leftover magic items? I see, it makes sense now why you were the only one carrying a gun to the start of this potential bloodbath. I thought a rapier was one thing, but a gun was just unfair. That means you learned about the mastermind's existence through your magic, Nanaka-san? Wait. Wait! Yes, I knew all about the prison before being captured and that there was a mastermind. But my magic isn't perfect. I don't always see something when I touch. It's largely a matter of chance. All I know is that someone was orchestrating this murder game was mixed in with all the prisoners. As witch apprentices, we haven't mastered our magic yet. Seeing not just the past, but the future. If you could control it, you could be a prophet. An enviable ability. Since being captured, I've been searching for the mastermind. Then my magic activated it, and I saw it. Someone shamelessly pretending to be a girl. Nanaka raised her gun again and slowly aimed it at one girl. I wish you could see my hands. So, I'm suddenly recalling that time where Miria kept referring to herself as an OG-san. Everyone's eyes turned to Miria. You stole Miria Saeki's body and came here, didn't you? Nanaka began to describe the scene she saw with her vision. A deserted night in front of a common railroad crossing, the kind found in the countryside. Miria Saeki was being cornered by a man in a worn-out suit. His face was lost in the darkness, hard to make out. The crossing gate was down, the red warning light was glowing dimly. And as if tearing through the darkness, a warning alarm blared. Stop it! Miria, her wrist grabbed, sobbed and screamed. Could you give your body to Oji-san? The man's desperation showed as Miria resisted. You can swap bodies just by holding hands, right? Is that her power? If that's true, then please let Oji-san have your body. Okay. Okay, let's be clear, This is not Miria. Let's be clear. But this isn't the mastermind. This is just a creep. Just once it's been my dream to become a girl. The light and sound of a train approached from afar. A heavy, dull vibration reached the ground beneath their feet. Miria stepped back. The crossing gate blocked her way. Come here, come on! At that moment where the man and Miria touched, light shone. At the same time, as if letting out a low roar, the train emerged from the darkness. Ah, we really swapped. Oji-san became you! Amazing, this is amazing! The past of Miria that Nanaka recounted shocked and confused the girls. What?
ミリアちゃんはミリアちゃんじゃなくて、男？おじさん？
Miria-chan isn't Miria-chan, but... you know, that's not where I thought this was going at all. Body swapping magic. That's seriously.
そんな、マジですの？
That's so gross. I'm totally creeped out. No, that's not it. It isn't? Okay, I'm not gonna sit here saying you're actually the mastermind, but I am gonna sit here calling you a murderer. So you're saying Nanaka-san is lying? Are you Miria Saeki? Yes, I am. Oji-san is the real Miria Saeki. Unable to believe her, the girls paled and stepped back, gradually putting distance between themselves and Miria. The mastermind toys with us, making us suffer. Their goal is to turn us all into grotesque witches. The only adult here, that's you, isn't it? It's true, they say stress is what turns us into witches. And this person does feel like it's pushing us to the edge. The problem, Nanoka... is that... I think you're wrong. I'm gonna say that this is a creep. It's a pervert, but I don't think it's the mastermind. If there really is a mastermind, like Nanako-chan says, it would make sense. Leia Hasumi was executed and became a husk. That execution was designed to accelerate witchification. They didn't need to go that far. That horrible scene burned into Aima's retina would not be forgotten for a while. The person is trying to turn us all into husks. I told you, that's not it. There are all kinds of complicated circumstances. I'm definitely not the mastermind. Believe me. Okay. We can believe she's not the mastermind, but let's at least call her a murderer. Do you think we can trust someone who pretended to be a girl and mixed in with us? Nanoka, you're focusing on the wrong point. Can we trust someone who is a murderer. That's the part we need to not trust.
この茶番を終わら
To
せ
end
る
this
ために
farce, you have to die.
あなたには死んでもらう。
No way. No, you can't. Maybe do. Spreading her arms, standing in front of Miria was made to do. But please stop doing terrible things to anyone else.
ひどいことをするのはやめてください。
Every time Miria stutters, I feel bad for her. And that makes me suspicious. Though her eyes were teary and she trembled, Miria desperately tried to protect Miria.
ルちゃん、
Miria-chan,
そうだよ。
that's right.
黒幕かもし
Even
れ
though
な
she
かっ
might
た
be
ら
the
い
mastermind,
きなり殺
killing
す
her
なん
out
て
of
良くな
nowhere
いよ。
isn't right.
私たちには
We
時
don't
間が
have
ない。
time.
どい
Move.
て。
Shit, you're kitty kitty. No.
嫌です。
I won't move.
来ません。僕たちには
We
時
don't
間
have
がない。
time. Nanaka looks so desperate, like she might shower both Miria and protecting Murder with bullets. Her finger on the trigger was about to tighten. Right after that, Ema noticed a faint vibration coming from beneath her feet. But what? At first, it was so slight that Ema thought she imagined it, but soon the whole courthouse began to tremble gently. Is this an earthquake?
どうやら牢屋
It
敷
seems
に
the
入れて
prison
い
is
るようです
shaking.
ね。
The shaking showed no signs of stopping, and the girls were filled with confusion and tension. Then, the sound of flapping wings was heard, and everyone looked up in surprise. The warden perched on the railing, looking down at the girls.
あれ
Huh? What's going on?
どういうこと？
They just made another. Coco looked back and forth at the warden that was shot, now active, and the newly appeared
や
warden.
れやれ。
Yada
可
yada.
愛い極長を打つなんて
Shooting a
ひど
cute
いこと
warden?
しない
Please
で
not
く
do
ださ
such
い。
things.
代わりはいく
I
ら
had
でも
plenty
い
of
るので
replacements, so I let it slide this
今回は
time.
見逃し
But
ま
normally
せん。
this would be an
本
executable
来なら
offense.
処刑者ですよ。裁判は
The
終わ
trial
り
is
ま
over,
し
so
たし
please return to your cells
皆さん
quickly,
速や
okay?
かに自分の房へ戻ってくださいね。
You know, warden, if you don't want me to suspect... If you don't want me to suspect Meiru, this was the wrong timing. You should have done this before Meiru stepped in.
なあ。
Oh, and by the way,
ち
about
な
the
みにこ
shaking.
の揺れです。
After an execution is carried
処
out,
刑
the
を
mansion
執行し
shakes.
た後は屋敷が揺れるんですよ。しばらく
It'll
続き
continue
ます
for a while,
が
but it's not
危険な
dangerous,
揺れ
so
で
please
はあり
don't
ませ
worry.
んのでお気になさら
The
ず。
girls were frozen in surprise, just staring up at the
極
warden.
長をやっつけても
Even
意
if
味
we
なんか
defeat
な
the
いんだ。
warden, it's meaningless.
僕たちは
We're
きっと
surely
もっ
being
と
held
大きな
captive by
何か
something
に
much
囚われ
bigger.
ている。
外出禁止
It's
時間な
curfew.
ので
If you don't
戻
return,
ら
you'll
な
be
い
sent
と
to the
懲
punishment
罰
cell.
行為になっちゃいますよ。
As if responding to those words, the previously still guard began to move slowly.
やばばばばばば。私
I've
関係ねえし。
got nothing to do with this. I'm going back to my cell. Coco dashed out of the courthouse like a scared rabbit. Nanaka clicked her tongue and lowered her
邪魔が
gun.
入った。
Interrupted, but I won't give up.
でも私は諦めない。必ずあなたを
I will
殺すわ。
definitely kill you. Having said that, Nanaka also left the courthouse. If they were caught by the guard, they'd be sent to the punishment cell. The other girl started running in a panic. As she ran, Ema glanced at Miria's face. It's not true.
違うのにそんな殺すなんて。
Okay, I think we're focusing on the wrong part here in terms of let's kill Miria. I mean, if her vision, it's not that this guy stole Miria's body and is pretending to be a girl. It's that if this vision is to be believed, he kind of murdered the real Miria. So, I'm sorry, I can't trust you because I think you are a murderer. I think you are a creepy, perverted murderer. That's why I can't trust you, because I am pretty sure you killed the owner of this body you are occupying to steal it. Miria, pale, muttered to herself.
ミリアちゃんが全部の黒幕なんてそんな風にはとても見えな
Miria-chan
いけ
being
ど。
the mastermind of it all, she doesn't look like that at all. But
あんなにい
Miria-chan,
い
who
人
I
だ
thought
と
was
思っ
such a
てい
good
たレイヤ
person,
ちゃんが
committed
殺
murder.
人をしていたんだ。
You never know
誰
what
が
someone's
何を考
thinking.
えているかなんて。
And Miria-chan almost certainly committed murder. Ema shook her
誰も
head.
信じられな
I
くなっ
can't
たら
trust anyone.
もうおし
It's
まい
all
だ。
over. That night, Nanaka Kurobe did not return to her cell. A notice came from the warden stating that Nanaka Kurobe would be sent to the punishment cell as soon as she was found. I feel like this is our stopping point. Let's see, who is live right now? Let's see, we have let's see, let's drop a raid on Keiki. Keiki-san? You know, Keiki mentioned that he's not actually Keiki, he's just a Haniwa made by Keiki, but he's always gonna be Keiki to me. Thank you for coming, everybody. This has been quite enjoyable. This has been quite enjoyable. Thank you! I know, right? This feels like Danganronpa, but really good. With all the implications that magic comes with. Anyway, it was great having you all here. Thank you for coming to visit, Nemu-Nemu-san.